Consultations for Stockholm+50. Before we begin, a sincere apology to everyone gathered that we were unable to start the consultation at 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you for gathering today despite the rain and the weather conditions and the fuel issues as well. We very much appreciate your participation. To start the proceedings, let me just give a quick introduction about the Stockholm+50 consultation process. On 2nd and 3rd June 2022, a crucial international environmental meeting will be held in Stockholm, Sweden, anchored in the Decade of Action under the theme Stockholm+50, a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our responsibility, our opportunity, is a high-level meeting which will follow months of consultations and discussions with individuals, communities, organizations, and governments across the world. At this time, we believe it's time for bold choices, for urgent action, and a time for a better future on a healthy planet. Towards this international meeting, today we are launching the national consultation process in Sri Lanka with the state sector consultation happening today. Before starting today's proceedings, we would like to start by lighting the ceremonial oil lamp, and may I call upon Dr. Jasingha, Secretary to the Ministry of Environment, to the center of the room, please. May I next call upon Ms. Hervey, the Deputy Representative of Sri Lanka. Ms. Nadika Amarasinghe, Sustainable Development Council Representative. Mr. Naika, Representative from Industrial Solutions Lanka Private Limited. As you may already know, today's consultation is convened by the Ministry of Environment under the leadership and guidance of Dr. Jasingha, the Secretary to the Ministry of Environment. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Jasingha to present the welcome remarks and objectives of today's discussion.
Thank you. Additional Secretaries, Director Generals, the members of eminent academia, the directors, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. In 1972, there was this Stockholm conference, in which the global community, the UN system, for the first time, took three main pillars into discussion, that's poverty, development, and environment. And they decided to form United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, which the global committee formed, and it was this year in March that we celebrated the 50th anniversary of UNEP, and similarly we are now in the 50th year from the this famous Stockholm conference. And today we, on one hand, we look back and see what objectives, what things we have achieved and what we have failed. Of course, when you consider, I think we have achieved in certain areas of environment like ozone layer, but I think we have failed in many areas, and since then, new environmental issues also have come into play. So, therefore, today, the buzzword is triple planetary crisis. That is the climate change, the biodiversity loss, and pollution. Now, when you put these three together, the globe is in dire conditions, and if we going to degrade the environment the way we have been, the life of Earth would be incompatible to, hereafter. So therefore, especially at the UNIA 5.2, recently concluded UNIA 5.2, there were a lot of discussions on this. And last year at UNGA, or United Nations General Assembly, it was decided that to mark 50th anniversary of Stockholm meeting, and to look way forward, that the global leaders must get together and have this meeting, what we call now Stockholm +50. So there are certain thematic areas where the Stockholm +50 look into. If you take, but all in all, I think we all know what environmental problems are prevailing in this country and at large in the world. If you take how Sri Lanka is positioned with regard to a triple planetary crisis, the climate change, the biodiversity loss, and the pollution. When it comes to climate change, of course, we are Sri Lanka is on a low emission path. Our contribution in emissions is very low. Nevertheless, we have stipulated and we have submitted to UNFCCC last year our revised NDCs, where we stipulate that by 2030, Sri Lanka would achieve 14.5% reduction of greenhouse gases. Of course, we have here gathered the stakeholders, the sectoral leaders of this country, where every sector will have their quota in emission reduction. And so therefore, that's in a nutshell about climate change. I'm not going to detail. Then if you take biodiversity, we have a target of 32% of forest cover by 2030. So, and then when it comes to pollution, of course, it's, I think, somewhat least attended area, I would say. In Sri Lanka, we Sri Lankans at last UNIA forwarded the resolution on sustainable nitrogen management. So therefore, in a way, we have given leadership in certain areas of pollution control. But these are just a few things. But as you know, under the economic downturn, under the present political and economic instability, the things would be not easy. So I think we will have a rough ride for a few years to come. But then in keeping with our objectives, I think we have to work for our future. Because it is evident that whenever there is an economic downturn, the environment is area which is, victimized easily and victimized more than other areas because of economic constraints. So therefore, I think the voice of environment sector must come in, and I think we see that the progressive minded majority would safeguard the interests of environment. As we know, otherwise we will be in a huge trouble. So therefore, with whatever constraints, with whatever trying conditions we are facing, we should not forget and we should not leave our environmental objectives. So today, we are going to have this consultation. The UNDP, of course, obliged. They actually proposed to have this consultation with us. Similarly, before COP26, we were to have a similar, but it was suggested at the latter stage. We didn't have time. So this is a very good move, so that before going to Stockholm +50, that we draft kind of a country report. So to draft a country report, we need representations, we need the ideas from all sectors of this country. So therefore, I think the Ministry of Environment, together with UNDP, have organized this very important gathering so that we would know what the Stockholm +50 going to be, and we would know what is going to be our role in that. So therefore, I welcome each and every one of you for this very important dialogue. And I thank all of you for coming in time against the odds of weather. And I wish the deliberations to be a success. Thank you.
Remarks. As Dr. Jasinghe pointed out, this consultation is critical to really understand the context of Sri Lanka and how we can move towards urgent action to not only safeguard the ecosystems in Sri Lanka, but also move towards to having a productive, healthy planet. As mentioned by Dr. Jasinghe, UNDP Sri Lanka was designated the focal agency to support the consultation process and develop the country report in preparing for Stockholm +50, the international meeting happening in Sweden. I would like to invite Ms. Herwig, the Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP Sri Lanka, to share some thoughts with us.
Good morning. Can you hear? Dr. Jasinghe, Ms. Amanatunga, directors, invitees, colleagues, a very good morning to all of you, and allow me also to say maybe belated, but a happy New Year. And I'm glad that we come together after the long weekend, and I hope you have got some time with your family and with friends to celebrate and relax the things that are close to heart. Now that we come back and see the the much work that is ahead of us when it comes to the socioeconomic development and also the environment, and as part of that, the leading up to Stockholm+50, which is taking place in June this year, and for which we are gathering today as the first consultation. So today is also an important milestone to see how we are going to conduct the other consultations with other partners. But you are really a critical group seeing how environmental issues cuts across all the line ministries and is such an important issue wherever you work in the government or in academia or in civil society, private sector in Sri Lanka and beyond. When it comes to Stockholm+50, Dr. Yassing, you already laid out the background and the reasoning for having this meeting, which indeed is 50 years after the first one in 1972. And we all know that after that meeting in 72, there has been so many global gatherings on the environment, on human development, setting new targets and new plans. Stockholm+50 is not supposed to do that. It is not like the COP, it's not like the COP26 that just took place. It is not about giving a new agenda or a new commitment, but rather to reaffirm the ones that have already taken place, and as well to bring in a new kind of consultative process, which is we're here for today, with a global report leading into the meeting based on country reports. So each country will come together and say, this is what we are seeing, and then that will be gathered into a global report ahead of June. And there are so many promising development, as Dr. Yassing has said, but then also the triple crisis which you laid out on the climate change, biodiversity, pollution, and waste, which prompts us to do more for the sake of environment, but also for the broader set of implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. And I want to just maybe take a reflection here when it comes to Sri Lanka, because with the economic situation, it might be seen as difficult to give the right attention to environmental issues when more short-term pressing needs are at hand. But I think Sri Lanka is one of the countries that really showcase the nexus between short-term and long-term, because it's so visual and it's so obvious for the businesses and the private sector and the livelihoods of Sri Lanka, how closely connected it is to the biodiversity and the environmental richness of your island. When it comes to tourism, which is so closely linked to the biodiversity and the very beautiful nature that many people will want to visit, but also not to destroy further. When it comes to your energy, when it comes to food, the food and agriculture sector, and the linkages to water and irrigation, when it comes to fishery and your huge coastline, there is so much interconnectedness with the economy and environment. So at this time, maybe more important even, that we see how can we ensure a short-term development and boost for Sri Lanka that considers the long-term needs for our, but even more future generations of Sri Lanka. So when we come back to this issue today in terms of consultations, as again Dr. Yassing has said, UNDP was designated globally as a focal point for organizing these consultations and supporting that at the national level. So we're just a support. It's not for us to come to Stockholm with a report. That is for the government to do. UNDP helps to convene these consultations. We will help to produce the report, but it's for the government to lead and present what the government and a broader set of people feel as priorities that should go into also the global conversation in Stockholm. And we do work very closely with the Ministry of Environment and as well looking forward to engage with all of you in this process. So we will have many of these stakeholder consultations, and I'm sure we will hear about that today. We're trying to reach also those who may not normally come to these kind of meetings. So we're reaching out to young people. We want to reach out both rural and urban, to marginalized, to get different aspects and views and ideas. So today is not about creating a consensus. It's not a decision making. It's more about ideas that can feed into a future conversation. So really use the opportunity and put forward the thinking that you see from your standpoint, from where you are, that could be helpful for Sri Lanka and also globally. And I'm glad to see such a broad group of colleagues this morning. And I really hope that you will enjoy the consultation and enjoy the discussions. It's also an opportunity to meet across our different sectors and line ministries for an engaged conversation. So I really hope that it will be a fruitful one with many ideas. And then we will also, of course, share with you as we move forward what we are hearing from other consultations as we bring it together in the country report leading up to Stockholm+50 in June, which is very soon. So on that note, please, I really wish you all a successful and fruitful morning and interesting discussions for both Sri Lanka and for the global conversation in Stockholm in June. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Herwig, for your kind remarks. As Ms. Herwig mentioned, one of the core principles of Stockholm+50 is really to explore the interconnectivity across environmental agendas, but also really look at the local context of Sri Lanka to see how the different sectors could have an impact on the environment and how we can enhance and work towards a productive ecosystem in Sri Lanka and thereby the rest of the planet. I would like to, with this, conclude the inauguration of the consultation series for Stockholm+50. Thank you very much again to Dr. Jasinghe and Ms. Herwig for joining our session today. We really appreciate the time that you've taken to actually participate in today's session. We will now move on to the technical session, but prior to starting it, a few important housekeeping rules and reminders. During the consultation, please ensure to keep all of your mobile phones switched off and any pagers on silent or on vibrate mode. We'd like to make sure that you are all aware that all ideas are important and all of your inputs are equally valued. No idea is bad, and please share any and all pertinent information during the consultation. Please also note that we will be live streaming today's session, and you may be asked to join to take some video clips and some photographs. Please do support our team with conducting these little videos. We would greatly appreciate it. I would now like to invite our consultant team headed by Mr. Senanayake and also call them to the head table, Mr. Senanayake, Dr. Vidanage, Dr. Sugatapala, and Dr. Ranavira, to facilitate the technical session for the state sector consultation. Thank you. Dr. Vidanage, if you wouldn't mind coming to the head table to begin the introduction to the Stockholm Declaration and give the evolution from 1972 to 2022. Before moving on to the session, we'd like to start off with a few quick self-introductions, just so that we can actually understand who is gathered here today, and it can maybe improve the consultation flow as well. If we could start from the table on my right hand, if possible.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sugandhi Samarasinghe, Project Coordinator from UNDP.
Marlene Herwig, Deputy UNDP.
My name is Game Sarachandra from Public Utilities Commission of Sri Lanka.
Very good morning, all of you. I am Sugaddi Sanayaka, Director from Disaster Management Center.
I am Nilantha Samarakon from Water Resources Board.
Good morning, all of you. I am Janaki Amarathunga, Director International Relations of the Ministry of Environment.
Good morning, I'm Pooja Ferdinand from UNV.
Good morning, I'm Iman Mohammed from the UNDP Communications team.
Good morning, I'm Heshani Somaratna, Assistant Director, Natural Resources Management, Department of Wildlife Conservation.
Good morning all, I'm Darshini Lahadapura from Marine Environment Protection Authority.
Good morning, I am Padma Bekon, Director Biodiversity, Ministry of Environment.
Good morning, all. I'm Tilini Abhisheka, representing Ministry of Environment. I'm Assistant Director, International Relations.
Good morning. I am Mahanama, Deputy Director, National Aquaculture Development Authority.
Good morning. I'm Ratnayaka, Director, Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority, representing the SLTD and the Tourism Ministry.
Good morning. I'm Ramev Jayasekar, work as a Principal Research Engineer to the Environmental Technology section of the Industrial Technology Institute. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Anuradhi Pereira, Director Planning from Ministry of Power.
Good morning. Harsha Vikramasinghe from Sri Lanka Sustainable Energy Authority. I'm a Deputy Director General.
Good morning. Surekha Pereira from UNDP.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Santos Jara. I'm the Regional Advisor on Economic Recovery and Livelihoods, UNDP, Bangkok. Thanks.
Good morning, Anil Jasinghe, Secretary in Ministry of Environment.
Good morning, I am Lawrence from Board of Investment for Sri Lanka, BOI.
Good morning, I am Amara Beeling from the Environment Department, BOI.
Good morning, I am Sivanand Raja from Survey Department as Additional Survey General.
Good morning, I am Vijay Kumar, Commissioner Development, Department of Agrarian Development.
Good morning, I'm Rifa Wadud, Director, Air Resource Management and National Ocean Unit, Ministry of Environment.
Good morning, I am Nilmini Vikramarachi, Director, Land Resource, Ministry of Environment.
Good morning, I am Gaini Jayatunga, Additional Director, Road Development Authority.
Good morning, I am Kalumatha Korla from Ceylon Electricity Board.
Good morning, I am Sujeeva, Department of Meteorology.
Good morning, I am Nadika Amarasinghe, Assistant Director, Sustainable Development Council.
I'm Nilmini Ranasinghe, Assistant Director of the Biodiversity Division of Ministry of Environment.
Ayubowan, my name is Hasula Vikramasinghe. I work as a Program Assistant at the Climate Change Secretariat of the Ministry of Environment. Thank you.
Good morning, I am Damit Krupasinghe, Deputy Director, Coast Conservation Department.
Good morning, Nilan Miranda, Director General at National Transport Commission.
Good morning, I am Nalin Manapirma, Director, Waste Management Authority, Western Province.
Thank you very much, participants, for the quick introductions. I think that will help us to ensure a smooth consultation process. If we could move on now to the technical session, Dr. Charmaine Vidanage will begin by giving a short introduction to the Stockholm Declaration. Dr. Ranavira will be quickly, first of all, presenting the consultation process and actually the national report for the Stockholm+50. Dr. Ranavira.
Very good morning to all of you. From now onwards, we are starting the technical session, I'd say, which is the core activity of today's session. We have arranged a set of presentations which will help you to sail through from a little unknown territory to a well-known territory and help you exploit your wealth of experience and the wealth of knowledge and provide input to us to help the nation to attain the sustainable development and specifically to restrain the environmental dimensions of the sustainable development. So we have two presentations from Dr. Tusisa Sugdapala and Dr. Sherman that will set the context, and then Mr. Senanayaka will explain you the set of questions that we are expecting your invaluable inputs. Here my role is to briefly elaborate you on how we will translate, how we will compile and interpret and present your invaluable inputs to the STOCKHOLM+50 conference representing Sri Lanka. I'll be briefly showing you the reporting format, which is actually a well-rigid, well-set format by the organizers, and the reporting process, and how we synthesize your opinions and the constraints, especially the space constraints that we are experiencing, and then how do we validate your inputs. Finally, how do we assure the quality of our reporting to ensure which is a true reflection of the Sri Lanka. This is how we present your views, which is a technical report. We are supposed to submit the final report by end of May. And there are 5 chapters in it. First one is the National Consultation at a Glance, which consists of a set of statistics showing the cross-section that we have addressed. That's why, a little bit unusually maybe, your age group is also sorted in the registration format because we have to provide sort of demographics as well. Which organization you belongs to, how many participants, so and so, we have to provide under chapter 1. In chapter 2, we have to brief how we conducted this consultation process, how we select participants, how many organizations, how many sectors we have addressed. We have to clearly outline what is our consultation process to make sure that we follow the whole of government and whole of society approach. Third chapter, which is a very important chapter, which is compiled from the views that you express in these consultation workshops, which has 2 elements, actually 2 subsets. I'll start from the last one, which is a summary of the consultation. So you will be provided with a set of questions, and we have to provide a summary in this report under these questions. And then the second part, what is shown at the first, which is the overview, in that we have to fully synthesize all your opinions expressed under different questions and thematically align these responses for given set of themes. Therefore, your views will be communicated to STOCKHOLM+50 conference through this chapter. And also, the annexes is another place where your views will be communicated. I will explain where your views will be fit into chapter 3 and when it is going to be fit into chapter 5. Chapter 4 is the consultation follow-up. What new directions, what future directions that we have to give, link into the national policies that has to be completed, provided as chapter 4. So essentially what you have to take seriously is your input is extremely important, extremely valuable, and those will be mainly communicated through chapter 3 and then through chapter 5. The consultation process is essentially multi-stakeholder process in which we consult many individuals. We try to cover as wide as possible cross-section representing the government institution as well as the civil society to make sure and to ensure that our approach is justifying the whole of the society and the whole of the government approach. And you will be giving us very good insight, but essentially these views will be different because your expertise is quite diverse. And here we have the government senior executives. At the same time, we are approaching large number of different cross-sections of the society. Based on your exposure, based on your day-to-day works, your views will be different. Let's see. Let's try to synthesize and come to sort of consensus, but it may not be a perfect consensus. There will be different opinions anyway expressed. But unfortunately, we have a strict constraint in expressing your views because we are given only 1,500 characters, including spaces, to compile your responses under each question. So you will be grouped into, I think, 3 groups, and these the thematic questions will be provided to you, and we will seek your responses. Same exercise will be carried forward for all the other groups as well. So basically, we are posing the same set of questions to all the stakeholders, and we get the responses. But from our end, we don't have the liberty to forward your answers as it is because of the limitation of the characters. Of course, because in other words, the organizers have to compile the large international report combining all the views of all the countries. Therefore, what we do is, we have to synthesize a response on behalf of you. I must clearly emphasize the fact that we are not acting the role of the moderators here. Rather, we are acting the role of the facilitators. We are not categorizing any of your views as right or wrong because that is not our capacity. You are the experts, right? So what we do is, we connect different pieces of opinions together. We group similar opinions together, and somehow we'll try to make a summary or representation which can accurately represent your views. Not only your views, but the views expressed by other stakeholders as well. That's not working. So it is inevitable. There may be some sort of ideas, some sort of views will not find a space in the main report, not because these are not valuable. As I mentioned earlier, we are not moderating things. Just because your idea falls largely far away from the main ideas, that means we will find a technical difficulty putting that in. It does not mean that we are neglecting that idea. We are bringing that idea as much as possible to the main report. Perhaps once you are reading this document, you may, if you see that your specific idea maybe not 100% presented there, which is possible, right? I'm just explaining you the situation. But we are not leaving your ideas behind. What we do is, we use the annexes. There we have enough freedom. There's no space constraint. We can put just about anything there. So what we have planned is, we put all the minutes of every consultation session into the report. That not only carry forward your views, but also it enhances the transparency of the report. So everybody can see what are the opinions expressed in the consultation process, and they can compare that with the summary that we are providing as a report. Validation is a very, very important process because we have to make sure your opinions are correctly presented in the report, making the report as a standalone piece of document which can represent the country. So we have 2 levels of validation. For example, in today's session, at the end of the session, you have to present your ideas, your group work, your final result, you have to present. Then we can started a brainstorming session. We can refine ideas, we can correct ideas, we can modify ideas. Somehow we can come to a general consciousness. That's the one sort of validation. And then next, the country level validation, in which at the end of all the consultation workshops, we will prepare the draft report and we will hand that over to the Ministry of Environment and the UNDP Sri Lanka. So based on their expertise, based on their exposures, they can revalidate the entire process, entire document. Then we can make sure the document that we are submitting to the Stockholm+50 conference is a true cross-section of the country profile. Then quality assurance is a very, very important part. The quality assurance, the final technical report, the quality of the final technical report, I'm reiterating the same phrase, which can represent the country accurately, depends on these three major pillars. Quality assurance in sampling, quality assurance in data collection, quality assurance in reporting. These three key pillars are based on a very sturdy foundations. Sampling, we have to make sure we are covering a broader cross-section of the society, broader cross-section of the government. So that's why you, ladies and gentlemen, are invited here, representing the government, and in future activities, we are going into the society as well. So it will be a acceptable level of representation of the stakeholders. The quality assurance in translation. So quality assurance in data collection, that is translation and interpretation is the key here. Because if the questions are vague, people will interpret the questions differently. That's why Mr. Senanayake will present you the questions and explain you the question. Then we can, if you have any doubt about the interpretation of the questions, you can clarify all these doubts. It's not a language matter. It's just a matter of how you pursue the questions. Of course, when we are moving into the society, we are going for trilingual. Tamil and Sinhala versions are also there. And also in the data collection, we make sure there are no gaps in responses. Because if there are gaps in responses, our report will not be a comprehensive report. Then quality assurance, of course, this type of surveys, we are not able to perform some of the well-standard statistical tools for quality assurance like the chi-square testing or sample deviation index, because the questions are not tailored for such purposes. So quality assurance we assure through the validation. Make sure in that we all can agree upon what is presented in the report. I believe you got some overview about our exercise. Floor is open if you have any questions or if you need any further clarification from you. Otherwise, we can move ahead. Right, I think we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranavira, for explaining so clearly the reporting process. Next, we will move on to actually an introduction on the Stockholm Declaration by Dr. Shamin Vitange.
Good morning. And after getting a background to what we are gathered here, I'm going to take you through the evolution of sustainable development concept, something which has been there for a very, very long period. And in Secretary's initial briefing, he mentioned about some of the initiatives. Right. Yeah. So initiatives taken by globally through UN system. And okay, my Mr. Senanayake, will you be able to just, yeah. the presentation will cover these areas, especially the global initiatives that we all are familiar with. Will be divided into two parts, before 72 and after 72. Then I will also take you through some of the key local initiatives. So sustainability has been the concept. It's very close to our hearts, and something where we have the ability to continue for a long period of time without depletion, if you take it in a very, very simplest form. And the principle of sustainability combines two aspects, the economic aspects and ecological aspects. If we take the so if you put your money in the bank, you have the capital in the bank and you can grow your interest and use that. So in such situation, you can use that return from investment over a long period of time, and your capital will be intact. If you apply the same in a forestry context, if you keep the forest intact by making use of annual growth of the forest, you have the sustainability there. So you can reap that benefits perpetually while keeping the forest intact. And by doing so, you have the keeping the integrity of that ecosystem, which would give you so much benefits in terms of ecosystem services. And let's go through the human-environment relationships over the different eras. If you look at hunter-gatherer period, we have had long linkages with nature because our needs were so minor, and we were not into accumulation of wealth, and we were the population also very much less during that period. But when it comes to agricultural societies, we started to dominate the nature, and in isolated pockets, the people have changed the natural vegetations into agricultural systems where the pressure on soil and various other resources were exerting. And in certain areas, the civilizations got affected with such a exploitation of natural resources and putting pressures at that time. But there again, the populations were smaller. But when it comes to industrial revolution after mid 18th century, things have changed, and technology made easy for overexploitation of resources and exacerbation of pollution. So where we have thought that the humanity can manage anything with technology. So with that, we have had serious issues of a balance between economic growth and sustainability. So where the 1945 to 1970, which has been considered as the golden era of development, we have achieved so much, and the living standards, all that has been gone up, but still we have had put so much pressure on environment so that the sustainability concept begin to start. So if you look at all over the world, there are many instances of historical application of sustainability principle. Here in Sri Lanka, we have the declaration of Mihintale as a wildlife sanctuary way back in 3rd century BC, probably the first such in the historic times. But in the more recent times, in 18th century, in the forestry sector, the sustainable forest management has been used. And later on in fisheries, the maximum sustainable yield has been used. And if we look at some of the initiatives and contributions up to 1972, I would highlight few institutions like Sierra Club, one of the first environmental, non-governmental environmental movement. And we also have something from Sri Lanka, Wildlife and Nature Protection Society, which was started around the same time when Britishers were ruling this country. And it is widely considered to be the third such entity established in the world. So they are functional. And then we have large number of UN agencies who have contributed on this subject, then institutions like IUCN on species conservation, then Resources for the Future, Worldwide Fund for Nature, Amnesty International, they were looking at social aspects and justice-related aspects. Then Club of Rome, who had made very important contributions, I will come to that later. Then the Friends of the Earth and Greenpeace, and list goes on. Then another important thing, while these institutions started looking at aspects relating to conservation, then individuals, the scientists who were there during that period, so-called golden era of development, they started seeing things differently, especially Rachel Carson's work, which he published in 1962, called Silent Spring. She basically looked at the indiscriminate use of pesticides and its health effect and environmental issues at a time where everybody thought things are really good. So this is considered as the beginning of the modern environment movement. Then there were many others. Kenneth Boulding's work, popularization of spaceship idea in 1965, where he was taking from planetary boundaries and growth of population, all that taking into consideration, he has put forward the idea that if things to continue in the same way, there are going to be a serious repercussion. So a lot of interest grown around the development as well as the issues relating to environment and people. In 1969, US came up with the Declaration of National Environmental Policy Act. That's the first of that kind at that time. Then there were other things. So having had the public interest on these issues, there was a gathering in April 22 in 1970, which subsequently considered as Earth Day, where they managed to get something like 20 million people at different places of US to raise, increase public awareness on the issue of development and environment. So then since 72, that is the area that we are, the period where we are most interested. The 1972, we had the Human Environment Conference took place in Switzerland, in Stockholm, and in 2022, the year we are, is going to have the commemoration of that event after half a century. So in between, there are a large number of events took place. So I'm just trying to highlight some of those key events or initiatives. Then can you? Sorry. Yeah, in 1972, one of the important publications, I hope you remember one of the agencies, Club of Rome, which was created in 1968 to look into environmental issues. So they came up with a very interesting publication called The Limits to Growth, which was a basically scenario modeling exercise using computer at that time, making use of the wealth of knowledge at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They came up with that modeling, and they were basically looking at what would happen if business as usual continues in higher rate of growth. And they have realized that it would overshoot the resource availability, which would overshoot the planetary boundaries. So they highlighted at a time that everyone was celebrating the rapid industrial development, so they came up with this idea. So they basically proposed in 1972, if things continue at the same place around 2050, things would collapse unless you take deliberate actions to slow down. So this is one of the very important things took place in 1972, slightly earlier than the event that we were talking about. Then in 1972, we had this Stockholm conference took place, where they were basically trying to look into those issues in a more organized manner, challenge of maintaining sustainability in the context of economic growth. So they came up with an action plan in 1972, which includes various aspects, including environmental data collection. Mr. Senanai, can you go on? Environmental data collection, analysis, monitoring, and wanted, I mean, they have seen that there's a need for environmental protection related agency. So UNEP has been identified, UNEP was born on the same year, and they were entrusted with the responsibility of environmental management related work at global level. Then move on. And so that is in 1972. In 1980, move on, Mrs. Senanaka. And one other very important publication came on 1980 called World Conservation Strategy, Living Resource Conservation for Sustainable Development. And this is the place where the word sustainable or the phrase sustainable development was first coined by a set of environmental agencies. Next, please. And in World Conservation Strategy, no, you need to go back. Right? And so one right. So World Conservation Strategy came up with the concept. Then subsequently, the UN appointed a commission called World Commission on Environment and Development in 1983, where it was entrusted to a group of 22 eminent people headed by the former Prime Minister of Norway, Ms. Brundtland, where they were requested to look into those issues of environmental and social issues and sustainable development beyond 2000. So this is one of the very important commissions set up, and over 4 years of deliberation, next please, they came up with, next Mrs. Senang, they came up with this interesting publication called Our Common Future, which was launched in 1987, where they came up with the definition for sustainable development, nicely written as the development which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future to meet their own needs. So with that, they came up with a number of recommendations. So this is where the sustainability concept, which was coined in World Conservation Strategy, which has been popularized, and to date we are using this conservation. Next. And in 1987, that is what happened. Then in 1992, another important event took place. Sorry, previous one, please. Yeah, 1992, we had the Rio Conference, which is very important, and where 3 important conventions were agreed. One on the main issue of global climate change has been one of the serious issues as highlighted in the inaugural presentation, and where the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was agreed at 1992 Rio Conference. Then there was another important thing which was highlighted in the morning as well, the biodiversity degradation, for which Biodiversity Convention was agreed. The third one, which is also related to the pollution, especially looking at the land pollution or degradation of land. So the third convention which was agreed at Rio was United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification. All 3 conventions were signed at 1992 conventions, plus they came up with a very interesting and the agenda for 21st century, popularly known as Agenda 21, taking forward the sustainable development, implementation of sustainable development. Plus they came up with few other things like forest principles, all that contributed immensely in towards environment and development. In 1995, there were other aspects like sustainable consumption and production has been something that needed a lot of other input. So work related to that took place in 1995, and in 1997, from the Climate Change Convention, there were other protocols. The 1997, the Kyoto Protocol was introduced, where the climate change, and especially the accumulation of greenhouse gases in atmosphere, which was largely attributable to the countries which were considered as so-called developed countries. So in Kyoto Protocol, they were given a higher responsibility to see that greenhouse gases are limited. So that is in 1997, and there were other work in 1999 relating to sustainable consumption and production. Then move on to Then another important conference took place in 2012, Conference on Sustainable Development, where they basically, without coming up with something totally new, they have capitalized on what has been put forward in 1992. So it's basically secure renewed political commitment for sustainable development, and they came up with the document called The Future We Want, something similar to Agenda 21. That is something that we have for all of us. Then they also contributed towards getting sustainable development goals, which came up subsequently, but the call for such was discussed in 2012, and the foundation was laid. Then 10-year framework on program for sustainable consumption and production also was adapted at that place. Then, move forward. So in after 2012, the most important events took place is 2015 and especially 2015, the Sustainable Development Agenda was introduced in 2015, and more on that would be covered in Dr. Sugatapala's presentation after me. Then 2015, there was another important thing from Climate Change Convention. The Paris Agreement was reached. So Paris Agreement, in contrast to Kyoto Protocol, where you identified Annex 1 countries and non-Annex 1 countries, where the responsibility for reducing greenhouse gas emissions were identified in a particular manner in which that their contribution to pollution. But when it comes to Paris Agreement, everyone was asked to come up with their own commitments as they determined. So nationally determined contributions were something very important which came in Paris Agreement. So these are some of the global events, and I have not covered everything. I have just covered some of the right. Yeah. So 2015 we discussed. So here we have some of the main things that I wanted to highlight, but there were other things as well. Then let's have a quick look at what happened in Sri Lanka during that time. And the World Conservation Strategy, considered to be one of the best such documents at that time, highlighting the need for sustainable development. In Sri Lanka in 1988, taking guidance from that, we came up with National Conservation Strategy. To date, this document can be considered as one of the best in environmental related planning. So at that time, Environment Ministry has not been there. Central Environmental Authority took lead in putting this together. And then in 1991, National Environmental Action Plan was first produced, where the different sections were identified for a period of 4 years. Sri Lanka's plan for environmental management was put forward in 1991, and which was repeated for 3 times. Then in 2009, the next document, which you see in color, National Action Plan for Harita Lanka Program, something similar to NEEP, which was published in 2009 to cover period 2009 to 2016. Then again, I'm taking just few examples, and we talked about biodiversity. So from the Global Convention on Biological Diversity, there were certain commitments that signatories countries need to do. So there was a requirement for each signatory or the party to CBD to come up with their biodiversity conservation action plans. So first such plan was produced in 1996, and in 2001, addendum to that plan was produced. Then in 2016, National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan was produced to cover the period 2016 to 2022. So we are here in 2022. So all these things are in line with what had happened globally in addressing various challenges. Then there were other things like, these. So these are again in line with species conservation, in line with global guidelines. We have produced various reports relating to red listing, and these are the most recent reports. One here is the 2012 red list, which covers both fauna and flora. Then we have 2020 flora red list, plus we have part of fauna covered. Here we have the freshwater fishes related national red list. So where they have the priorities on conservation of species, all that is very much needed when we are heading towards sustainable development. Then we have few other important documents coming from Paris Agreement. We have produced the revised or updated nationally determined contributions in July 2021. So this has become part of our commitment to climate change. So there are a number of things. Dr. Sugatapala will cover some of them. Then we are ready to publish the National Environment Policy, which has been there in 2005. So this is the revised policy, which is ready, yet to be approved by the government for cabinet for finalization. Then we have another important thing, National Environmental Action Plan, Pathway for Sustainable Development, covering 2022 to 2030. So all these things are providing ample guidance for us to get to where we want to get. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. If you have any clarifications, I would be happy to answer. Thank you. Sorry about the technical hitch. I was trying to use this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vidanage. I'd like to next invite Dr. Sugatapala to give us the context setting and presentation on the SDGs, NDCs, NIAP, and green recovery.
Good morning. Now, my objective of this presentation is to make the context under which this Stockholm +50 questions are being developed, so that you will get a better understanding to respond to these questions. So I'll be building upon what Dr. Sharmin already indicated, highlighting some of the key interventions globally and locally which have been put forward so far, highlighting the importance of environmental dimensions in the broader context of sustainable development. So that's the basic aim. So I will cover my presentation under these 5 themes. First, looking at this importance of environment in the context of socio-economic development, how the society, economy and environment couple to each other. Then going into this, one of the most important deliberation globally to address this issue, the 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals, looking at also localization aspect. Then going to the other important convention, the Paris Agreement and on climate change and national determined contributions. Then recent initiative by the Ministry of Environment to reinforce this as Secretary, the Honorable Secretary indicated earlier, the importance of environment for development is highlighted again through this National Environment Action Plan, which also make the connection between the SDGs and environment. Then more recently with the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and now we are looking at build back better, what we call green recovery. So the recovery from the COVID and the subsequent economic impacts are to be built on the green concept. So that's is a global phenomena now. So I will touch upon that. So basically, when you look at society, economy, and environment, we have seen that earlier also the way we have been, using the resources for development is not sustainable. That's where we call it linear economy, which shows that we have the development based on resources, but then finally end up with a waste. So that we have a linear economy, which leads to the resource depletion. But at the same time, the model of economic development we use also give rise to a more severe impact beyond the depletion. It also resulted in degradation of environment. So therefore, even now, most of the economies are measured and managed in a way that intensifies the overconsumption and damage the nature and social bonds. So, and which drive the climate change, one of the most challenging, development challenges we are facing now, and which lead to multiple challenges for sustainability, as highlighted in Sustainable Development Goals. And so when you look at this one, this has been again discussed earlier. One of the ways of identifying these challenges is by looking at planetary boundaries, which is, I think, well aware the concept. I think you are known to this, but this is one of the most recent updates to show what's the situation now. And we can see now here the planetary boundary shown in this the circle here. There are some, the boundaries, like some areas where we are safe. That's where the area lies within the circle. But we can see some of the areas where we have now gone beyond the boundary. The new find is basically the most recent data. Shows that the novel entries like chemical pollution already has gone beyond the boundary. Then genetic diversity, climate change, land use change, and then biochemical flows. So there are several important environmental elements which has now go beyond the sustainability. And another important aspect is that there are certain areas where we don't have data, information to even judge, appraise. Atmospheric aerosol loading, that's linked to the air pollution. Functional diversity and the biosphere integrity is another area where we don't have data to see whether we are in a safe region or not. So that we can see the present situation implies that our development has impacted on the environment beyond the sustainability. That's why this topic is coming up now, how we can shape, how we can drive the sustainable development or sustainable development goals by safeguarding the environment. Another important way of appraising this concept is by looking at human development versus the resource consumption or resource use. That's what you call ecological footprint. And you can see here is inequality adjusted human development index, where we talk about a development when we have human development index at least maybe around greater than 0.8 or even greater than say 0.75, we consider as developed. But then we have the other side, the use of resources, which is reflected by the resources are extracted from land and the water. So global hectares represent the area through which the water and the land area per person, how much resources we extract from land. Global hectares, the biocapacity per person, global hectares 1.7 is there to generate resources. But when you look at the different countries, none of the country has reached the sustainability, this quadrant, by having resources less than the biocapacity. When the countries reach the high human development, then they use more than the biocapacity, so it's not sustainable. On the other hand, when the countries have less use of resources, but then they are not developed. So therefore, here we can see the strong coupling between the economy and the resource use, such that no country can be considered as sustainably developed country. Now, we look at the present situation, this not present like in 2014, 2012 value, like we are using almost 156% of the biocapacity. So it's like 1/2 world scenario. And it's expected that by 2100, this will reach the 300%, mean that we are using what you call 3 world scenario. That's the economic model we are following. So we have unsustainable situation, but there's a very interesting point here. This Sri Lanka is here, and which indicate that we can make a development pathway to reach this sustainable quadrant. You know, maybe in the world, we look at, we can show to the world that we can reach it. So therefore, we as a country, we are placed in a situation where we can show the other countries that we can do it. So therefore, we have a duty for the global community to show that. But unfortunately, the way it's happening now, we are going to miss this quadrant. So that's the normal economic path we are following now. So therefore, it's a strong message given to us based on this type of information. Sri Lanka can do that. So that's why we are pushing forward. Why not Sri Lanka shows that the green economy or green development, that pathway can really show to the world that this sustainable development, the green development, is not a myth, it's possible. So therefore, although we are not using much of resources, so we are using resources less than the biocapacity, so we are sustainable in a way. But then we are not yet fully developed. So therefore, we can select a path so that we would be maybe the best country or the first country to reach that status. So that's one aspect. So, and then with that, it will come with this sustainable development goals or sustainable development, the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. Again, the understanding of this sustainable development is within the country, within the society is very variant, and we see a lot of gaps there. So therefore, better understanding of this concept is very important. So, so in that context, I am reiterating this one. We have seen this one earlier with Dr. Earlier presentation. He iterate on this one. So I think we have seen this definition. It's a very important concept here. And that bringing these 3 dimensions, the economy, society, and environment as the 3 pillars. But also it indicates that these are not, in silos. The environment, society, economy, these are pillars, but then these are integrated. So we have, cross-cutting areas that also become very important. That's why finally the sustainability concepts build on these 3 dimensions. So the interaction between these are also very important. Now we look at sustainable goals, like it's came in 2015 as 17 goals. Basically, when you look at the 17 goals, we talk about 17 challenges. For example, sustainable development goal is 1, 2, 3, all talk about, let's say no poverty, means target is poverty, but poverty is the issue, challenge. Zero hunger is the target, but the hunger is the challenge. So therefore, these 17 goals indicate 17 challenges we are facing. So that is not only the solution, it also talk about the challenges. That's also a very important aspect. Therefore, any kind of challenge we face, we can see it comes under one of these goals. So therefore, we can, appraise these SDGs by looking at both aspects, as the challenge and the solution. Then we have 169 associate targets and also around 240 indicators to achieve between 2016 to 2030, 15 years period, where 193 countries has committed or pledged for this. Now, another important aspect is we all aware like what happened with MDGs, Millennium Development Goals. We have performed quite well. Then we had SDGs. So MDGs is basically from 2000 to 2015, 15-year period. Then SDGs 2015 to 2016 to 2030. Some interpret that the MDGs are like SDGs are second phase of MDGs, but it's not the case. SDGs are completely new ways of understanding the issues and then providing solutions. So therefore, it's not the second phase of MDGs. It's a new phase, and we'll expect that in 2030, there will be a completely new phenomenon will come, especially with, I think, the present situation of this COVID, impact and so on. So therefore, this is a new mechanism, new way of understanding the problem and providing the solution more comprehensive manner, and so on. So therefore, the way we have to understand SDGs are much more different from MDGs. Of course, SDGs are built on the learning from MDGs. To understand SDGs, because when you look at this, the 17 goals separately, you don't see this actual meaning of SDGs. So therefore, we can go into a more holistic way of understanding it. One, of course, based on the core principles. There are core principles behind SDGs. Universal mean it applies for both developed and developing countries. MDGs are only for developing countries. But SDGs are for everyone, developed and developing countries. Likewise, leaving no one behind, and so on. There are other things, interconnected indivisibility. All SDGs are interconnected, and so on. So there are many aspects, and also another important aspect, the multi-stakeholder partnership. And even this Stockholm plus 50, one of the key, I think, feature there is to get the views of all the stakeholders. Because usually when you have policy making, decision making higher level, our consultation happen in a particular level where some of the stakeholders are not taken into account. But in the Stockholm plus 50, the consultation, now we are starting the government consultation today, but then this will go into different sectors of the society. Even we are looking at youth, CSOs and so on. Another important way of understanding SDGs is 5 P's. We have planet, people, prosperity. Planet means the environment. People mean the society, prosperity means the economy. So that's the 3-dimensional sustainability. But we can also see that SDGs has gone beyond the 3 pillars. We are talking about the P's, which also include the institutions. Because one of the major gaps in development is lack of coordination and those aspects. Then we have partnerships among stakeholders. So therefore, 5 P's is one way of understanding the concept of sustainable development. Now here in Stockholm plus 50, we are looking at the environmental dimensions of sustainable development. Why? Because when you look at the present progress, I will show it later also, that one of the least development or progressions happening so far, like after 5 years or now 7 years, is the environment dimension. Even Sri Lanka, when you look at the SDGs, the environment related SDGs, there are 5 listed here: water and sanitation, sustainable consumption and production, climate change, life underwater, life on earth. These are, now you can't group this as environment alone because these are integrated. For example, sustainable consumption and production also linked to the economy, so economic dimension. But these are one way of grouping it. But there's a integrated. So it's linked to the social dimension, it's linked to the economic dimension too. But more emphasis are given for the environmental aspect because we are lagging behind. When you look at the sustainable development goals, the progression so far, we are lagging behind. We miss Sri Lanka as well as all the world in achieving the SDG targets. So therefore, more emphasis is given here to appraise SDGs, their gaps through the environment dimensions. And as Secretary also earlier indicated, our development pathways have to shape by giving the due consideration of environmental aspects. So that's the message we want to give here. So therefore, this is Stockholm plus 50. Even the questions, we have to, answer the question or understand the question based on that concept, not all the others. We are looking at the environmental dimensions to, to see it as a pathway to the sustainable development. Another important aspect of that, again, is very the same concept. By understand the SDGs, looking through this what we call wedding cake concept. Here, the sustainable development goals are aligned or rather, grouped in a way that it demonstrates that the economy is within the society, and the society and the economy is within the environment. So therefore, the economy, any economic activity we do, have to be appraised by looking at the social dimension, socio-economic development. But when you look at socio-economic development, has to be appraised through the environmental aspect. So therefore, environment is the key here, and then the society, then the economy. Present model we took, the way we appraise our economy is, we can say economy is number one, society number two, the environment the least, number three. But SDGs indicate the reverse, means that our development pathways should be such that the environment is the key, the apex thing, then the society, then the economy. So when you do any economic development, we have to look at the society and then the most important aspect, the environment. So therefore, this particular Wedding principles also reiterate the importance of environment with the to the sustainable development. Now we look at the present progression of towards sustainable development goals. Now we are halfway through now, like 7 years, going into 7 years. There are many positive aspects, of course. There are a lot of developments are there, which are in different places, different countries, different sectors. But in overall, the actions to meet the SDGs by 2030 is not yet advancing at the speed we require. We are going to miss that target, 2030 target. And also the scale required. There are certain best practices, there are certain things, but these are not mainstream. So therefore, we have a serious issue in that context, so that we had to relook at it. So that I think where one of the major gaps comes is the environment side. So therefore, Stockholm plus 50 try to reiterate these issues and then see how we can go forward. And with that, in September 2019, that's after 5 years of development towards sustainable development goals, UN Secretary General called all the sectors in the society to mobilize for a decade of action. That's a new directions given 2020-2030 to deal with SDGs. They have identified 3 key areas of action. One is we need more commitment. The commitment given by the countries are not sufficient to go towards SDGs by 2030. So we need more commitments, mobilize everyone, everywhere. We need more ambition. Our targets are not, adequate to reach that, the target or the ambitions of different governments. Countries are not enough. So we need, we have urgency and ambition is there, is required. Then we need more actions. Innovations are required, and more innovative solutions are required. So those are the 3 areas through which we had to go forward in the coming 8 years. And further, it also indicates that these actions should be in these 3 levels. Global actions are required as a common community. Then we need local actions, and especially when you look at the SDGs in Sri Lanka, and still we are, not yet gone into the ground level. Like we need to impact all these concepts into our education, into our local governments, and so on. So the local actions are very important. The localization of SDGs, mainstream of SDGs are important. Then the people action. Everyone, should all the cross-section of society should, react to these, respond to these requirements. So therefore, the coming 8 years, the deliberations we need to use has to be evolved through these three levels of actions. So that's the direction given by decade of action. Therefore, any activity we are proposing in the future should look into these aspects. Now look at local progression. As you are aware of this one, now in response to 2030 agenda, Government of Sri Lanka enacted the Sustainable Development Act in 2019 and established Sustainable Development Council to provide the policy, regulatory and industrial framework for the implementation of SDGs. So we have a act and the institutional framework now. And at present, national policy and strategy on sustainable development of Sri Lanka has been drafted, yet to be submitted to the cabinet. Mainstream of SDGs into the national, provincial and local authority level is being implemented. Presently considered more on the government agencies, ministries and their agencies, but it will go into the provincial councils and local authorities. And then local indicator framework, the localization has happened. Out of these 240, about 240 indicators, now we have data for 100 indicators. Mean that we don't have data for 140 indicators. That's very sad in a way, because now we are moving, almost halfway through sustainable development for this period, but still we don't have data to understand where we are. So therefore, we have a real challenge to go into this level. But anyway, we have a progression here. And when you look at now, there are certain mapping tools which map the progression of different countries. But since we don't have data, we can't, really say that these mappings are accurate enough because we don't have data. But then some of the indicators shows that significant challenges still persist for achievement of 23 agenda in Sri Lanka in particular. And we look at those areas, the most, deficiency lies with the SDGs related to environment. I showed the 5 SDGs linked to the environment. Those are lagging behind. So therefore, in terms of the achievement of SDGs, the most challenges for Sri Lanka lies with those related to environment. So that's the the importance of this Stockholm +50, particular to Sri Lanka, because that iterate the same issue. So therefore, our understanding, our input to this global interventions or global this seminar or that meeting will become very important. Then I will quickly go into the Paris Agreement on climate change, and we know that we had that issue like the carbon emission has become the reason for climate change, the global warming. That has been scientifically in a way proven now. There's a strong link with the carbon emission. This is the carbon CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. Then the climate, the change given by the temperature changes. So now presently we have around 1.1, 1.2 level of temperature increase. And we are aware that the ultimatum given as 2-degree phenomenon, most preferably 1.5. So we are reaching that. So therefore, in the most recent, the recent intervention through this Paris Agreement came up with binding mitigation commitment effect from 2020, which talk about reaching at least global warming below 2 degrees centigrade, preferably less than 1.5. So that's the target set as the output, but then we had to make our actions to reach that output. So that's what you call climate actions. So the climate actions are the ways we can tackle this climate change. In that context, as other countries, Sri Lanka has committed to national development contribution now. We have, as the Honorable Secretary also indicated this one, we have submitted our commitment there. So national approach to climate action now come with national development contribution. So there's a history there. We submitted our intended national contribution in 2015. In 2016, the first set of national development contribution to be implemented in 2020-2030 period. But also we have prepared the readiness plan 2007 to 2019, 3-year period. Unfortunately, we had not followed that readiness there. So we were supposed to do a lot of things to start the NDCs by 2020. So we had a period of 2017, 19, 3 years to get prepared. Although we submitted the way we had to do, but I think most area we didn't do that. So we are struggling still to implement most of these NDCs. So therefore, we failed to implement this readiness plan. So we are now fixing that one. But more recently, updated NDCs, which is more ambitious, one is submitted in 12 July 2021. But then resubmission in September 2021 to reiterate this climate neutrality carbon neutrality by 2050 was declared in September 2021. So now there's a more aggressive target by the government to reach carbon neutrality in the economic sector, all the economic sector, as well as in the energy sector by 2050. In the energy sector, for example, we have a target of reaching 70% renewables in electricity generation by 2030. These are very aggressive targets as our commitment to climate actions. Then in these NDCs, we have 5 areas. We talk about the mitigation under 6 areas: energy, transport, industry, waste, agriculture and forestry. There were adaptation in 9 sectors: health, human settlement, water, agriculture, livestock, coastal and marine, fisheries, biodiversity and tourism and recreation. Then we have loss and damage section, which and then means of implementation. But in this NDC, we have included the integration of SDGs and gender into the NDCs. So that's where this integrity of climate action with the SDGs come in there. There's also a very important element which align with the Stockholm +50. Here is also talk about how the environment dimension can be used to achieve SDGs. So that we have already presented in our NDCs. So therefore, we have already responded to this, requirement which the Stockholm +50 going to elaborate. Another important aspect is we are aware that climate action is only one of the 17 SDGs. But when you look at this interconnectivity, the indivisibility, we can see that most important SDG, more interlinked SDG among 17 is the climate action, SDG 13, and which indicate that by making correct intervention in climate action can help to achieve all the other SDGs. So therefore, if we do correct policy intervention, correct actions in climate, related, SDG 13, that help all the other SDGs. But if we fail to do that, that's going to have, in contrast or the other way, that will affect the other SDGs. So therefore, this indicates that the importance of climate action, that's the environmental aspect of SDG, become a key to the achieving sustainable development goals. So therefore, climate action, although it's a single SDG, it's a very important element. Then finally, basically, I will talk about the most recent intervention by the Ministry of Environment to bring this NEP, National Environmental Action Plan, about to publish now, is finalized. There are 9 themes covering the key economic sectors, which highlight how we can basically achieve the development through the environment aspect. This talk about the environment, but it indicate what are the environment actions we have to take to make these economic areas, these sectors sustainable. So therefore, it's in fact there's a mapping of NEP with SDGs too. So this will be implemented from this year basically, and we'll see that we are hoping that this particular policy intervention will lead what we expect from the looking at environmental aspect for sustainable development, the goals, achieving that. The green recovery is another important aspect coming up with the issue of this COVID. We have seen that with the COVID, how much impact on the economy, what happened like in 2020. Previously, till 2019, always we had the positive development throughout, That's what's showing these bars. Even during the global financial crisis, we had a positive economic development. But in 2020, with the COVID, we have, wasted almost 6 years of economic growth we had. It's now continuing yet, it's still continuing. Now, what this shows is basically, it came as a health crisis, but it has led to now economic, social, and also political crisis now. So therefore, this indicates the complexity of this issue. Like these are, it's integrated. All are integrated. So if we have an issue in one area, then there will be impact on the other. So therefore, health crisis has ended up with now economic crisis and social and political crisis, especially in Sri Lanka context. We have now struggling with the present situation. So there's a interlinkage there. So the complexity shown here. Now with that, we can consider this as an opportunity because we see with the COVID there are positive aspects happen in certain areas. So we can bring those to mainstream in there. So therefore, the response of the government of Sri Lanka for green development through the looking at the recovery beyond the COVID-19 towards 2030, that SDGs. There are some responses already. Honorable Secretary has highlighted those. With all those challenges, we are looking at how to mainstream green concepts. And on the other hand, the development partners, including UNDP, has come up with the new, by shaping their activities, having new offers for different countries, including Sri Lanka, a series of indicated policy and program which assist the different thematic areas to support this green development. So it's coming up. And one of the key highlight is that the mobilization for inclusive, just, resilient recovery as a priority with particular emphasis on green development. So this concept of green development being now introduced by these development partners, where national green development agenda being prepared and which also try to put forward or establish multi-stakeholder engagement platform where the private sector, other stakeholders can contribute to decision making by providing their insight and by providing their resources and so on. This is a very important requirement. And also with that, the commitment from development partners and donors are coming for green development. Mean that we are looking at the development in environmental lenses. So that's the basis for basically for STOCKHOLM+50. Another important is the green financing, and probably you are aware that the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, they have initiated this roadmap for sustainable finance in Sri Lanka, which was published in 2019. As a part of that, now they are establishing or developing Sri Lanka Green Finance Taxonomy as a guide for the financial agencies to tag the green projects, so that the financing will be diverted more towards these green related activities. So that's a new initiative that also support this transition. And another aspect is now Sri Lanka SDG investor map is being formulated, which translates sustainable development needs and policy priorities into actionable investment opportunities. This particular investor map will highlight what are the key programs, projects in green, the sustainable or green area, which are open for investor, mobilization. So those are some of the initiatives which in the financial side, which promote green financing. So all these interventions are basically looking forward to see how the environmental dimension, environment aspect can be used as a pathway for sustainable development goals. So that the basic concepts I want to highlight through this one, that Sri Lanka positively respond to that term, but we have a long way to go. But I think we can present our case to the global community through this Stockholm +50 by highlighting this aspect. I think you know your sector, the situation which can be reflected in your answers. So that's basically from my side, just to conclude the technical or the background information before going in for the questions. So we'll conclude here. If you have any questions regarding the three presentation we had earlier, we can take up. Otherwise, we'll probably break before the questions. So we'll have a next session to explain the questions before group work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sugatapala, for your presentation. We'll now take a short break for refreshments. We're hoping to reconvene by around 11:30. Also, during your tea break, if you have some time, we have 2 boards placed outside. If you would like to share maybe a message or a pledge in committing to a more sustainable green Sri Lanka, please do note it down there. Thank you.
moderate or severe hotspots. We must bend the curve on bio. Most affected by extreme weather events between increase forest cover by up to 32% and achieve 70% renewable energy in electricity generation, all by 2030. Our ecosystem acts as our lifeline. In 1972, global leaders came together in Stockholm, Sweden, for the inaugural United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. 50 years on, we face a triple planetary crisis study on climate change, hotspots, pollution, and biodiversity of Sri Lanka's as well as other planetary ills that are affecting our current and future well-being. In response to climate change, with securing a healthy and prosperous planet for all, the island also came on a joint carbon neutrality where our footprint of today does not avoid capacity addition of current and future generations. Sri Lanka targets to reduce total GHG emissions by 14.5% co-creation, 4% and multi.
Good morning. We will now resume the technical session. We will start by first going over the questions with a presentation from Mr. Senanaika. Mr. Senanaika, if you wouldn't mind coming.
Let me take
the keynote.
Can we start? Yeah. Good morning. I would like to say when I see the crowd here, the audience today, I think this is exactly what we were looking for. We have very good cross-section. And also the caliber of people participating in this session, because then only we can really get the proper view of the country. So we are very, very happy to see this gathering here today. Now, in this session, it's not going to be a long session. Together we try to understand the three dialogues and the questions, the guiding questions. Yeah? So now, up to this, we had 3 presentations helping us to understand the context and also how we are going to present the findings to the global event as our representation. Yeah? So we now together will try to understand these 3 dialogues so that we will have a common understanding when we respond to these questions. Yeah? So as I said, I'm not going to go through in detail through these questions, but when we break up into 3 groups, we are going to get into 3 groups. We have 3 dialogue, leadership dialogue. So we will break ourselves into 3 groups. Yeah? Then 3 of us from the consultant team will sit with you in these groups to help you. Okay, so we are not going to influence your decision, it is your decision, but 3 of us will be sitting with you and help in the facilitating. Yeah? So there, if necessary, we will go into detailed discussions, if necessary, to understand these questions. Okay, so I will not take much time in going through the entire questions. Okay. Now, okay. Yeah, so we have 3 leadership dialogues. So these are the 3 major events that will happen in Stockholm in early June. Then we are given set of questions, very standard set of questions for all the countries. Like SDGs, these are very standard questions for all the countries. So when you look at these questions, you might see certain things are not very relevant to our context, because they have targeted the world. Yeah, all the UN membership countries. And also then we have another question specifically targeting the event, the global event which is going to happen. Yeah. Okay. Now let's try to understand what these 3 dialogues are. Yeah. So we have given a graphical presentation here. So this is the first dialogue is on healthy planet and prosperity for all. Okay, now when we listen to the previous presentation, we have seen what we have done, what successes we have achieved, where we are lagging behind and all that. But the intention here is to get the response from different countries, what their contribution should be to ensure healthy planet and prosperity for all. So these 2 keywords are very important: healthy planet, prosperity for everyone, not leaving behind anyone, not a particular segment of the society, but the entire community. So this is going to be the number 1 dialogue. Yeah. Then the second one is on the recovery after COVID, the pandemic. But it's not just going to be just recovery, but inclusive and the green recovery. We have gone through, all of us have gone through that process during the last 2 years. We have experienced. So we have to look at, and we have learned a lot of things, and that we need to reflect. That's the second category, the second dialogue. Then the third one, I think Dr. Sugatapala elaborated it. So here, now we need to accelerate the implementation of SDGs, especially the environmental dimension. If you could remember, he has shown you planet, people, prosperity and all that. The left side, these are the environmental dimensions of sustainable development. Water and sanitation, sustainable consumption, then the climate change, life below water, life on earth. But as he said, these are not in isolation, these are all interlinked. All 17 goals are interlinked, but prominently these 7 or 5, the dimensions. So these are the 3 leadership dialogues. So when we go in for discussion, the group discussion, you need to keep this in mind all the time. Yeah. So we will divide ourselves into 3 groups. Each one will take 1 dialogue. Yeah. Each one will have maximum of 6 questions. Again, a standard set of questions interlinked. Okay. So we are not going to go through all 17, everyone, only 6 questions, and we will give you 1 hour for that. So that means each question you can have 10 minutes deliberation within the group. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about the group dynamics, since you are very well aware of such practices. So then let's see how the organizers have defined these 3 dialogues. You can see these highlighted things. Now, when we look at these questions at the beginning, these leadership dialogues, even the questions, they look very abstract to us. Yeah? But when we go into it, read through it, then we have picked up these, the keywords. Through these keywords, we can actually have a better understanding of the questions, what they want us to focus. So this is the approach we are taking. So I will not read this out. So as I said, if necessary, when we go into the group, we can read through and try to understand, but I will go to the questions. Okay, so the first one, as I said, let me skip. And also, now you can see this presentation we have prepared. It's a multilingual presentation. Depending on the audience we are going to consult, we will adjust this presentation, and also especially for the benefit of the group discussion. Those who are not very clear, or those who are comfortable with their own language, they can read either in Sinhala or Tamil. But remember, this translation may not be perfect. Okay, this is just for you to, allow for some people to understand better. Yeah. Okay. So let me go to. Okay. Now these are the 5 questions coming under the first leadership dialogue. So what is the first leadership dialogue? That is the healthy planet and the prosperity for all. Okay. For that, we are given 5 questions for us to respond. Okay. Now let's see these questions. Again, we have highlighted, identified some keywords. Here, I will not read these questions again. What we are expected to do for us to achieve a healthy planet and the prosperity for all, what are the good practices? Yeah, what are the good practices and the pathways? Okay, and also they don't expect us to come up with a long list of the good practices and pathways, just 2 or 3. Why it is important? When you have long list of practices, then we can decide what are the most important practices. So that is in a way challenge for us to identify what are the most critical or most important thing. That is question number 1. Then this next one is, sorry. Okay. The next one is connected to the second question is connected to this one. Having decided what the practices and the pathways, then they want us to talk about the actions we can take. Action, coming down to action. Yeah. Now, Dr. Sugatapala mentioned, now the NDCs are actions. Yeah, SDGs is different. They are not talking about the strategies and all the targets. But the NDCs, when it comes to NDCs, there we are talking about real actions. So now, for you to have these practices, so to maintain these practices, so to improve these practices, what kind of actions you envisage? And also, not only actions, you also this needs to be supported by right policies. Right policies and the structures, the coordination mechanism, other arrangement and things like that. Okay. So second one is connected with the first one. Then when you look at number 3 and 4, here they are trying to address 2 things. Now when you come up with this kind of policies to protect planet, healthy planet, there may be certain groups, marginalized or vulnerable groups, who will be negatively affected. So how do we ensure that these people are also benefited? That is the question number 3. I'm sure you must be having a lot of examples where this kind of people are at disadvantage because of certain policies and the practices. So we need to make sure that that will not happen. Okay, that is question number 3. Then number 4 is also connected, now going beyond these marginalized and vulnerable groups, safeguarding rights of people and nature. Here, we are talking of everyone. Here, indigenous people, local communities, environmental defenders, women, youth, and also, more importantly, future generation. Sustainability is for the future. So you need to look at all these things now. How can we safeguard their interest? Maybe through policy, the practices. So these need to be ensured. 3 and 4, I would say, connected. This is a subset of group question number 4. So finally, now we are doing all these things to ensure that we will have a healthy planet and the prosperity for not for few people, but for everyone. Okay? So how do we ensure that we are in the right track? Yeah. So the last question, they want us to identify the indicators, the metrics, to judge the progress. Okay? So that's the, so different countries could come up with different, the indicators depending on the priorities. Okay? If you have difficulties in understanding metrics and indicators, we will do that when you break into groups. I will not spend time here to explain the difference between the metrics and the indicators. Okay, so these are the 5 questions. This is again, as I said, in 3 languages you find here. Now this is the template we are giving you. Yeah, so we don't expect you to write your responses in flip chart or papers, and also the sponsors of this initiative, they want us to be green as possible even in conducting these sessions. So this is paperless operation. We use only if it is necessary. So what we will do now, so for each and every question we have given a format like this. The first question, we need to identify 2 or 3 good practices and the pathways. Okay, so you can discuss within your group. One of us with the computer will sit with you. Once you decide these 3, our colleagues will put that into this format, and one of you will come up during the plenary and present it, so that other 2 groups could also contribute. So that is the validation Dr. Manoj was talking about. So others also will have an opportunity to contribute to other 2 groups. Okay, so likewise, again, I will not go through all these questions. So you have a format like this. Again, actions and policies structures. Then the marginalized and vulnerable groups, safeguarding the right of nature, people and nature, and the metrics and indicators. Okay, these are the 5 questions. Okay, so what is important? You can spend about 10 minutes for each question. So 10 into 5, 50 minutes. So 1 hour is allocated for the group discussion. And also we have 45 minutes allocated for the plenary session, so that you can go into discussion, the brainstorming with other groups. Okay. With this, let me go to the next set of the questions. This is the green recovery, inclusive recovery after the COVID pandemic. Here too, we have 6 questions. Okay. Again, when you look at these things, these are interconnected. Yeah. Now, what is the first one? They want to understand the most promising, sustainable and inclusive recovery practices currently being applied. So here we are talking about either the best practices we have had during the COVID or even after the COVID. What are those best practices? And the second part of this question, how could we scale up? Okay, why it is important? In fact, we have adopted very good practices, but after the COVID, we are now tend to forget some of these best practices. Okay, even wearing a mask. Now it is relaxed. So if you want, you can, from tomorrow onward, you can take it out. But if you go to a country like Japan, you always see people wearing masks. Yeah, so likewise now, they want to understand how we can scale up or at least maintain this practice. That is question number one. Then the second one is talking about the bad practices. Practices that are not sustainable or the bad practices. So we need to identify pre-existing practices need to be changed. So that's the second part. This is the best practices. These are the not so best practices we should either avoid or prevent or change. Okay. Then number three, again, COVID is a common thing for all the countries. We have all gone through it. Different countries have adopted different practices. Now, there may be good practices in our country which can be shared by other countries and all communities. Yeah? So a third question is that, how do we ensure that all countries and communities can benefit? Okay, so it's a global sharing. Then, number 4, number 5, number 6, especially number 4 and 5, with the COVID, we have seen it was very negatively affected the industrial community. So they have brought these industries into this discussion. Number 3, asking how can we create a better forming industries? How can we ensure supply chain? Create better supply chains. Okay? As a green recovery. Yeah? Now, industries have realized that they cannot go on as business as usual. Yeah, so they have realized, the need to change. And also now the third part of this question, they also want us to identify the key sectors. What are the most important sectors? Okay? Of course, all industries are important, but especially for recovery, green recovery, certain industries are more important. We need to identify that. Then the next one, now these industries, what are some of the commitment industries either they have already made and should make, and the responsible principles of this key industrial sector. We cannot talk about all industries, but when you identify the key sectors, then we need to identify the commitment and the responsibilities, including not only industries cannot survive without the support of the finance institution. So again, they are taking this, very strongly into this formula. Then finally, now out of this, when we have green recovery, that will lead to the creation of green jobs. And also we need to have a lot of new skills, maybe for the government, maybe for business, maybe for academia. This is not going to be business as usual. Now we need to change. So these are the 6 questions coming under the third leadership dialogue. Then the last one. Again, we have given a format. I will not go through each and everything. Likewise, except one thing. Okay. We are asking this question, which industrial sectors are most critical for green recovery? Okay. Now there can be very different ideas. If I am representing a particular industry, I say my industry is the most important thing. Yeah. So they want it to be highlighted so that they can get the government support, maybe the external support and all that. So because of that, we have added a question. Of course, we are not going to report this, but for our information, we want you to let us know what the rationale behind selecting these critical sectors. Okay, so with that justification, at the plenary you can say, this is why we say these are the 3 most important areas. And also, please remember, there can be 10 industries, important industries, but we want you to tell us what are the 3 most important industries. Again, it's a challenge. You need to discuss and come up with it. That is why everywhere we have provided this kind of, and also you must have seen when Dr. Manoj presented, we have a space restriction in reporting. Then, final dialogue, environmental dimension. Again, 6 questions. Okay, again 6 questions. Here, what are we talking about? How do we accelerate the implementation of environmental dimension of sustainable development goals? Particularly those 5 goals, and also since they are connected to other things. Now here, the very first question, they want to understand, of course now we have to accept that we are far behind with the progress, especially environmental goals. What are the challenges we have as a country? Yeah, so you are expected to come up with the most important 3 challenges. There are many challenges, but are the most pressing challenges. Then, what kind of enabling environment we should have, yeah, if we are to accelerate the implementation. That's the second part of this question. Then, again, like the first one, they want us to identify the good practices and pathways. Second question. Then, connected, if we are to do this, accelerating, what kind of changes, the transformation we should expect or we need in the governance system and the legal system? 2 parts of this question. Then the next one, number 4, talking about a very important aspect, public-private partnership, which is, as a country, I think we have not done enough in this area. There's mistrust of both sides, private sector and also the state sector. Now here we are talking about what measures are needed to align public, private, and also they are bringing the financial, development finance into this formula again. What kind of partnership we should have. Then the last 2 questions, if you take sustainable development goals, goal number 16 is talking about the partnership. In addition to UN, they want us to understand or tell them, we need this kind of partnership, even going beyond UN. Partnership from the UN and beyond. Then coming to the last question, again to accelerate the implementation, like in NDCs we have very clearly identified the capacity building requirement. Capacity building, it can be individual, institutional, so on and so forth, and also the technologies. You need to identify most critical things. Again, we have to limit it to 2 or 3. So those are the questions. For that also we have given this kind of format for you to respond. And let me take you to the final question. Yeah. What kind of follow-up activities would you like to see from Stockholm 50? So Stockholm 50, again, with these SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the progress we have achieved so far. So there will be, it should not end in a deliberation. Countries will be represented by high authorities, high leadership. It should not limit it to this discussion. What do you expect as a follow-up? Yeah, so that also they like to understand. For that also we have given a format here, 1 or 2 or 3 maximum. So this is the guide for us to understand the group discussion. So before we break up for group discussion, if you have any questions about this one or the previous presentation, maybe we can spend few minutes. Otherwise, we can break into 3 groups. We are not naming the participants. You know the 3 dialogues: Healthy Planet, Green Recovery from Corona, then the Sustainable Development Goal, accelerating the implementation of environment. You can select the group you like to contribute. Totally voluntary. So if we don't see that happening, then we'll have to recovery from Corona. Group number 3, Sustainable Development, accelerating. So those who are sitting in the other 2 groups could join the group you wish to contribute. I'm sure, with your background and experience and the interest, I'm sure you must be having preferences. So we are appreciating that. And please now group or regroup. And Dr. Charmaine will be with the group 1, Healthy Planet and the Prosperity for All. Dr. Sugatapala will be with Sustainable Development. I am with the Corona recovery because I am also recovering from Corona. So I'll be with them. And also we expect our colleagues from UNDP also, if you are available, if you are free, you can also join these 3 groups.
රත්නය මේ acceleration action කියන එකේදී කියවන එකක් තමයි commitment. We need more commitment. That more ambitious වෙන්න ඕන කියන එක. We need more actions කියන එක. ඒක තමයි කියවන්නේ. And also it talk about 3 levels. Global level, I think here it's not much relevant to us. Then the local level, and then the people level. We are talking about the different level of governance, central government, provincial councils, local authorities, aspect, and then people level. I mean all the stakeholders. My contest. Because of action can it. So we have to decide on our side what we need. And delivery of the sustainable development. In that also we are doing to reach the sustainable development goals. 2030 target through environmental actions. Making concept. There are 6 questions. First one talk about the challenges. What are the challenges, key challenges? Maybe 3. You want to go to SDGs through environmental aspects, but then what are the challenges? This is the number 1. Then there are follow-up in there, enabling environment and so on. Then good practices. What are the good practices? It can be the present practices we have, which can promote the sustainable development goals, or something we would like to see. It is not there yet, but then we can propose. So both. Again, we can propose around 3. Then governance and legal system. What are the barriers there, and what type of changes we are expecting? The third question. Then 4th question is how to align the public-private partnership. Presently, we don't have that in even most of the actions. We work in isolation. So how to get them on the same table and then action. Then partnership is SDG 17 as well. How we can collaborate with the global partners to accelerate our actions. And then what are the capacities and technology required to go for that. So those are the 6 questions. So briefly, so having understand all the questions are important to decide them. So we'll go to the first question 1. I will read through again. What are the biggest challenges for us to go forward towards sustainable development goals? So that's the level. No, not that. This is our general. We had to go for SDGs in Sri Lanka. What are the challenges we have? These are kind of at your macro level and very specific. What do you think? So,
challenge be national level challenges or
I think that's level. But then you can go into specific sectors also. Like if you think that these sectors are important, then for example, waste management be one of the key area, because when you look at the SDGs, when NDCs we have waste management. So therefore, what are the challenges you have in that area? You can highlight. But better to have a kind of a consensus. Consensus but then kind of a main can cross-cutting technology gap cutting off all the sectors capacity information.
Challenge for sustainable development.
Yes. I can read it. What are the biggest challenges we are facing in implementing the commitments to the 20th agenda? SDGs वोल्टे अंडर तीन आपने challenge major challenge.
Doctor, excuse me, doctor. Yes. Why you can't provide the printout for this question for the group?
So
because of I think that is most important for because then you read, then we ask. But if you can provide the printout question, that is better because of someone can understand the English, someone can understand better for the Tamil, someone can understand the Sinhala. So if I think if you can provide the printout for the questionnaire, that is better. Then we can discuss and provide our input.
We have a limitation. We don't have printouts now, and there's a principle also in UNDP and so on. No, that thing. No. So, but one thing we can, if we have computers, then we can.
No.
So there's a deficiency from our side. But then, if you don't understand the question, I can read it.
I think, Doctor, you have missed one thing. The question that should limit to environmental dimensions, not all SDG.
Yeah, accelerating the implementing the environmental dimension of sustainability.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the
So
key.
challenges with regard to the environmental dimension, not all SDG.
Yeah, so it's related to the environment.
Yes.
That's the key, the basis.
Can you explain what do you mean by the environmental dimension?
So there are
No, there are
water and
there are 5
sanitations.
areas which thematic areas: water and sanitation, sustainable consumption and production, life above land, life below water,
Climate change.
climate change. So those are the environmental dimensions, but then these are also integrated with others. No? So that's also, so you can see, what we'll do is we'll put this one into another computer so that we can see, and this how we can see.
WhatsApp, if you can WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Hey, WhatsApp questions, then we can share. So can you WhatsApp this?
Yeah.
WhatsApp numbers given a
When you read the question on a printed paper, it's quite clear. More than wasting a paper, it will give a better output.
Also here we have all the 3 languages in single thing there, you can understand also. But we can start to discuss.
Yeah, so then can you start, Doctor? No problem.
Because we don't want to
Our
you, but
input.
we can start. For the challenges,
I think
environmental dimensions, water,
water and sanitation, sustainable consumption and production, climate change, life on earth, life below water.
below water,
Life on earth.
Life underwater.
Underwater on earth. Above the ground, below the water. So, ecosystem එක කතා කරන්නේ plant and animals on the ground, below the water කියන දෙකක්. SDG දෙකක්. අනිත් පහක් තියෙනවා.
life below water
ඒ කියන්නේ marine fisheries areas.
life underwater.
නෑ ඒ දෙකම එකයි. Water,
groundwater and surface water, both groundwater and surface water, both.
marine life වෙන එකක් තියෙනවා. අනිත් එක on the land කියන්නේ
On earth.
on earth.
What are the other 3?
Climate action තියෙනවා. Then sustainable. ඒක තමයි බැලුවේ. අපුලුවන් ඔක ඊමේල් කරන්න.
ඊමේල් කරන්න මේක මේ print out එක තුන එකක් practical කියන්න දැන් මේ WhatsApp එකෙන් I think that major challenge is in our country. I think that strict policy to control rules and regulation, policy.
National policy.
National, not, oh yeah, national policy.
National, just to get a clarification now. Sometimes we have the policy, but the gap is the policy implementation.
Yeah.
So you are looking at the policy or the policy implementation?
Strict policy. Now there are a lot of policies and plan and program and everything there. But implementing agencies do not implement strictly that policy.
So mean that
for example,
the challenge is the implementation of the policy.
Yeah, for example, in the GSMB, there is a in our country there is a policy, sand mining and other things. But the GSMB do not implement exactly strictly that policy. So
the thing is, law is there. Institutions are there, policy also there. That the problem is when it comes to implementation,
yeah.
everyone should be same in front of the law, but that's not happening in Sri Lanka.
So therefore, proper implementation of not only the policy but also regulatory and other systems.
Yeah. So not only policy, the policy, regulations, guidelines. Both are three aspects are essential to implement any.
To add the two telephone number. Where the telephone number?
Yeah, now they are sending the two emails.
Yeah. Please add to.
diverted from the normal systems. Now anything is online. And now we are going to some other things, even the band approval, even procurement, likewise. So we are in the process of doing it.
Maybe this point can be taken up at the next part of the question.
So
How can you scale up?
That's a scale. That's how it
How can you scale up?
That's a scale up.
It is happening, but not in the way we expect. And also, I think now here, the going virtual has many different, the versions at the level. But what Mr. Lawrence mentioned is what is happening in the industry. Yeah. So likewise, different sectors must be having different ways. But this is the going virtual with many different, the variations.
Maybe different levels.
We take that as one best practice. Can you think of two other things?
Very simply, the health habits you are using, mask and washing hands, that prominently decrease the number of diseases. Habits are had in anything. Yeah, correct.
Individual and community level.
All levels. Even in that industry, so
immunity improvement එහෙම නැත්නම්
නෑ අර දැන් ජපානයේ වෙන්නේ ජපානයේ ගියාම කවදාවත් දකින්නේ නෑනේ එම්බිසාවක් ඇත්තක් තියෙන්නේ ඉන්න අරගෙන යනවා යන්තම් හරි යාට උගුරට දෙනනේ මාස්ක් එකක් දාලා best practices නේද දැන් අපේ දොස්තරලා මේ බෙහෙත් දෙන එක අඩු වෙලා තියෙනවා ඔය ලෙඩ ටිකට සාමාන්‍ය වුණ වෛරස් වුණ අරව දැන් මොකක් අඩුයි
Health safeguard
prevention practices is like prevention වගේ එකක් නේද නිකන් ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද දැන් මේකට හුරු වෙලානේ so we are wearing masks and keeping the distance so that it has become normal
ඒකට අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් preventive health care
something like that preventive health care
නෑ මේ what he says is correct absolutely අවුරුදු දෙකටම මට කොරෝනා හැදෙනකම් හැම්බිරිස් හැදුවා නැත්තම් සාමාන්‍ය මාසික සැරයක් හදනවා
even now we got this circular from the government now even people hesitant to adopt with that they say that you can remove your mask but we are
අපි ගලවන්නේ so that's the second point
is that called herd immunity you mean to term it herd immunity right
sorry
is that called herd immunity
No, it's something else.
No.
It's something else.
Preventive
is self-imposed.
Right. Okay.
Self-imposed. We have, avoided the bad food. People stop drinking. Even the fear of COVID, some people have stopped drinking. I mean, the immunity will come down and all that.
Smoking is
self-discipline. It's self-discipline.
self-employed because especially women's empowerment in a certain way because they also contributed to getting herbs, drying herbs, packaging and selling the kottamali and various things like that. Plus the gardening at home in pots, especially in the urban areas and all, that was it was promoted.
ඒකට නිකන් ලස්සන මේකක් දාන්න පොයින්ට් කරන්නේ ඒක අර වගේ අපි going virtual මොකක්ද අපි කිව්වේ preventive health care can you give a nice
Self-reliance.
Self-reliance. Security පැත්තද?
දැන් herbal products වලට අපි කැමති වෙච්ච එක එක පොඩ්ඩක් අනිත් එක පොඩි security වැඩි කරගන්න අපි gardening කරපුවා ටිකක් වැඩිපුර වැඩ කරපු එක තව
indigenous
ගොඩක් හදා තියෙනවානේ අපි
ඒක ඔක්කොම ටික එකතු වෙන එක වචන දෙක තුනක් ෆයිල්
ඉස්සලා කිව්වට ඒක කනෙක්ට් වෙන පොඩ්ඩක් කරා. එහෙමයි ඒක වෙනම එකට ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් හොඳයි කියන අපේ self sufficiency නෙමෙයි. පොඩ්ඩක් අර මේ පොඩි independence එකක් අපිනේ.
එතකොට මේ virtualම පැත්ත තමයි digital connectivity කියන එක දැන් sharing of resources වලට ගත්තොත් දැන් ගුරුවරයෙක්ව share කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙලා තියෙනවා ගොඩාක් ළමයින්ට කලින්ට වඩා. virtual එකේ තියෙනවා නමුත් ඊට වඩා දෙයක් දැන් information එකක් ආවොත් ඒක viral වෙලා ලංකාවම යන්න හරි පොඩ්ඩ වෙලා යන්නේ ඉස්සරට වඩා. ඒක virtual එකේම නෙවෙයි මොකක් හරි අපි දැන් පෙට්‍රල් තියනවා කියලා කිව්වොත් අහවල් ෂෙඩ් එකේ ඒක දැනගන්න මුළු community එකම. ඉස්සර එහෙම නැහැ. මොකක් හරි එහෙම change එකක් වුණෙත් ඔය ඕක නිසා තමයි. sharing of resources නේ ඒක community behavior එකක් තමයි ඒක. මම දන්නේ එකෙන් පළක් තියනවද කියලා. නමුත්
sharing resource කියලා ගත්ත කියන්නේ sharing culture කියලා දෙකට කියන්නේ.
ඒ කියන්නේ කල්චර් එක තමයි චේන්ජ් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හැබැයි to share a resource මොනවාරි knowledge එක වෙන්න පුළුවන් දැන් මේ
maximum utilization of resources made available resources utilization එක වැඩි වෙච්ච එකනේ maximum තමයි අපි
මොකක්ද කියන්නේ
අනිත් එක මේ සරලවම කිව්වොත් වැඩි මේ කෝඩි ඔක්කොම අපි ලයිෆ් ස්ටයිල් එක සිම්ප්ලිෆයි කරලා නේද ඔය ඔක්කොම ටික කියන්නේ
traditional
it inclusive of agriculture
traditional knowledge
oral lifestyle change කියලා දෙන්න නේද
ඒ කියන්නේ මේ දවසට අඩියක් ගහුවේ නැතුව ඉන්න බෑ කියපු මිනිස්සු බොන්න නැතුව හිටියනේ මාස ගන්න.
බයට හිටියා.
ඔව්
අනේ උණු වතුර බොනවා.
කොත්තමල්ලි ටිකක් බොනවා.
oral lifestyle
අපි ඊළඟ පාර්ට් එකට how do we scale up business? How do we either maintain or improve what we have now identified?
ඒක මේක එක කැටගරි එකට වෙන වෙනම ස්කේල් අප් වෙනවා නේ.
scale up කරන්නේ. The first one
it's not 100% එක sectors වලට ඒක වෙනස්. එතකොට දැන් ඒකේ public ගත්තොත් private ගත්තොත් civil society ගත්තොත් ඒ තුනට මම හිතන්නේ කැඩෙන්න වෙනවා නේ ස්කේල් අප් එක.
Scale up එක කරනවා.
So then the public sector is very less. Maybe 10% something like that. Less than
අපි ගොඩක් අස්සක් අස්සනක් එපැයිනේ. අපි ගොඩක් අස්සක් අපි අස්සනක් ඕන ෆයිල් එකේ. නැත්නම් අපිට virtually දැම්ම කියලා දැනගන්න place electronic signature on that letter. Public sector that is there.
අපිට freedom එක තියෙනවා because we are in the government. We have that freedom.
Yes. But in our case the documents always have to have a
virtual කියන එක ඊළඟට connect ඊළඟට දැන් අපි ඊළඟ දැන් scale up කියනකොට but there are constraints. Going virtual there are constraints.
Number one devices නෑ මොකටද?
Devices නෑ, the signal issues,
power cuts.
මේක lifestyle change. You see the
virtual transformation. Point cannot again virtual transformation can like that.
So that means the scaling up the digital improvement of digital infrastructure is essential. We can find enough ways, but we have time.
Plus minus දෙකම තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ සමහර දැන් ඔය transformation එකේදී අපේ මේ අර skill high skill මේ අයට තමයි job එන්නේ. ගොඩක් වෙලාට designers ලාට engineers ලාට අප්රූව් කළා නේද? ඒ platforms වල වැඩ කරන්න පුළුවන් set එකක් වෙන්නත් නැහැ. ඒත් ඒක opportunities තව ගොඩාක් එනවා දැන් ඔය videos වල release වෙනවා. So lot of opportunities. Transformation in virtual. ඒක එතකොට දැන් industry එකේ මම හිතන්නේ very set upper level.
අපි වෙන question එකක් ඒකට
තමයි.
එතකොට අනිත් එකකට ගමුද මේක?
ඩොලර් එකේ ප්‍රශ්න ගත්තත් ඒ වගේ එකක් නැති වුණා ආටිෆිෂියල් යට තියාගෙන ඉන්නත් ඒ තියෙන තාක්කල් අනිත් දේවල් වලට හරියට කෙරෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒකත් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒකත් එන්න ඕනේ.
ඒකට වෙනම විදියකින් සපෝට් කරලා
ඒක ෆුවල් සබ්සිඩයිස් කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ටාගටඩ් සබ්සිඩිස් දෙන්නේ කටට විතරයි. දැන් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ ෆුවල් එක අඩු කරන අපිත් ගන්න මේ ගන්නට බැරි එක්කෙනත් ගන්න අපිට වැඩි පුළුවන් එක්කෙනත් ගන්න. අපි මොකක්ද විතර මේකේ පාත් එකකට ගන්න මේ ප්‍රොමෝට් රිනියුවබල් එනර්ජි වලට.
එකක් තමයි ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන එක මේ
ඔව් නැත්නම් හොඳ ප්‍රයිස් එකක් දෙන එක නේද?
ඉකොනොමික් ප්‍රයිස් එකක් දීලා මේක ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන එක.
ඔව්. ඒක feasible වෙන feed
නෑ දැන් ගියසරේ ගවර්න්මන්ට් එකකින් ඒක ගෙනාවනේ අර ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් කාර් ගෙනල්ලා. ඒගොල්ලෝ උන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එක තිබ්බා වින් පවර් අරගෙන එතකොට රෑට අපි ලයිට් ඔෆ් කරනවා රෑ අරක ප්ලග් කරනවා. වින් පවර් කොහොමත් ඒක හැම වෙලාවෙම ඒ ගාන දෙනවනේ අපිට. එතකොට ඒකෙන් අරක charge කරගන්නවා ඊට පස්සේ දවල්ට ඒක යූස් කරන්න. ඒ සිස්ටම් එකක් තියලා ඉන්නේ ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් කාර් ගොඩාක් ගණන් අඩු කරේ. පස්සේ ඒක ආයෙ වෙනස් වුණා concept ඉතින් ඒක ගන්නවා. නමුත් ඒක හොඳ concept එකක් අද. ඒ හින්දා තමයි ඒක ඉකොනොමික් ප්‍රයිස් එකකට ගන්න වෙනවා දැන් අපිට සෝලර් පැනල් එකක් හයි කරගන්න ගියා සාමාන්‍ය කෙනෙක්ට නැත්නම් ඩේ ටයිම් එකේ අපිට මේ වලට සෝලර් පැනල් යූස් කරන්න පුළුවන්. අර ඒක ඔව් ඒක මේ අපිට නිකන් මේක කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් සාමාන්‍ය ලයිට්නින් වල අනිත් ඒවාට බෑ මොකද ක්ලවුඩ් ආපු ගමන් අර වෝල්ටේජ් එක ඩ්‍රොප් වෙනකොට අනිත් ඒවාට කරන්න බෑ. ඒතර මේවට ඒක යූස් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකින්ද ඉකොනොමික් මේ වැලියු එකකට ප්‍රයිසස් ගන්න වෙනවා මේ ඒ වගේ රිනියුවබල් එනර්ජි වල.
ප්‍රොමෝට් බැංක් ලෝන්
ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් රේට් US එකකින් අහගන්න පුළුවන් දෙයකට පාවිච්චි කරන ටර්මිනොලොජි මොකක්ද කියලා මේ කියපු කතාව දැන්.
ඒකට අතර වීඩි ටැරිෆ් එක තමයි අපි දැනට අපේ ලංකාවේ සක්සස් වුණේ දැන් සෝලර් වැඩිපුරම ජනප්‍රිය අර වීඩි ටැරිෆ් එක රුපියල් 22.50 ටැරිෆ් එක දැම්මේ නැත්නම් ඔය
කොහොමද යන්නේ.
හැබැයි දැන් ඒ ටැරිෆ් එක ඉස්ස කරන්න බෑ. දැන් ඇත්තටම අර ප්‍රයිස් තුන්ගුණයක් විතර වෙලානේ ඩොලර් එකේ ප්‍රශ්නේ. එතකොට අර ඒ තියෙන ටැරිෆ් එක රිවයිස් කරන්න වෙනවා මේ දැන් තියෙන කොස්ට් එකත් එක්ක බලන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේක දැන් ආයෙත් දැන් ඩවුන් වෙලා තියෙනවා.
ඒකට අපි යන්න පුළුවන් මොනවා ඒකට මේක යන්න පුළුවන්. පොලිසිද එතකොට අපි වෙන්න ඕනේ. පොලිසි පැත්තද?
ඒක පොලිසි නේ.
පොලිසිත් ඕනේ අනිත් එක මේ ඉකොනොමික් මේ
රේටින්ග්ද මොනවද ඒක දාන්න වෙන්නේ මොනවද
ඉකොනොමික්
පොලිසි එක නැෂනල් පොලිසි එකේම තියෙනවානේ 70%ක් කරනවා.
ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ටේෂන් තමයි වැදගත්. ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ට් කරන්න ඕනේ.
ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් ප්‍රොපෝසල්ස් වෙන්නේ.
අපි ටැරිෆ් එක හරි වැලියු එකට ගන්න.
මොන සෝද්දේ වගේ තෙල්
ඉකොනොමික් ප්‍රයිස් එකක් කියන්නේ ප්‍රයිස් එක ඉන්ට්‍රොඩියුස් කරන්න ඕනේ හැමෝටම ඒක මේ ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඔව් affordable price එකකට.
අතරම දැන් ඩීසල් වලින් තර්මල් පවර් ජෙනරේෂන් වලට යන කොස්ට් එක උගක් වැඩි නේ. ඒක අපි රිනියුවබල් වලට දුන්නා නම් අපිට ඒක රට ඉසුරු වෙනවා නේ. ඒක ඔපරේෂනල් කොස්ට් එකක් නැහැ නේ.
දැන් ෆොසිල් ෆුවල් වලින් ගන්න ඒවාට කීයක් වගේ දෙනවද?
මේ ප්ලාන්ට් එක අනුව වෙනස් වෙනවා. සමහර ප්ලාන්ට් වල රුපියල් 100ටත් වැඩි යනවා.
ඒතර අපිට සූර්ය බල ශක්තිය දෙන්නේ 22යි. අරකට දෙනවා 100ක්. ඒතර එතන තියෙන ලොකු මේව එකක්. අපි එතකොට ඒක අපි කියන්න පුළුවන් ද ෆීඩින් ටැරිෆ් එක රිවයිස් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා මේවට සපෝට් කරන විදියට.
තියෙන කොස්ට් එකට
ගැලපෙන විදියට වෙනස් කරන්න. ඇත්තට මේක තමයි ලොකුම ක්‍රයිසිස් එක දැන්.
ඒක අපි නවත් කවුරු මොනවත් කරන්න ඕනේ.
අවසානයේ ඕක
ඒක ආව නම් ඒක මූව් වෙනවා හරියට. දැන් මේ ආටිෆිෂියලි මේක පහළ තියාගෙන අනිත් එකට වැඩියෙන් දෙන්න. Review and revise feeding tariff කියලා මම ලියන්නේ. හැබැයි feeding tariff දෙකටම
එන්න ඕනේ.
හයිඩ්‍රෝ වලටත් තියෙනවා. වලටත් තියෙනවා. නෑ fossil fuel වලටත් තියෙනවානේ. ඒකටත් අපි feeding tariff නේද කියන්නේ නැද්ද? ඒකට මොකද්ද කියන්නේ? දැන් අපි ජෙනරේට් කරලා සිස්ටම් එකට
දෙනකොට කියවන එක.
හැබැයි අරක රිවයිස් වෙන්න ඕනේ නේද?
අරක රිවයිස් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක එතකොට
power purchase agreement වල තියෙන price එක.
ඒක අපි මෙතන කියන්න ඕනේ මේක අපි රිනිවල් එකට අපි කතා කරන එක නේද?
ඔව්. ආ feeding tariff එන්නේ renewable වලට විතරයි නේ?
විතරයි.
ඒතර මම ලියුවා review and revise feeding tariff කියලා. ඒකට ඒක capture වෙනවා නේද මේක? ඒකට ඇති නේද? sustainable consumption of resources. ඒක නම් කල්චර් එකේ මැදේ පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් ගන්නන්න ඕනේ.
ඒක තමයි එක විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන්ම පටන් ගන්න ඕනේ ඒක. ඒක ලියා ගන්න ඕනේ.
এডুকেෂන් කරිකුලම් එකේ
දැන් ඇත්තටම අපේ এডুকেෂන් සිස්ටම් එකේ එහෙම එකක් නැහැ ගොඩක් අය. ආවට අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් හැම සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකක් ඉගෙන ගත්තට ඒ ප්‍රොටෙක්ෂන් මිනිමම් යූස් එක ඒ මොනවත් නැහැ. ඔව් ඒක යන් ඒ කියන්නේ
ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එකක් ගත්තහම සිලබස් එක කම්පැනි විදිහට හදනවාද කියන එක ඉන්ෂුවර් කරගෙන අපිට පර්චේස් කරන්න
ඒකත් එකක් හොඳයි.
පළවෙනි එක awareness raising කිව්වේ.
ඔව් awareness එක ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳලම මේ දැනුවත් කරගන්න ඒකට ඇඩ් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා.
ඒක ආපහු ලීඩ් කරන්නේ අපේ තියෙන ඇටිටියුඩ්ස් වලටනේ.
ඔව්.
ඇටිටියුඩ්ස් වලට එකතු වෙන්න ඕන කරිකියුලම් වල ඉඳලම හැදෙන්න ඕන. ඒක ඉතල වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් ඉස්කෝලේම වෙන්න නෙවෙයි.
නෑ ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එක හොඳයි. එතකොට එතන ඉඳන් වෙනවනේ.
ඔව්. ඒක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මිනිස්ට්‍රියම මොකක්ද
නෑ එතන දැන් ජපානයේම ඒ ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන්ම පටන් ගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට ඒ ළමයි ලොකු වෙනකොට ඒක ඔළුවේ ගිහිල්ලා ඉවරයි. දැන් අපේ එහෙම එකක් නැහැ.
ඔව්. ඇටිටියුඩ් චේන්ජ් කියන එක තියෙන හැබැයි ඒකට තව දේවල් ඕන එක වෙන්නේ නේ. එතකොට
දැන් අපේ ඇත්තටම ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන්ම දැනට ඉතින් අපේ තියෙන මේ කන්ට්‍රි එකේ තියෙන සිටුේෂන් එක අනුව මොකද දැන් සමහර ගෙවල් වල ඕක දෙන්න බැරි අවස්ථා තියෙනවනේ ඇත්තම. හරි එතකොට දැන් ළමයා හරි ගිහින් කියනවනේ මෙහෙම කරන්න කියලා.
ecosystem restoration වලට මොකක්ද අපි ගන්න? ඒක තියෙනවා behavioral part එක නේද? behavioral අපි ඒ දැනක විනාශ කළා නේද අපි කාපු දැන කාපු පොළට ගෙතන දාලා වතුර දාලා ඒකත් අර කල්චරලි හැදෙන්න ඕන එකක්. පොලුෂන් එක
ප්‍රොක්යුමන්ට් වගේ ප්‍රැක්ටිසස් වලට ගියොත්
ඒක නම් ඇත්තටම
දෙවෙනි එකට දැම්ම ඇටිටියුඩිනල් චේන්ජ් කියලා දැම්මා. ඊට පස්සේ ස්කූල් කරිකියුලා ෆැමිලි කියලා දැම්මා. ඒක ඇටිටියුඩ් චේන්ජ් එකට ෆීඩ් කරනවා අර දෙවෙනි ලෙවල් එකේ නේ. ecosystem restoration එක
ඒකට නෑ හැබැයි පොලිසිසිත් ඕනනේ අපිට. විශේෂයෙන්ම පොලිසි ඩෙවලොප් වෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකද දැන් තියෙන ඒවා මඩි ඇත්තටම ගොඩාක් දේවල් ඕනේ.
මීපැක් එහෙම කරනවා නේද ecosystem restoration වැඩ CCD එකෙන් කරනවා නේ?
ඔව්. මම කියන්නේ අපේ තියෙන්නේ අපි දැන් ආයතන ගොඩාක් ඉන්න කියන ඕලත් වෙනවානේ. ඒක ආයතන ගොඩක් මල්ලත් කරනවා මැක්සිස් අපිත් කරනවා මොරල්ස් කරනවා.
අන්න ඒක එක මොකක් හරි නැෂනල් පොලිසි එකක් ඕනේ ඩෙවලොප් කරගන්න අපිට.
මොනවද රෙස්ටෝර් කරන්න ඕනේ ecosystems
ඒ කියන්නේ කාටවත් එතකොට මේ ඒකට උඩින් යන්න බෑ. නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ
ඉන්න නිකන් national plan එකක් වගේ strategy and plan එකක් වගේ ecosystem restoration එක ඒක තමයි කවුරුත් follow කරන්නේ.
ඒක කවුරුත් follow කරන්නේ.
දැන් අපේ ළඟ database එකකුත් හරියන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් අංගුරු සමහරදම NGOs ගොඩක් කරනවා. අපි කරනවා. කොහොම කරනවානේ.
information base එකක් ඇති ඒවත්
national policy එකක් ඕනේ. ඒක තමයි number 1. ඒකත් එක්ක තමයි අපි ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ.
නෑ මේ data අයව කරාට data pass වෙන්නේ
පාස් නෑ ඒක පොයින්ට් එකක් නෑ ඒක එන්ඩ් එක ඔව් අර වගේ වෙන තරම් තියෙනවා එතන බීට් කරනවා
ඒක හැම එක සෙට් එකකම තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඒ කියන්නේ අවුරුදු කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ කීප දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. දැන් මේගොල්ලෝගේ ගත ඉරිගේෂන් එක පැත්තක. මහවැලි එක ඇග්‍රීරියන් සර්විස් තව තැනකට යනවා. ඒ වෝටර් සෙක්ටර් එකට ගියාම ඒගොල්ලෝගේ වෙන වෙනම මේවා තියෙනවා. same country same code නම ප්‍රශ්නේ.
ඒකට පළවෙනි එක හරි මං හිතන්නේ නේ. අපි ආයි වෙනව දුන්නොත් අපෝ එමු ඒකට නේ. දෙවෙනි එකට යමු නේ.
හරිනේ පළවෙනි එක.
ඔව් පළවෙනි එක හරි. අපෝ අපි දිහා බලමු. දෙවෙනි එක කියවුවොත් ඒක තියෙන්නේ what are the actions?
coordinate කරන්නේ. that will scale up the change towards the health.
action ගන්න එකද?
ඔව්. දැන් අර අන්තිමට කියපු ගෙදෙන්ට
හැබැයි පොලිසි වගේ. පොලිසි එක තමයි නම්බර් 1 ඔය
action මෙතන එනවා ඒක තමයි
කමන්නේ මේ එකට එකක් සම්බන්ධයි.
ඇක්ෂන් එක තමයි නම්බර් 1 එක පොලිසි එකක් මොකක් හරි රටට.
මොන පොලිසියද?
ඒ කියන්නේ හැම සෙක්ටර් එකකටම මොනවා හරි නැෂනල් පොලිසි එකක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඒක උඩ ඉඳගෙන තමයි ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එක
රිනියුබල් එනර්ජි තියෙන පොලිසි එකක් තියෙනවද? තියෙනවා නේ.
නැෂනල් පොලිසි එකක් වගේ.
නැෂනල් පොලිසි. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි දැන් රිනියුබල් එනර්ජි පොලිසි එක තියෙනවා. එතකොට හැම ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එකක්ම මේක යූස් කරන්න ඕනේ. මේ 100ට මෙච්චරක් හරි. එතකොට මොකක් හරි එකක් එනවනේ. අපිට
තව එකක්. ඒකත් එක්ක කැපැසිටි වෙන මොකද සමහර ටෙක්නොලොජිස් අපිට මේවා ගන්න දෙන කැපැසිටි නැති කම. ඒ වගේ ඉන්ටර්ලින්ක් ඇත්තටම. හැබැයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔය ටික වෙන වෙන්නේ. data information එකක් sharing එක.
ડોක්ටර් ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියවනේ ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එකේ ඩස්බින් එකට දානවා කියලා.
ඔව්.
ඒතකොට ඩස්බින් එකට දාන්න අපි ඔක තියලා තියෙනවා.
ඔය ඩස්බින් එක දාන්නේ මේ තුනම යන්න පුළුවන් ඩස්බින් එකට. වෙන කවුරුවත් කිව්වේ නැත්තම් මේ තුන ඉන්න අද මේවා ඒක මේ ගැන ඩස්බින් එකට.
ඒක ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් ලියවෙ මොන හරි තුනෙන් එක ලියවෙනවද?
නෑ ඒක ලියවිලා නෑ. ඒක මේ තව තුනක් ඇඩ් කරා ඒක.
ඒක නැති හින්දා ලොකු එන්වයරන්මන්ටල් ඩැමේජ් එකක් ඇතුළේ වෙනවා.
ඒක ඇත්ත ඉම්පෝර්ට් ඒවා ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. මෙතන අපිට තියෙනවා මේ සිලෙක්ෂන් එකක් කරන්න මේ කියන ලිස්ට් එකෙන් මොකක්ද අපි ගෲප් එකේ හැටියට ඕගොල්ලෝ අපි නෙමෙයි මම නැතුව ඕගොල්ලෝ මොකක්ද හොඳම টොප් 3 කියලා කිව්වොත් දැන් 10ක් තියෙනවානේ. දැන් මේ තියෙන තුන තමයි එකක් පොලිටිකල් ඉන්ෆ්ලුවෙන්සර්ස් එක, පොලිසි ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ටේෂන්, රෙගුලටරි එක, තුන්වෙනි එක ඉන්ස්ටිටියුෂනල් මේක, data information, capacity, technology එකට එන්න පුළුවන්, then finance.
අපි මේ
ඔය 6 ගත්තොත් what do you think? ඒක දෙකක් නේ. Financial මෙහෙම කියන්නේ implementation policy enforcement guidelines including the product upload කරලා including financial allocations are in
ડોක්ටර් අර පොලිසි ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ටේෂන් එකට තව වචනයක් දාන්න වගේ යෝජනාවක් තියෙනවා. ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ටේෂන් ඇන්ඩ් මොනිටරින් කියලා. මොනිටරින් ප්‍රොසෙස් එකකුත් නැහැ අපි.
and progress monitoring කියලා දාන්නේ.
ඔව් progress හරි නිකම්ම monitoring එකවත් හරි progress එක හරි අපි
එතෙන්ද බජට් කියලා දාන්න බෑ.
මොනිටරින් කියලා වින් කරේ
දැන් පොලිසිය එක මොනිටර් කරන්නේ නැහැ කවුරුත්. ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ටේෂන් එක මොනිටර් වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ.
නෑ අපි ඔක්කොම අප්‍රූවල් අරගෙන ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ටේෂන් එකට යන්නේ අප්‍රූවල් වලදී උනාද නැද්ද
කියලා බලන්නේ කවුරුත්. දැන් අපි හිතමු කොලොමෙටික්
ඔතොරිටි එක තියෙනවා.
නෑ ඒ ආයතනේ හරි තියෙන්නේ කාට හරි ආයතනයකද?
100 තියෙන මොනිටරින්.
නෑ එහෙම තියනවා කියලා කිව්වට දැනට ක්‍රියාත්මක
ඒකත් පොලිටිකල් හින්දා කරන්නේ නැත්නම් තියෙනවා.
I don't know whether political or institutional or any other person, but the problem is my experience is there are a lot of policies and regulation and program, but lack of monitoring is major part.
ඒක මොනිටර් කරනවා. ඒක මොනිටරින් ඔතොරිටි එක තියෙන තැන.
පෙළ කැපැසිටි දැන් weak කරලා තියෙනවා. දැන් there's no
ඒක මේ කැපැසිටි ඒක නැහැ. අනිත් එක ඉතින් අර
කොම්ප්‍රොමයිස් මම එහෙම කරා. ඒ කියන්නේ මම හතරවෙනිකුත් දැම්මා. මොකද තුන කියලා එක එහෙමම නැහැ. සෝ හතරක් ඇඩ් කරා. බජට් කියන එක මම දැම්මා අර මේ පොලිසි එක ඇතුළට. and related budget allocations කියලා. සෝ ඒතර කැප් එකක් එනවනේ. fourth එක මම දැම්ම නිකන් keywords data information capacity technology කියලා. ඒත් ඔයගලගේ discussion එකේ point එක capture වෙලා දිනවනේ මෙතනනේ. So ඒක තමයි end it right. So I will just read it. Improper political interferences, lack of proper implementation of and progress monitoring of policies, enforcement of laws, regulations, guidelines and related budget allocations. ඊළඟට lack of institutional framework and coordination, data information capacity technology. Okay නේ. We'll go to the next one, the same question. මේවා කොහොමද මේ අපි implement enabling environment එක set කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා. ඔය හතරට. දැන් පළවෙනි ගත්තොත් political interferences කතාවේදී ඒක අපි ඒක enabling වෙන්න ඕනේ environment එක කොහොමද එන්න ඕනේ. කොහොමද අපි ඒකට address කරන්නේ? අපි කොහොමද මේ issue එක මේවා කරන්නේ? ඔය political මේකක් තියෙනවනේ අපි දාන issue එක. ඒකට උත්තරයක් තියෙන්න එපා. What do you think? How that's very difficult thing.
හැබැයි ඒකට බොහොම හොඳ the real decision එක I think that the educated people should become a politician in our country.
ඒ ඔක්කොම ආන්සර් එක පාර්ලිමේන්තු එක මොනවද තව කවුන්සිල් එකේ අප්‍රූවල් එක අප්‍රූවල් වෙන තැනක් වෙන්න ඕන. දැන් අපිට සෙනෙට් කියලා තියෙන්නේ.
There should be freedom for officers to implement their decisions.
ඒතර පොඩි පොයින්ට් එකක් තියෙන. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කතා කරන්නේ
එහෙම නැත්නම් national එහෙම නැත්නම් national level එකේ body එකක් establish කරන්න ඕනේ policies implement වෙන එක ගැන තීන්දුව ගන්න.
නෑ ඒක කරන්න බෑ. ඒක පාර්ලිමේන්තු එකේ යන එකනේ. පාර්ලිමේන්තු
මෙතන මම දෙකක් කියද මෙතුමා කියන්නේ regarding the policy implementation. ඒකෙදි මේ කතා කරේ political
දැන් ඉන්දියාවේ ඒක තියෙන. ඉන්දියාවේ කියන national policy council එක කියලා ගමු. national policy council එක. එතකොට ඒ council එකට මහා බලයක් තියෙනවා.
අපි එක policy implementation gap එකට එක දාමු. ඒ කියන්නේ to establish a national council.
national policy council කියලා එකක් කියන්නේ. එතකොට ඒකේ ඉන්නේ expert line එක. එයාලා තමයි
political එකනේ මේ කියන්නේ policy implementation.
ඒක රටේ ලෝකයක් වෙන්නේ කොහොමද එතකොට?
I can
දැන් අපි ඔය තියෙන අධිකරණ සේවා කොමිෂන් සභාවේ
implementation
කොමිෂන් සභාවක් තියෙන්නේ. අධිකරණ සේවා, රාජ්‍ය සේවා, ඊට පස්සේ මූල්‍ය උසස් නිලධාරීන්ට පත් කිරීම. ඒ වගේ තියෙන කොමිෂන් සභාව.
council එක දාන්නේ implementation aspect එක. අපි කියන්නේ policy එකක් regulation නැහැ කියලා නෙමෙයි. policies තියෙනවා, regulations තියෙනවා, ඒවා implement වෙන්න එකක් තියෙනවා. අපිට ඇතුළේ regulations තියෙනවා, තියෙන policies තියෙනවා, but implement වෙන්නේ. implement එක බලන්න council එකක් දාන එක තමයි අපි commission එකක්.
දැන් ડોක්ටර් දැන් අපේ තියෙන්නේ
ඒක
powerful එකක් වෙන්න ඕනේ.
ඒක පාර්ලිමේන්තු එකේ තියෙන power එකේ තියෙන්නේ.
ඔව් ඒක empower කරන්න ඕනේ ඒගොල්ලෝනේ. අපි කිය empowerment of එහෙම තමයි empowerment
establish කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ නේ. ඉතින් අලුතින් structure එකක් හදන.
ඒ කියන්නේ establishment and empowerment. establish
national council කියන්නේ දැන් ඔය අධිකරණ සේවා කොමිෂන් සභාවේ කොමිෂන් සභාව වගේ independent commission කිව්වත් හරි නැත්නම් council කිව්වත් හරි.
දෙකම දාන්නේ.
So what? Implementation.
Policy implementation.
එතකොට ඒව චේන්ජ් කරන්න බලයක් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒව කඩා පිළිගන්න දාන්න වෙන්නේ. ඒ වගේම පරිබාහිරුමුත් නැහැ.
physical planning එකේ මොකටද කරන්නේ?
physical planning එකේ plan එකක් හදලා තියෙනවා 2013 ත් හදුවානේ. 2013 හදලා තියෙනවා. ඒ physical plan එකේ තියෙනවා මේ නුවරඑළියේ බදුල්ලේ කඳුකර එකේ ගෙවල් හදන්න 10ක් කියලා. හරි? ගෙවල් හදන්න ඕනේ, ව්‍යාපාර කරන්න ඕනේ, බිල්ඩින් හදන්න ඕනේ මේ පොළොන්නරුව, කුරුණෑගල, අනුරාධපුර කියලා low land එකේ. But in this moment do not implement. someone here is the physical planning? Yeah.
That is the main issue. Now I am the DG of the district.
Yeah. The last week also we have prepared one of the plan, no?
Yeah, there are two plans.
Yeah.
2007 and 2019. But based on the manifesto, we have, according to the government policy framework, we have changed some new updated. That is these days we are preparing that, and that is the main issue. That implementation strategy is very weak. We have identified actually.
Yeah. I know. The last week I will discuss with you.
Yes, what are the environment fragile zone, we have sensitive areas, everything is there. But problem is, we can't implement properly because of all projects, more than 10 million or something go to the National Planning Department. But for the implementation strategy, they have to comply with our plan. But National Planning Department, sometimes they just our concern, sometimes they can implement without our. That is why these days we are trying to, that is why you also join this for the discussion, trying to implement this.
ඒ 2013 හදපු එකට මම කන්ට්‍රිබියුට් කරා මේ විමල් වීරවංශ හිටියේ එතකොට අදාළ මිනිස්ට්‍රි එකේ ප්ලෑනින් එකේ. Yeah. 2013 නේද ඒක? 2019.
මම හැම එකටම එන්වයරන්මන්ට් කතාව දැම්මා නිකන්. මොකද මේ අපි මේ කතා කරන එන්වයරන්මන්ට් ඩිවිෂන් එක ඇතුලේ මේ ඉතින් මේ අරකේ මේ මේක මේ අපේ enabling environment කියන එකේ මම හිතා පොලිසි එකට මම හිතා මේක හොඳ එකක්. පොලිටිකල් එකට මොකක්ද දාන්න පුළුවන්? පොලිටිකල් එකට
අපි අනිත් පැත්තෙන් කියනවා virtual platform වැඩි කරන්න කියලා. ඒතකොට මේ පැත්තෙන් කියනවා ඒක නවත්තන්න කියලා. එහෙම බෑනේ.
එහෙම නෙවෙයි ලිමිට් කරන දැන් ඉස්කෝලේ ළමයින්ට ෆිසිකල් ඒ කියන්නේ ඉස්කෝලේ ළමයි වලට
අපි අර කියවනේ self discipline වැඩි කරන්න වෙනස් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා. මෙහෙමයි මෙතන මුලින්ම තීරණය කරමු අපි මොනවද අපි කරපු bad practice මේ කොරෝනා වෙලාවේ. අපි මුලින්ම කරපු bad practices තියෙනවානේ. ඒකෙන් most important තුනක් අරගෙන ඒක මේකේ ලියමු. හරිද? සාමාන්‍යයෙන් group discussion එකක first rule එක තමයි අපි 7 දෙනෙකුට වැඩිනම් කරන්න බෑ කියනවනේ. 7 දෙනෙකුට වැඩිනම් කරන්න බෑ. දෙකෙන් බෙදලා ගන්න කිව්වට මම කොහොමද දෙකෙන් බෙදලා ගන්න. හරි. ඊට පස්සේ අපි ඒ කියපු ඒවා වඩාත් වැදගත් community wise world එකක් හැටියට අපිට විනියන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක් ගැන කතා කරන්න. මේක මෙතනින් විදිහෙන් කරන්න වැඩ නෙමෙයි මේ. අපි මේ country report එක ගන්න ඕනේ.
හරි. දැන් අපි මෙහෙම කරමුකෝ. දැන් අපි තුනක් තෝරාගෙන තියෙනවා. අනිත් ඒවා අපිට තේරෙනවා සමහර වෙලාවට politically sensitive ඒවා. අපි ඒවා politically පැත්තකින් තියමු. අපිට කියලා නැහැ ඔක්කොම ටික දෙන්න කියලා. හරි. අපි මේ වෙලාවේ ඔය තුන identify කරගන්න. නේද? දැන් political sensitive එකක් තියෙනවා නම් අපි මේ country එකක් විදිහට ගිහලා ප්‍රශ්න කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. සද්ද නැති ඉන්නවා. හරි. එහෙනම් ඊළඟට යන්න අපි.
හරි. පැකේජින් අපි ගොඩක් යූස් කරන්නේ ක්වොලිටි වගේ හැම වෙලාවෙම අපි කරනවා
ඒක කතා කරලා යරගොල්ලෝ හෙල්දි ප්ලැනට් එකේ රීයුස් කියන එක
දැන් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එකතරත් අපි එනවා ඊළඟ ක්වෙස්චන් එකක් තියෙනවා දැන් අපි අර දෙක හරි දැන් ඊළඟට තියෙන්නේ මේ අපි ඉන්නේ දැන් කියන්නේ අපි මේ කතා කරපු ඒවා අපි මේ බෙස්ට් ප්‍රැක්ටිසස් අපි ෂෙයා කරගන්න හදන්නේ අනික් කන්ට්‍රීස් එක්ක මේ ක්වෙස්චන් එකෙන් අහන්නේ මේවා හැම අනික් කන්ට්‍රීස් වලට පුළුවන්ද ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න අනික් කන්ට්‍රීස් වල පුළුවන්ද මේවා අයින් කරන්න හැම කමියුනිටි එකකට පුළුවන් ද කියලා අහන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේක අපි අර හැම එකක්ම නෙමෙයි අපි මේක හිතේ තියාගෙන තමයි අරව කොයින් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒක තමයි මේකෙන් කියන්නේ. can we share කියන්නේ දැන් ග්ලෝබල් ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් නේ. මේගොල්ලෝ හදන්නේ මේ ඔක්කොම ටික බරගෙන ඊට පස්සේ කියන හරි these are the best practices. all can follow කියලා. අනිවාර්යයෙන්. ඒකෝට දැන් මෙතනින් කරන්න තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේකට අහලා
අපි කියපු ඒවා නේද?
කියවල බලන්න ක්වෙස්චන් එක
ප්‍රශ්නේ කියන්නද මම? How do we ensure that all countries or communities can benefit from opportunities stemming from sustainable and just transition?
කියන්නේ දැන් කොවිඩ් එකත් එක්ක අපි මේ රිකවරි එකක් නේ යන්නේ. එතකොට ඒ රිකවරි එක තමයි අපි බෙස්ට් ප්‍රැක්ටිසස් ගැන කිව්වා. සෙකන්ඩ් එකේ අපි කිව්වා මොනවද අයින් කරන්න ඕන කියලා. එතකොට කියන්නේ මේවා කොහොමද all countries and all communities වලට මේවා කරන්නේ. දැන් සමහර අපි කියපු දේවල් all communities කියන එකට apply නොවෙන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් අපි ඔය කියන මේක මේ virtual transformation කියන එක how do we ensure that it goes to the grassroots level community කියන එක.
ඒකේ තියෙන මේ රටවල් 199ක් තියෙනවනේ නේද? එතකොට දැන් මේ හැම එකේම ලෙවල් එක වෙනස් නේ. ලෙවල් එක වෙනස්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඉන්ෆ්‍රාස්ට්‍රක්චර් නැත්තම් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඒක කරන්න බෑනේ. නේ? Again, for certain countries possible.
countries possible.
Certain countries possible.
දැන් අපි අර අයිත් අර best practices තුනට යමුකෝ අපි. මොනවද අපි කිව්වේ? virtual transformation. එතකොට virtual transformation අපිට පුළුවන් ද අපේ ඔක්කොම communities වලට ඕක යන්න? නෑ. බැරි නම් how do we ensure that? ඒ කියන්නේ digital infrastructure improvement වලින් තමයි අර scale up එකේම කොටසක්. scale up එකේම කොටසක් නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ vertical and horizontal both කියන එක නේ.
හැබැයි ඉතින් මේ SSA නෝනයක දැන් මුළු ලෝකෙම මේ පැත්තට මේකට so we are not going to මේ දෙන්න target නේ. It's a transformation. ඒ transformation එක කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක නේද? ටික වැඩි වෙන එකක් නේ. ඒකට ඒගොල්ලෝගේ level එකටත් implement කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඉඳලා ඒගොල්ලන්ට උඩට යන්න පුළුවන්.
අනිත් එක අපි ලෝකේ අපි හිතන තරම්වත් දැන්
එහෙම නෑ.
නරක නෑ. ඉතියෝපියාවත් දැන්
ඉතියෝපියාව අපිට ගොඩක් ඉස්සරහින් ඉන්නේ.
ඉතියෝපියා, සැම්බියා ඒක ගොඩක් ඉස්සරහින්. අපිට අඩු වෙන්නේ? අපිට අඩුවේ ඉන්න ආජෙන්ටිනාව වගේ
පොඩි රටවල් කීපයක් ඉන්නවා.
අපේ සෙකන්ඩ් එක මොකක්ද කිව්වේ? best practices
preventive health care.
ඒක පුළුවන් ද අපේ ඔය marginalized communities වලට එහෙම? දැන් අපි කියන අපි දැන් තුනක් කතා කරන්නේ best practices කියලා. අපි all countries කියලා අමතක කරලා අපි all communities කියන එක කියමුකෝ. අපේ
possibilities
high ද?
preventive health care. If you give the right awareness to the possibilities.
ඒක නර ස්කේල් අප් එකෙන් තමයි ඒක එන්න ඕනේ නේ.
නෑ ඕක access දුන්නානේ. යන්න ඕන ඇත්තටම වේ වේයන්ස් කියන කැලේදී ඕක අපිට බොහොම සරල වැඩක්. අපි පොඩි කාලේ මම කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 50කට විතර මට 55ක් වෙනවනේ. අවුරුදු 50කට කලින් ලංකාවේ අපි මේ බහාලුකුට කයි ගහුවා টয়ලට් පාවිච්චි කරේ නෑ. උඟක් අඩුයි. අදන්ටත් ලකුණු බලාතේ ලොකු කයි ගහුවා টয়ලට් පාවිච්චි කරලා 50000කට ලක්ෂයකට වැඩි. ඒකෝට ඒක වැඩි කරලා අපි යම්කි ගානකට ගත්තනේ. ඉන්දියාව ගත්තොත් টয়ලට් සයිඩ් පාවිච්චි කරලා පාන දාමත් මේ පාන පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඒව දැන් ටික වැඩි වෙනවනේ. ඒකෝට ඔය එහෙම කොමෙන්ට් එක කොම් කරන්න බෑ. හොඳ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකක් වුත් ඒ වගේ කැපැසිටි බිල්ඩින් ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් යන්න වෙනවා ඒක.
ඒක තමයි අපේ තියෙන ටූල් එක නේද එතකොට. ඒ කියන්නේ අර කමියුනිටිස් වලට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අවයර්නස්
ඒකට ඇක්සස් තියෙන්නත් ඕන සර්.
නෑ අපේ ඔකට හොඳ එක්සැම්පල් එකක් නේ අපේ හෙල්ත් සෙක්ටර් එකේ. අර මිඩ්වයිෆ් ලගේ රෝල් එක.
දැන් අර මැලේරියා
මෙකනිසම් එකට යන්න ඕනේ.
ඒකයි සර් මැලේරියා කැම්පේන් ඉස්සර කාලේ ඒගොල්ලන් අර ෆිල්ම් ෂෝ පෙන්නලා
හරි.
ඔව් ඒක ලියන්න ඕනේ.
නෑ ඒක තමයි මේ දැන් කිව්වේ. ඒකට කිව්වේ දැන් අපි අර ස්කේල් අප් කියපු එකට තමයි මේකටත් එන්නේ මේක. ඒ කියන්නේ ග්‍රාස් රූට් ලෙවල් එකට මේක අරගෙන යන්න වෙන්නේ ඔය අවයර්නස් true awareness අනේ වගේ.
වැදගත් අර ඉස්සර මෙස සේනානායක ඔය මේ මැලේරියා එහෙම මර්ධනය කරපු චිත්‍රපටි වෙනවා.
ඔව් චිත්‍රපටි වීති නාට්‍ය වගේ.
ගෙවල් වලට කියන මොනවාද කිය අර මේවා නේද?
සිනමා ප්‍රොජෙක්ටර් වල දාලා සර් අර වහලේ උඩ දාපු ඒවා. ඒ ටෙක්නොලොජි නැති කාලේනේ.
that is possible.
ටෙක්නොලොජි එක තියෙන කාලේ වුණත් warning වලට වලට පාවිච්චි කරන තාම මේ පරදනේ පොඩි දාණි වල.
අපිට ක්වෙස්චන් තුනක් තියෙනවා. හරි. දැන් අහන්නේ how can we create better performing industries and supply chains? Then what are the critical sectors? Section තුනක් තියෙනවා මේ question එක. Again, in general නෙමෙයි COVID එකත් එක්ක ආව challenges එකත් එක්ක දිහා බලලා තමයි මේක කතා කරන්නේ.
පැත්තටම මේ අර ඔක්කො ගොඩක් වෙලාවට බෙටර් පර්ෆෝමින් කියන තැනට ආවේ virtual මේකත් එක්කම තමයි.
ඒකත් ආවා ඒකට.
ඒක ආවා. මම දන්නවා ගොඩාක් ඒවට මේ අර opportunities වැඩි වුණා virtual platform එකේ වැඩ කරනවා. ඒක එකක්. අනිත් එක තමයි මේ order level එක මාර විදිහට වැඩි වුණා. orders දැන් සමහර sectors වල garments ඊළඟට rubber industries දැන් glove industry එකේ glove industry එකේ තමයි අපිට තියෙන orders ටික මේ අපිට දී ගන්න බැරි ගන්න තියෙනවා. ඒකලෝගේ ලොකු expenses ගලන්න garments and ඒ දෙකේ ගත්තම ඉස්සරහ ලොකු growth එකක්. Yeah, enough orders.
hand sanitizers
ඒක මම කියන්නේ export but අනිත් ඒවා sanitizers ඒ වගේ දේවල් ගත්තම domestic එකේ ලොකු එකක් තියෙනවානේ.
මම හිතනවා මේ global supply chain ලොකු disruption එකක් වුණානේ. global trade එකත් affect වුණා. එතකොට shorter supply chain regional sourcing වගේ දේවල් වලට ලෝකේ හයරුණයි කියලා. කියන්නේ ලෝකේ හාකොණෙන් යකඩ ගෙනල්ලා මේකේ වැඩ කරන්න ඒක බින්ද වැටුණා මම හිතන්නේ. එහෙම තියෙන අවශ්‍යතාවය
management එක වෙනස් වුණා නේ.
ඔව්. supply chain industry එකමත් වෙනස් වුණා. ඉතින් ඒක මම හිතනවා හොඳ trend එකක් කියලා. ඉතින් ලාභ වුණත් ලෝකේ හාකලවරින් බඩු ගේන එක ඒක sustainable නැති practice එකක් කියලා මම හිතන්නේ. ඒක more regional cooperation වගේ දේවල් වලට අපි තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා.
ඒකත් එක්ක quality enhancement එකක් වෙනවනේ ඒකට. regional quality.
ඔව්.
improve වෙන මේ ඉස්සර මේ industry එකක් වුණාම අපි
targeted subsidies තියෙන ඒගොල්ලන්ට අදාළ වෙනවා. ඒක energy and food sector
subsidy දෙකම එන්නේ ඒතකොට නේ.
මිස් කිව්වේ මේ waste minimize වුණාම waste වලින් depend වෙන society එකක් වෙන community එකක්.
waste දාන පැතිවල ඉන්න කට්ටියට අර ඒක අර smell එකවත් මේවා කරන්න බෑනේ. ඒ වගේ කට්ටිය මම කියන්නේ. දැන් ඔය පුත්තල මෙහෙම යාලා පුත්තල මේ කොළඹ මෙහෙම තියෙන කුණු කන්න හැම ගොඩ ගහලා එතකොට ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට
ඒකට මේ ඇත්තටම මේ ඔව් ඒගොල්ලන්ට මොකක් හරි මේ එක්ක ඒගොල්ලෝ අයින් කරන්න ඕනේ.
අයින් කරන්න බැරි
waste එක අඩු වුණාම ඒකෙන් automatically benefit වෙනවා කියන එක. ඒකට උනේ වෙනම අපි කියන්න දෙයක් නැහැ.
waste වෙන ecosystem restoration වලට මොනවද කියන්න තියෙන්නේ?
ඕකේ මේ තව අනිත් එක දැන් ඔය දැන් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඉකොනොමි එක ඩෙවලොප් කරගන්න ඒ කියන්නේ තියෙන පරිසර ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නේ ඒ පරිසරයේනේ. එතකොට දැන් හිතන්නකෝ දැන් රෝඩ් එකක් ඩෙවලොප් කරොත් ඒකත් ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙනවා. සමහරවිට දෙකට බෙදෙනවානේ හයිවේ එකකින් එන්නත් පුළුවන් සමහරවිට. ඒක ලොකු රවුමක් යන්නේ. එහෙම වුණොත් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඒ වෙනුවට මොනවා හරි ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඉකොනොමි එකට මොකක් හරි සපෝට් එකක් ඕන වෙනවා. ඒක ලොන් ටර්ම් වෙන්න ඕනේ. නිකන් ෂෝට් ටර්ම් නෙමෙයි මම මේ කියන්නේ. අපි මොනවා ඉස්සරහට ඩෙවලොප් කරත්
estimate කරලා ඒක කරනවා දැන්.
ඒක හතරවෙනි එකෙන් ආනවා මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ නේද? How can we safeguard the rights of the people and the nature.
අර රිස්ටෝරේෂන් එකට අපිට කියන්න බැරිද අපි අර අපි රිසර්ව්ස් තියෙනවනේ අපිටම දැන් දීපයකදී අපිටම දැන් වෙරළේ ඒ අනවසර තැන්වල ගෙවල් හදනවා නැත්නම් ওই නායන තැන්වල හදනවා ඒවා අපි පුළුවන් තරම් අයින් කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒක නීතියට අනුවම හදන්න ගෙවල් හදන්න ප්‍රදේශයක් අපි වෙන් කරනවා.
අන්න ඒක හරි. ඒක
කියන්නේ ඉන්කම් ලෙවල් එකේ අන්න මේගොල්ලෝ මේ හරිය ගෙවල් හදාගන්න කියලා අපි තුමු රජයෙන් ඒක රිස්ක් එක අඩුයි රජයට ආයෙ වෙන වියදම් අඩු වෙනවනේ.
ඔය අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරන ඉතර ඒ ටික අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරලා තියන්න ඕනේ මේ කියලා බෑ කියන්නේ.
ඒක හරියට පොලිසිය කියලා කියාවා.
පොලිසියකින් රෙගුලර්
කරා ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඔල්ටර්නේටිව් ලෑන්ඩ් එලොකේට් කරන්න ඕනේ. වල්නරබල් ඒරියාස් වල ඉන්නවනේ.
වල්නරබල් ඒරියා අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරලා තියන්න ඕනේ නේද?
වල්නරබල් ඒරියා අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරලා ඒක තමයි යාළුවට බෙනිෆිට් එක. එතකොට අපිට ඒගොල්ලොන්ට ඒකට තල්ලු කරන්න නැතුව ඒක. ඒ කියන්නේ එපා කියලා තව දුරටත් මේවා කරන්න.
ඒකත් සුනාමි වල දෙම අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරා. සුනාමි ලෑන්ඩ්ස්ලයිඩ් කරනවා. ඉතින් නමුත් ඒක ඉතරම ප්‍රැක්ටිකලි පොළොව පෙන්නන්නේ නැහැ හරියට මේ හරිය කොහොමද රෙස්ට්‍රික්ටඩ් කියලා නැහැ. ඒක මිනිස්සු ඒක නෑ නේ.
අවසර කරගෙන හදලා තියෙනවා නම් කෙනෙක් ඉවත් කරන්න.
ගංගතුත් ඒවනේ නැතුව. ගංගතුත් යනවනේ හැමදාම නේද? ඒකත් අපි කියලා නැහැ මේ හරිය.
ඔය නායනිකෙත් ඒක තමයි ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ වෙන තැනකට ගියාට ආපහු ගිහිල්ලා අර්ලෑන්ඩ් එකේ ඉන්න කෙනෙක්. සමහරලාට ගෙදර ෆැමිලි ඔක්කොටම දුන්නාට පුතා විතරයි ඉන්නේ අලුත් ගෙදර. අම්මයි තාත්තයි අරකට යනවා. ඒක අයින් කරන්න ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක්.
ඒ කල්චරල් එකයි ඔක්කොම සම්බන්ධ නැහැ.
ඒක තියෙන්නේ ලයිව්ලිහුඩ් එකේ එතන තියෙනකොට අමාරු ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා.
අපිට අර පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එක රෙස්ටොරේෂන් වලත් ගන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් කවුරු හරි පාර්ටි එකක් රෙස්ටෝර් කරනවා ඒකට එන්ගේජ් කරගන්න පුළුවන් ලෝකල් කමියුනිටි එක. කමියුනිටි පේමන්ට් එකක් එකෙන් ලැබෙන විදිහට නේ. පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් කියන එකත් දෙකටම පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් අපිට වෙනයට දාලා.
සමහර ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් අනිවාර්යෙන් කළ යුතුයි. නමුත් ඒ ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එකට ගස් කපන්න දෙනවා හරි කියන්නේ විනාශයක් වෙනවා. නමුත් ඒක වෙනුවට ඒ හා සමානව ඊට වැඩිය මොකක් හරි රිස්ටෝර් කරන මෙකනිසම් එකක් කියන්නේ ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි කියන්නේ NGO ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් එනවනේ. ඒවට වෙනම කියන්නේ EI එකක් කරද්දී වගේ එයාලට වෙනම කන්ඩිෂන් එකක් දානවා මේක EI ඉවර වෙලා ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් එක කරලා කියන්නේ කම්ප්ලීට් වුණාම මේකට වෙන තැනක එතන නැත්තම් වෙන තැනක හෝ රිස්ටෝර් ගන්න. රීස්ටාර් වෙන මැන්ග්‍රූව්ස් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ දෙයක් කියන්නේ EI එකෙන් ආවොත් EI එක එන්න ගොඩක් මේ අර පවර්ෆුල්. ගොඩක් කියන්නේ ඒ වැඩේ කොට දා ගන්න එයාලා අනිවාර්යයෙන් ඒක කම්ප්ලීට් කරනවා. හැම කන්ඩිෂන් එකම. නැත්නම් රිජෙක්ට් වෙනවා. ඒක ගොඩාක් ආයතන සම්බන්ධ වෙලානේ. ඒකට ඒ කන්ඩිෂන් එක අපේකට එනවා. ඒක අපි කම්ප්ලීට් කරපුවාම තමයි ඒක ඇක්සෙප්ට් කරන්නේ. එතකොට එයාලා අනිවාර්යෙන් අරකට
රෙස්ටෝරේෂන් එකේ තමයි කරගන්නේ.
කියන්නේ අර කම්පන්සේෂන් එක දෙවෙනි එකට යන්නේ.
රෙස්ටෝරේෂන් එකනේ
ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අපි කතා කරන එක නෙවෙයි ඊට කලින් එකට නේද යන්නේ.
කලින් එකට නේද
අපි අර ලිව්වේ ගයිඩ්ලයින්ස් හදේ. ඒක දෙවෙනි එක. ටාගට්ස් හදා ගන්න ඕනේ.
දැන් මේ තුන්වෙනි අපි කතා කරන එක මාජිනලයිස්ඩ් මේ
වල්නරබල් කමියුනිටි කෙනෙක්
කමියුනිටි කෙනෙක් වරන්න.
දැන් අපි කතා කරන්නේ මේ අපේ කමෙන්ට් එක මේ
දෙවෙනි එකට යනවා නේද? අපි අන්න තුන්වෙනි එකට ගියාම තමයි අපි දෙන්න බෙනිෆිට් මේ ගෲප්ස් මොනවද නේ? වල්නරබල් ගොනේ ගෲප්ස් මොනවද ඒක බෙනිෆිට්
ස්ටෝක් කරන එකෙන් ඉතින් නේචර් එක තමයි නේ වල්නරබල් එයාලමයි බෙනිෆිට් වෙන්නේ.
අරකට තමයි අර මං කිව්ව එකත් ඒකට වැඩම හැබැයි කියන්නේ රිස්ටෝර් කරන එකනේ.
වල්නරබල් මාජිනලයිස්ඩ් වෙන බලපාන්නේ කොහොමද?
වල්නරබල්
ඒක අපිට උනන් අරගන්න පුළුවන් කලින් කියපු එකට ඇක්ෂන්ස් වලට. ඒතර ඇක්ෂන්ස් වලදී කියන්නේ
පොලිසි
ඉකොසිස්ටම්ස් ඩැමේජ් කරන කඩේ ඒක කම්පන්සේට් කරන්න
benefit from police
වෙන
ATM
රෙස්ටෝර් කරන්න. ඒක ගයිඩ්ලයින් එකෙන් අහුවෙයි නේ. ඔව්. ගයිඩ්ලයින්ස් හදනකොට ගයිඩ්ලයින්ස් වල
ඔව් ගයිඩ්ලයින් වල හදනකොට ඔය ටික අහුවෙනවා. vulnerable groups
how can they say what the rights of the people?
දැන් අපි යහගෙන ගියේ
තුන්වෙනි එක නේද?
ඔව් අපි තුන්වෙනි එකේ ලිව්වා targeted subsidies cash transfers කියලා එකක් ලිව්වා vulnerable කට්ටියට. ඊළඟට ලිව්වා partnerships to share benefits අරගෙන ඇතුළේ දැම්ම roof renting වගේ. ඒකට අරගන්නත් පුළුවන් restoration වලදී partnerships වලදී ඒගොල්ලන්ට benefit වෙන විදිහට
නෑ ඒක රූල් එකක් නෙවෙයි සමාජයට ඒගොල්ලන්ට agriculture මොනවා හරි මේ කියන්නේ livelihood මේවා කරගන්න ඒ කියන්නේ මොනවා හරි cattle farming හරි මොනවා හරි ඒ වගේ ඒවත් පුළුවන් ඒක රූෆින්ම දාන්න එපා සම්පූර්ණ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ land එකක දැන් කුකුල් farm වල කරන්නේ ඒකනේ ඒ කියන්නේ private කෙනෙක් යාළුවට පැටවු ටික දීලා හදලා ඉවරලා අරයාට සල්ලි ගෙවනවා එහෙම තියෙනවනේ එතකොට ඒක ලොකු බ්‍රෝඩ් වෙන්නම දාන්න.
ඊට පස්සේ තව එකක් කතා කරන්නේ මේ අර vulnerable areas identify කරනවා කියන එක මට හරියටම කැප්චර් කරගන්න බැරුණා.
ඔව් ඒකේ අපිට ඒක උදාහරණයකට ගත්තොත් අපි දැන් ඔය මේ ෆ්ලෝටිං සෝලර් ප්‍රොපෝසල් වගේක් ආවනේ ඒකට මේ යුගක් ඔය මේ දීවරයෝ විරුද්ධ වුණා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට මේ ජොබ් එක කරගන්න බැරි වෙයි කියලා. සෝලාර් මේවා දැම්මට පස්සේ මාළු වල්ලන්න පස්සේ යන්නේ ඒක අපිට නෝතන දාන්න බෑ. ඒගොල්ලෝ වල්ලනබල් ගෲප් එකක් පොඩි ගෲප් එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් ඒක ඒගොල්ලන්ට තියෙනවා මේ අරක ඩිසයින් කියන්නේ ෆ්ලෝටින් සෝලාර් වගේ දැන්. නමුත් ඒ වුණාට ඉරේ එළිය හැබැයි යන විදියට හැදුවා හැකි අර ගැප් තියලා හදන්න පුළුවන් ඒක ඩිසයින් කරලා.
ඒකේ මෙහෙම ගත්තේ මම හිතන්නේ වචනින් ආපු වනේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙද්දී හොඳ ඔයානස් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එකක් දීවරු ආවම
ඕක සමහර විට මාළු ගෝවේ එහෙම වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ.
ඔව්. එයාලගේ අර
ඒක හැබිටට්ස් එකම ඔන්න ඒක අයි කරන්න පුළුවන් මස්ටර් ඇටුමක් එක්කම. හරි හොඳ ඔයානස් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එකක් මස්ටර් ඇටුමක් එක නාසායකත් එක්ක ජොයින්ට් ක්‍රියාත්මක
ඒක ඇඩ්‍රස් කරන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ vulnerable වෙනවා.
අන්න ඒක තමයි. ඒකට මොකක්ද දෙන සොලියුෂන් එක කියන එක තමයි දාම ඉඳාගන්න.
සාමාන්‍යයෙන් දාන්න වෙන්නේ දැන් ෆිෂින් කරන්නේ නැති reservoirs තියෙනවනේ.
ඒ වගේ ඒවා අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරගන්න ඕනේ.
නෑ ඒරියා වල පවා කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් දැන් ඔය අයි කරන එක මස්ටර් ඇටුම් හැටියට යටින් අරගෙන අයි කරන්න පුළුවන් උඩට වෙන්න. එතකොට ඒවා මස්ටර් බෝ වෙනවනේ ඇතුලේ. ඒ වගේ අදහසක් දාන්න කරන්න පුළුවන් නේ අනිත් ඒරියාව.
අපි වැඩි දෙයක් දානකොට ආජ් එක්ස්ටෙන්ඩ් එක දාන්න
ඒකට රෙස්ට්‍රික්ට් කරනවා මේ මාළු
වල්ලන්නේ නැති
වෙනවා.
එහෙම
ඔය රිසර්ව් ෆිෂින් නොකරන ඒරියා තියෙනවා.
වයිල්ඩ් ලයිෆ් එකේ තියෙන
ඉලෙක්ට්‍රිසිටි බෝඩ් එකේම ෆිෂින් කරන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වගේ තැන්වල පුළුවන් මේ කරන්න.
ජලාශවල නේද?
වල්ද ඒරියාස් අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරගන්න කියන එකක් ඒක කොහෙද?
ගාන ලෑන්ඩ්ස්ලයිඩ් වල හරි
ඕස්ටල් ඒරියා
මේකට යන්නේ කොහොමද? දැන් අපි කතා කරගෙන
අදහස් කරන්නේ ඇත්තටම දැන් ඒ වගේම අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරගත්තොත් මේගොල්ලන්ට කලින් ඒගොල්ලෝ ඔයා කරපුවාම සමහරට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ වගේ තැන්වල මේට යන්න තියෙනවා. මේ වගේ හානියක් තියෙනවා. සමහරලා උදයිනෙත් ඕකම කරනවනේ.
ඒකේදී මට හිතෙනවා අපේ තියෙන ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නේ මේ හරියට අපි අවයා කරන්නේ නැහැ මේක.
අන්න ඒක අවයා.
ඒකට වෙන කෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා අර ගොල්ලන්ට බොරුවක් කියලා මේගොල්ලෝ අවුස්සලා පාරට බස්සලා නේ. මැප් කරලා එහෙම ආරලා. එහෙම ඉෂුව එකක් තියෙනවා.
ඉරිගේෂන් එකේ මැප් කරලා තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ.
And the border is used for the border is used for the recultivation. Recycle water.
අපි question 3 වලට යනවා. How to transform the governance and legal system. That is something we are discussing. That maintains the long
A
term.
small announcement will be moving into the plenary session in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Political and social governance and legal system එක transform කරන්න කොහොමද කියලා. අපි දැන් කතා කරපු සමහර එක මොනවද කරන්න පුළුවන්? How to transform the governance system. How to transform the governance system. To address all these issues we talk about now. දැන් තියෙන governance system එක කොහොමද අපි change කරන්නේ?
ඉතින් ඒකට laws හදලානේ කරන්න ඕනේ.
Law enforcement.
Law enforcement.
Enforcement නෙවෙයි.
ඒක laws තියෙනවා enforce වෙන්න තියෙනවා නේද?
laws තියෙනවා.
Yeah, 10 minutes නේ අපි question දෙකයි ඉවර කරේ.
So මම හිතන්නේ ඒක මට එච්චරම පැහැදිලි නැත්නම් I think that we establish new law to implement these
new law.
New law or amendment existing law.
enforcement අපි මුලින්ම බලමු දැන් තියෙන law එකක අඩුවක් තියෙනවද නැත්නම් දැන් තියෙන law වල enforcement කරන්න ඇති එකේ අඩුවද
දැන් තියෙන law එක දැන් උදාහරණයක් විදිහට for example in the 2020 we faced the COVID. Before that we don't know the COVID. After the COVID we are the health department and other institutes issues some regulation. For example, in the new, according to the new risks and new reason, we have to introduce the new law.
Yeah.
Without that, we cannot control everything whatever we face in future. So that is the reason. For a very famous example, the 2020 COVID-19.
Law enforcement and as well as the law gap filling also.
Space management.
Both are
regulations
there.
are very scattered. No, there's no one regulations.
Gap filling එකක් තියෙනවා, enforcement එකක් තියෙනවා. දෙකම තියෙනවා. දෙකම ලියන්න.
Amending and
for example, the cyber attack. There is no regular strict law for the cyber attack.
Cyber attack විතරනේ IT එකේ ඇත්තම නැහැ.
නැත්තෙම නෑනේ. ඒකට ඒව new subject එක අලුත් that is the very big risk with the new technology.
And we have to change the law.
Yeah.
Also, it is very old one.
Yeah.
Some laws.
Therefore, I think that therefore we have to introduce new law or amendment new law to face this present situation.
current situation එක sort වෙන විදිහට law
in power with the current situation.
Environmental risk day to day increase with the global warming and climate change. So therefore, the existing law not enough to control that situation. I think according to my experience, that is my personal experience.
Development and enforcement of cohesive and forward-looking laws and regulations. Future එකත් බලලා අපි එකක් එක that's the law aspect. Institutional වගේ පැත්තේ අපිට governance aspect එකක් තියෙනවා. institutions වගේ අපි කොහොමද ඒක
institutional mandate එක උනත් අප්ඩේට් වෙන්න ඕනේ නේද? ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් මේ time එකේ requirement එකත් එක්ක අප්ඩේට්
මම හිතන්නේ මේ overlapping ඒවා තියෙනවානේ.
Responsibilities, restructuring.
රටේ තියෙනවද environment protection එකට priority එකක්?
තියෙනවා. ඇක්ට් එකක්ම තියෙනවානේ.
ඒක නේ මම අහන්නේ. ගමන් community එක තුල
තියෙනවා.
ඒ නීතියක් පුතත්නේ.
නෑ. දැන් ළමයිද ඕනම කෙනෙක් environment එක ප්‍රොටෙක්ට් කරන්න හරි කන්සර්න්. ඒක කරගන්න බැරුව ඉන්නේ හැමෝටම.
නෑ මම අහන්නේ ඒකට priority තියෙනවා. අංක 1ද රටේ ජනතාවගේ සහ රටේ පාලකයන්ගේ සහ
රටේ පාලකයන් ගැන කතා කරන්න අනිත් ඔක්කොගෙම තියෙනවා.
නෑ priority දෙන්නේ නෑ. අනිත් අයගෙත් priority දෙන්නේ නෑ.
priority දෙන්නේ නැද්ද? කවුරු කරත් දැන් agriculture ගත්තා
ඊට වඩා තියෙනවා මිනිස්සුන්ට.
BSMP එක permission දෙනකොට priority දෙන්නේ නෑනේ. වැලි හරන්න දෙනවා ගම්පතුල් දැන් පහුවෙලා. ගම්පතුල් යටට ගිහිල්ලා වැලි හරලා. ගම්පතුල් යටට ගිය නිසා ground water level එක පල්ලයට ගිහිල්ලා. ground water level එක පල්ලයට ගිහිල්ලා නිසා
ඔක්කොම political ඔක්කොම ඉතින් කතා කරනවා අන්තිමට political. දැන් මේ මොන කෘෂි රසායනික ඔය පොළොන්නරුවේ මොනවද ලෙඩක් හැදුනේ kidney trouble එක. ඉතින් ඒකත් අර fertilizer use කරපු එකනේ. ඉතින් මේ මිනිස්සුන්ට ඒක use කරන්න උනේ ඇයි? අයිම මුලට යන්න කොතනද ප්‍රශ්නේ කියලා බලන්න. ඔක්කොම political වලින් නවතින්නේ.
government and the academia.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම දැන් ඒ කියන්නේ e-businesses වලට අවශ්‍ය කරන ඒ ට්‍රේනින් එක දෙන්න පුළුවන් ටීචර්ස්ලා හැදෙනවා. ට්‍රේනර්ස්ලා හැදෙනවා. ට්‍රේනර්ස්ලා හැදෙනවා. හරි.
ඒ කියන්නේ අපි මේ කතා කරපු ඒවල තියෙනවා ඔක්කොම තියෙනවා එකක් තියෙන්නේ අර virtual transformation කියන එකටයි resource efficiency කියන එකටයි අනිත් පැත්තේ අර
දැන් අර කිව්වේ කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් කිව්වා අර සස්ටේනබල් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එක ළමයින්ගේ සිලබස් එකේ තියෙනවලු. ડોક્ટર මනෝජ් මම හිතන්නේ කිව්වේ යාගේ සිස්ටර්ස්ලා දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා ටීචර්ස්ලා එයාලා දන්නේ නැහැලු සස්ටේනබල් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට්. එයාගොල්ලෝ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ බලන්න තියෙන්නේ. ඒක ඔය ටික තමයි එන්න ඕන නේද මේ හැම සෙක්ටර් එකකම.
ඒවා කියන්නේ මේ යට ඉඳලම උඩට එනකල් මේ දාන්න ඕන කියන එක තමයි දෙන්නේ.
business again in general whether it is business government or academia අපිට ඕන වෙනවා ඔය මේක නේද අර කියපු අපි ඔය කියන digital transformation එකට ඔය virtual transformation එකට අවශ්‍ය
it's a combination. It's a combination. So
the resource efficiency එකට ඒ තියෙන understanding circular economy එකට තියෙන understanding ඒ වගේ නේ.
It has to be inculcated at each level.
අපි last question එක ගමුද? ටක් ගාලා. අනේ මේක නෙමෙයි අපිට last question එක තියෙන්නේ මම
Mr. Lawrence to bury the present Karanda. He is doing it so well and he is having such a big understanding on all this. Yes, if you don't mind, because he's summarizing is very good. We are learning from him.
අන්තිම question එක තියෙන්නේ.
හරි sir.
What kind of follow-up we expect from the Stockholm 50 plus event?
What kind of
follow-up activity?
Follow-up.
ඔය එහෙම නැතුව ගිහිල්ලා කන්තියක් එකතු වෙලා workshop එකක් තියලා shopping ගිහිල්ලා
present කරලා එනවා.
event එකක් එහෙම නැත්නම් what do we really expect from this event?
So one could be that when you identify what is lacking, what the requirements are of a particular country, if like in other conventions and all, if we are given an opportunity to achieve our goals through the training or capacity building or through technical assistance or something like that, then we are able to sustainably develop our country through those what they have provided for us, because we have identified the gaps.
අන්තිම කිව්වේ කියන්නකෝ හස්ලා අන්තිම
කිව්වේ Stockholm 50 වලින් අපි expect කරන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා in return. දැන් අපි මෙතන we are presenting our country status and we are identifying the gaps. So what do we expect from the Stockholm 50 conference? So now that we have identified the gaps, and one is that we can have best practices.
Best practices තමයි.
The best practices.
How we can grab best practices
and also to provide us with the training and the technical assistance and the financing. Also to
one is to actually share our experience.
Yes.
So what we have done and then how we have evolved.
Yeah.
Other one is to get others' knowledge into us.
Yes, and also to get the capacity from funding also, sir, for us to be able to achieve these gaps that we have identified.
Yeah,
to fill karanna, we would need the technology, financial capacity, and the awareness and that kind of thing from them.
ඒක vice versa නේද? දෙපැත්තටම
තියෙන එක.
know how we can give it to them.
what I will do now මම quickly මේ කතා කරපු ටික මේකට දාන්නම් මේකම use කරන්න පුළුවන් question කරන්න. So you have the question but I will get rid of all other slides.
Right. අපි දෙන එකෙන් they might now SDGs are anyway being monitored නේ. ඒවා කොහොමදත් monitor කරනවා. ඒකට අපි මේ කරන ඒවාෙන් we are also achieving some of the SDG targets නේ. That is also there. But from them, what we would expect in a conference like this, where, as she said, is exchange of best practices and also to provide us with assistance. Exchange of best practices. ඒකයි අනිත් එක අපිටත් අවශ්‍යයිනේ capacity, technical knowledge, financing. එතකොට අපිට මේ කියන ඒවා achieve කරන්න. දැන් ඉන්න විදිහෙන් අපිට කීයක් හරි
අපි ටක් ගාලා මේ
දැන් day to day වැඩ ටිකවත් කරගන්න.
Biodiversity කියන්නේ මොකක්ද ඒක?
ඩයලොග්ස් තුනේ තියෙන එකක් තමයි environmental SDGs එකක් තුන්වෙනි. එතකොට environmental SDGs වල තියෙන දේවල් තව ඉස්සරහට අරන් යන්න මොනවා වගේ දෙයක්ද කරන්න.
ඒ environmental SDG ටිකටද මේව කරන්නේ?
Climate change.
Water hari, water sanitation තියෙනවද?
අපිට ඕනේ මොකක්
protected forest cover hari මොකක් හරි wildlife hari protect වෙලා තියෙන එකත් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඉස්සරහට.
ආරවත් එක්ක ගියාම clean එකක්.
ඔව් ඊට පස්සේ protected මොකක් හරි ඒ කියන්නේ forest hari wild අන්නේ protected එකක් ඕනේ. ඒකයි අවසානයේ output එක ඒකනේ. protected මොනවා හරි ඒ කියන්නේ ecosystem එක කියවන හැබැයි ඔක්කොමයි තියෙනවනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ coastal ද ඔක්කොම තියෙනවනේ ecosystem එකේ.
ecosystem එක biosphere කිව්වොත් ඔක්කොමයි.
එහෙනම් හරි. එහෙම මොකක් හරි එක වචනයකින් දාන්න.
අර පෙන්නපු ස්ට්‍රක්චර් එකේ
protected එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ආරක්ෂිත එකක් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා.
conserved.
ඔව්. conserved කියවත් හොඳයි. conserved හරි. conserved
එහෙනම් conserved healthy කියලා ආවත් කමක් නැහැ නේ.
conserved මොකක් හරි ඒ කියන්නේ ඔය ecosystem එක. ආරක්ෂිත මොකක්ද කියන්නේ? ආරක්ෂිත කියවහම මොකක් හරි මේ කියන ඔක්කොටම 1000 කොට සත්තු ඔක්කොම එක වචනයෙන් දාගත්තා නම් හරියට. කල්පනා. ඒකට ඇති ඔයගොල්ලන්ට අර ඔක ෂෝට් ඇන්ඩ් ස්වීට් ලියන්නේ.
ඒකම දැම්මම පොඩ්ඩක්.
මොකද්ද කියන්නේ?
healthy and conserved and healthy. ඒක conserved කරාට ඒක පුරාණේක conserved කරාට ඔටෝ හැදෙන්න දෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ. දෙන්න වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ.
අර healthy එක. ඒ කියන්නේ සත්තුයි ගහයි ඔක්කොම.
එහෙම නැත්නම් මෙහෙම දැම්ම clean environment for human and nature. clean කියන එකේ define කරන්නේ.
right.
clean කිව්වම අර වෙනමයි කියන එක තමයි එතන.
අපි දාලා තියෙන්නේ clean air කියලා තමයි දැන් තියෙන්නේ.
ඒ කියන්නේ clean air කියවත් ඔක්කොටමයි තියෙන clean water එක ඔක්කොටමයි.
මේක protect කරන්න ඕන ටික අර healthy
food security කියවත් ඉතින් ඔය ඔක්කොමයි තියෙනවා කියන්නේ සත්තුන්ඩයි අපිටයි ඔක්කොටම. food security කියන්නේ
අපි කතා කරන්නේ මේවා planetary boundaries ගැන කතා කරන්නේ. ඒකට ඒක biosphere එකත් එක්ක තමයි අපි කියන්නේ. මේ සමහර ඒවා දැනටම අපි overshoot කරලා සමහර ඒවා තාම ඇතුළේ ඉන්නවා. දැන් මේ වගේ එකක් atmosphere cover වෙනවා නේ. යාපද. healthy ecosystem කිව්වට කමක් නැහැ නේ.
ඔව් healthy ecosystem මේක හොඳයි. function වෙන එක ගන්න healthy ecosystem හොඳයි. healthy ecosystem එක ඔක්කොමයි තියෙනවානේ.
ඉතින් මේ ඔක්කොම දිහාවට මොනවා හරි
කිරීමේ හැකියාව මම කියන්නේ ඔව් අන්නේ
ඒ
aspect
කියන්නේ ලීඩර්ෂිප් ඕගනයිසේෂන් කෝඩිනේටින්
ඒවත් එනවා.
ප්‍රැක්ටිකල් නොලෙජ් එක විතරක් තිබුණා මොනවත් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අර ටික තියෙනවා.
හැබැයි ඒක මම දන්නේ අපිට ඇඩොප්ටේෂන් ඕනේ නේද අපිට
ඔව් ඇඩොප්ට් කරන්න ලෝකල්
we can't implement so we have to adopt
ඒකෙත් අපේ ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා.
ඒකක් තියෙනවා අපිට ඒක දන්නේ අපි
හරි ඒක තමයි වැදගත් එක. ඇඩැප්ටේෂන් එක. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ climate
local context එකටනේ
global warming එකට ඊට පස්සේ මේ තියෙන මේ අවශ්‍යතාවයන් වලට ඇඩැප්ට් වෙන එක තමයි අපිට බැරි මේක අපේ රටේ මිනිස්සුන්ට.
ඒ කියන්නේ ඇටිටියුඩ්ස් වෙනස් කරන්න ආකල්ප වෙනස් කරන්න අකමැතිකම.
bring that like the as it is we can't implement here now so we have to adopt to local conditions no so that's a gap
ඒක දැන් මේ අපිට capacity to adapt to the local context and circumstances
local කියන්නේ ඒකට national කියන්නේ පටන්
ඕ මේක අපි දාමු local කියන meaning එක මෙතන national and local දාමු නන්නේ දෙකම දාමු national and local කියලා
local කියලා නැත්නම් local කියලා හිතුවම මේ අපි national එක කියන්නේ හිතන්න නැතුව local එක ගැන විතරක් හිතනවා නැත්නම්
ටෙක්නොලොජි පැත්තෙන් අපේ අඩු තියෙන මොනවද ඒ කියන්නේ ඇඩ්වාන්ස් ටෙක්නොලොජිස් වල අපිට අඩුවක් තියෙනවානේ ICT පැත්ත
ඒක කොහොමද තියෙනවනේ
ඒක use ICT අපි not bad but ඒක use කරන්න නැති ගමනක් තියෙනවානේ
හැබැයි ඇඩ්වාන්ස් දාන්නේ හැමදාම මොනවද කියන්නේ හැමෝම waste to gen කතා කරනවා recycle MRF ගැන කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ
ටෙක්නොලොජි කියන එක daily develop වෙන එකක් නේ ඒකට අපිට හැමතිස්සෙම ඕක develop කරගෙන යන්න ඕනේ නෑ නේද
ඇත්තටම අපි latest technology එක පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ
latest
සමහරව අවශ්‍යද
අවශ්‍ය
හැමදාම අවශ්‍ය නැති
උදාහරණයක් විදිහට කාලගුණිත දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව
එතන ඒක තියෙනවා
සෞඛ්‍ය දිනවා සෞඛ්‍ය වගේ ස්වාර්ථයන් තියෙනවා ඒව අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ latest අවශ්‍ය නැහැ better technology we have
ඒකත් locally adapt technologies කියන එක තමයි එන්නේ මම හිතන්නේ අපිට adapt වෙන technology එක
latest එක නැහැ
දැන් ඇත්තටම දැන් මේ latest එක අපිට මේ purchase කරන්නත් බෑ අපිට වත්කම් නැහැ අපේ රටට දැන් satellite තාක්ෂණය අපේ කොහොම අඩු වෙන්නේ පාවිච්චි කරන අපේ රටේ දැන් උදාහරණයක් විදිහට මේ මොනවාද මේ satellite කරා මේ ගන්න එක අපේ ආයතන කීයක් ගන්නද satellite කරා image ගන්න එක අපේ ආයතන කීයක් ගන්නවද ඒක image එක කොච්චර අපි මේක කියන්නේ දැන් ලෝකයේ අනිත් රටවල ඒකෙන්
මොනවද අපි attendance එකක් කියන්න හොඳයි නේ group එකේ කට්ටිය කවුද අපි මොකෙන් කියන්න හොඳයි
ටෙක්නොලොජි එක අපි පාවිච්චි කරන කොහොමද
කාලගුණික දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව ගාවත් කිසියක් නෑ මම දන්නවා 100%
දැන් මම ඒක ඉරිගේෂන්
ඒක ඉලක්ක
මේ දැන් මේ කවුද මෙහාලා වුණත් ඒක පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ මේ මිනිස්ට්‍රි ඔෆ් හෙල්ත් සැටලයිට් තාක්ෂණය නැත්නම් නිව් ටෙක්නොලොජි එක පාවිච්චි කරන අඩුයිනේ අපේ රට අපේ ස්කෝල්ට රාජ්‍ය ආයතන
ඒ ටෙක්නොලොජිස් වලින් තමයි environment sound technologies adapted to the local context කියන එක අවශ්‍යයි කියන එක මම හිතා ඉසිසික් ඒවා තියෙනවා නම් අපිට කියන්න
සැම්පල් එකට දැන් ඔය ක්ලයිමේට් කාර්බන ඩිපාර්ට්මන්ට් එක නැතිවීම තුල ගොඩාක් ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා නේ අපිට.
අපි ඒක එකක් ගන්න කියන්නේ data acquisition වගේ වනේ. data මොකද ඒක නැත්නම් අපිට මේවා එහෙම නෑ ඇත්තට මේ sensors නැත්නම් ඒ මේවා කරන්නේ අපි water quality air quality වගේ වලට හරිය gap එකක් තියෙනවා මේ
ඒක තමයි latest technology එක නේ.
air quality ඇත්තද?
තාම බැරිවනේ අපිට උතුරුනගරයේ තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ හරියට මොකක්ද කියලා හොයාගන්න එක එක්කෙනා කියන කතාවනේ හරියටම රජය ඩික්ලෙයාර් කරේ නැහැ තාම මේ වකුගඩු නිසා හැදෙන්නේ මේක නිසා කියලා.
ඒක කොහෙලා තියෙන්නේ ඩික්ලෙයාර් කරේ නැති එක.
ඒක හරි නමුත් ඒක හරියටම කියන්න බැරි ඉඳලා ඒක ඩික්ලෙයාර් කරන්නේ නැහැ. කියන්නේ හරියට මැක්ස් කියන්නේ මේ පැත්තෙනුත් අපේ හෙල්ත් සෙක්ටර් එකෙත් සමහර විට ලේටස්ට් ටෙක්නොලොජි එක අපිට නැති වේද?
ඒ බදලා නෙමෙයි ප්‍රශ්නේ. not only බදලා geological from the geology water but then මොකරි change එකක් කරේ මොකරි geological change එකක් අනුව
chemical process එකේ කියලා ටීචර් කරනවා
ඔව් ආර්ටිෆිෂල්
Mama waste management authority director. Waste management authority.
Western point.
මොන මිනිස්ට්‍රි එකද?
Provincial hospital.
Western policy.
Western policy. වතර මොකද?
ඒකට new technology එක පාවිච්චි කරන පුළුවන් තාම අපි අඩු වෙන්න පාවිච්චි කරනවා. waste management එක new technology එක පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. ගංගාවලින් යන අපද්‍රව්‍ය තේරම මහමුදේ මැද්දට ගියම අපේ මේ මත්ස්‍ය සම්පත කොච්චර විනාශ වෙනවද?
පොලිතින් ප්ලාස්ටික් දසුවක් යන්නේ ලෑන්ඩ් එකේ.
Technologies වල දැම්මා ඒ කියන්නේ requirement advanced technologies for monitoring environment parameters air water soil සමහර තියෙන technologies පැත්තේ අපිට කැප් එකක් කියන්නේ. දැන් දෙකක් අපි දැම්මා මම දැන් අපි යන්නේ last question එක මේ
advanced අපිට දාන්න appropriate technologies කියලා මොකද දාන්නේ සමහර advanced technology එක අපේ product එක ගන්න
ඒක උස්සලා
but tell lower cost normal technology එකෙන් මේ result එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. So we have
ඉස්සෙල්ලා එකේ තමයි එහෙම environment sound technologies adapted to the local context කියලා. ඒක මම හිතන්නේ local කතාව තියෙනවා නේ.
රත්න advanced කියලා කියන එක නිකන් බොරු සල්ලි වියදම් ඊට වඩා ඒ සල්ලි අපිට වෙන්නේ.
Back to public transport.
Yeah, going back
with limited controls, with required controls.
Switching back to public.
With
protocols.
With protocols, yeah. Yes, sir.
Protocol. ඊට පස්සේ අපි
අර encouraging communal living කියන එකනේ housing. Encouraging
communal living.
Back to the communal living.
communal living නේද?
ඒ අර flats වලට එහෙම ආයෙත් යන්නේ සර්. දැන් ගොඩක් කට්ටිය
අපි තව හොඳ එකක් කිව්වකට.
abuse of prescriptive medicine.
Abuse of
proper use of antibiotics.
Abuse of
prescriptive medicine.
ini කරන්නේ අපි නේ unscientific වලින් කරන්නේ
ඒක කර political sense
ඒක තිබුණාද වලසරේ ඒගොල්ලන්
කණිනම් බෑග්
එච්චරයිද සර් තව
how do we all countries communities can benefit ඒකෙන් අපි කිව්වේ අර කියන්නේ awareness creation එහෙම කියලා නේද how do you ensure all countries will community benefit කියලා
technology
අපි කිව්වා අර regional awareness කියලා අපි
අනිත් එක නේ සර්
all countries comprehensive awareness creation among communities.
ඒ කියන්නේ අපි all countries කියන එකට වැඩි අපි focus
community කරන community
මේ අර knowledge and awareness creation වලින් තමයි කියන්නේ
regional sourcing market opportunities explore කරගන්න transformation
how can we create better performing industries කියන එක
ඒක දැම්මනේ අපි නේ
ඒක තමයි ටයිප් කරේ කියන්නේ මේ තුන මොනවද කියලා
regional sourcing
ඒක සප්ලයි chain එකට. හරි. මම ඒක දානවා සප්ලයි chain එකට.
resource efficiency and circular economy.
regional මොකක්ද එකට හර්ෂ කියන්නේ regional supply
regional sourcing කියලා කිව්වේ.
regional sourcing.
resource efficiency and circular economy.
regional sourcing කියන එක resource යනනක regional sourcing and trading කියලා දානවා. trading that is connected නේ. with the location.
resource efficiency.
circular economy
supply chain එකට අර විතර තියෙන regional sourcing එක විතර මොකක්ද කියන්නේ regional sourcing and
trading
තමයි ආයතනයයි
ඔය කියන trading එක අර නිකන් internal trading එක නෙමෙයි මම කියන්නේ හරි so you get the bulk and then distribute among the other countries ඒවත්
බලන්න පොඩ්ඩක් මේක the person who is going to
present
We are going to present.
No, you're good.
I think ඕගොල්ලන්ට දෙන්නම් උත්තර දෙන්න.
ඔයාට මේ හරි
අඩුපාඩු.
ලොකු ඇටැක් එකක් ආවොත් අපි
Objections ආවොත් අපි අඳුරන්නේ නැහැ වගේ ඉන්නවා.
මට ගිහිල්ලා කියන්න පුළුවන් අරගොල්ලන්ට ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දෙන්න පුළුවන් අර ගෲප් එකෙන් නම් ඉවරයි
මම climate change secretariat එකේ පරිසර අමාත්‍යාංශයේ. ගම
පළවෙනි ක්වෙස්චන් එක අහනවා best practices and pathways කියලා.
පාතේස්
පාත්ස් එක අපි මිස් වුණා. ඒක අපිට ඕක ටික බලලා ඒ ටික පොඩ්ඩක්
best practices and pathways. best practices තියෙනවා. ඒකට pathway එක. ඒතර මේ pathway එක මේ policies වලින්ද නැත්නම්
policy procedures and නේද? පාතේස් කියලා කියන්නේ
infrastructure
පොඩ බලන්න ඔක්කොම ඇක්ටිව් වෙනවද කියලා මේ
totally නෑ වෙලපෙන් මේ මොඩරේටර් එකේ කරන්නේ
just imagine ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් මේ ස්ටොක්හෝම් එකේ තමයි මේ හර්ෂ මේ ලෙවල් එකේ කන්සල්ටේෂන් එකට යන්නේ. ඒක දැන් අපි අනිත් ඒවා කරපු එකක්වත් ඔක්කොම සමාජයට ගොඩාක් වලට මැජොරිටි එකේ ස්ටේට් සෙක්ටර්ස් මේක හිතන්නකෝ අනිත් කට්ටිය
Thank you everyone for your inputs. We need to slowly move into the plenary discussion now.
civil society NGOs like now they are thinking
parties කියලා දාමු පාර්ටියක් කියන්නේ. ඒතර කොහොමද කරන්නේ? We use this computer.
this computer and the session then and there we change that. Yeah?
අපිට ලන්ච් විතරනේ හම්බෙන්නේ.
Can we? Are you ready? Okay, now what we have done, we have divided these 3 questions to 3 groups. But this is the opportunity for other 2 groups to make their contribution for that particular group. Yeah, because since we don't have time, ideally we should have gone through all 3 dialogues. But because of the time constraint, we have given only 1 to each group. But this is the opportunity for others to give their inputs. Yeah, and also as Dr. Manoj explained, this is supposed to be our validation within this group. Yeah, so if you have any concerns, you can raise. Then and there, they will change the presentation. Okay, so we'll start off with the group 1 presentation.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon to everybody. This is the representation from my group 1. Actually, we are working on the urgent need for the actions and achieve the healthy planet and the prospective world. And according to our discussions, we just to have about 3 of what are the positive relationships and what are the good practices. And we finally come to a conclusion. Then what we have to have is promote the renewable energy, because as we know, nowadays we feeling how the energy is most important. And as such, we try to see this as the most important good practices to promote renewable energy. And second one is the sustainable consumption of resources, because we know that in Sri Lanka a lot of resources are there, and we are not that much of capable to use the entire resources more successfully. Therefore, we want to see it as sustainable consumption of resources. And then the ecosystems restorations. What are the ecosystems that we're having, and to maintain that as a good practice. Therefore, in a pathway, what you have to see how we can promote this one to review and revise the feeding tariff, because there may be different sources of renewable energies. And one of the issues is mainly with the feeding tariff, and this is one of our experts group in our group also, is coming from the renewable energy source. And we see this may the most important pathway to find out this is to way forward. And then the consumption of resources, we want to see is attitudinal changes. And then the other important thing is we want to introduce this consumption of resources as the curriculum of school activities, because that is one of the main source, and should be in the family also, because when we have introduced into the curriculum, automatically it goes to the family also. And with that one, it goes to the nation, and that will be benefit for the entirely how we can use this sustainable consumption of sources. And then the restoration of this one ecosystems, mainly the national policies are there, and strategy for the ecosystem restorations are the pathways to improve this healthy planet in order to way forward. And then we look at what are the actions that you would take to scale up this change toward the healthy planet. Therefore, we look at the important thing, actions, policies are there, but we want to see the actions should be guidelines and regulations for the implementation of that is one of the most important thing, because with that only we can have and particular binding of the people get actions on that. Therefore, you need to have guidelines. And then the policies, because some of the policies are maybe outdated and maybe review it with the present situations, and therefore it should be policy review and update to suitable sustainable development. And then how you can modify it, how you can regulate it by a regulatory body. Therefore, all these implementation of these regulations has to be regulated by a body. That will be much easier. It can be as way of look at this guidelines where they are following the implementation guidelines are there. Therefore, there should be a regulatory body in order to see these actions. And then other one is mainly the target should be mandated to the agencies, because we have prepared all the policy documents. But these things are not gone to the different agencies, because they have different departments have their own mandated also to work on that. But it should be identify the targets to the mandated agencies, then it will be benefit. And then the request of implementation and monitoring and auditing plan, and that should be in actions, and there should be again the structures should be have to have parties to identify for monitoring. This is in our second questions what we try to answer it on that one. And the third one is how it's marginalized and vulnerable groups benefit from the policies and initiatives. And we know because when you introduce it energy side, there must be subsidies because some of the renewable energy, as we know, because still the problem is the pricing, and therefore there must be subsidies should be introduced, and there must be some cash transfers. And then the other important thing is when you look at the importance area of some of these things could not be implemented, because if we get with the lower level or if you go to the village level, there may be introduce some partnership with the profits with the sharing with the other organization, private partnership for roof renting like that. There must be some way of livelihood restoration should be there. Therefore, it should be a public-private partnership or with the private partnership to share with the benefits. And then the other important thing is where the awareness creations and that should be important. Then only this should be benefited, because whatever the things, the awareness creation should be important. And then the how this safeguard of this from the people of nature, including the indigenous people and other thing. But the rights are always safeguarded if we avoid these critical areas, because if you want to implement something, if you try to avoid these critical areas or restricted areas, automatically the nature will promote it, and that will be safeguarded. And in the meantime, if there are affected areas, we may introduce some support affected parties in order to safeguard them. And then the final questions is mainly the what are the matrices you how you are going to find out the indicators. We didn't try for the metrics, but we try to find out the indicators. And these indicators are mainly we can see, I think 2030 or how much of energy, I think 70% of energy should be renewable energy like that. We can have a percentage of indicators can we have it. And then the other areas, so how we can improve it with the per capita waste generations and increase the extent of the different ecosystems, like forest cover should be, let's say 35% like that. Then we can have some indicators like 2030, we are planning to have 70% of renewable energy, and say 30% of forest cover should be there, or mangroves and other thing is maybe 5% like that. Therefore, we can have some extents on different ecosystems can be have it. And these are the main 5 questions we try to elaborate it with our group. It's not my idea, it's our experts in our group decision. And then finally, we having the specific questions, what are the follow-up actions should be, would like to see from the Stockholm +50, mainly what we expected to follow-up action should be as clear air and clear water and food security, and we have the healthy ecosystems. And this is what our group's decisions, and we can, it's open to any discussions or any comments on that one. Thank you very much. Yeah, this actually
something like, I think, harnessing of resources. So the ecosystem is it's an entire system. Can we restore it?
Yeah, because now that what we, I think the group discussion what we have it, because we have the, actually personally we have the different ecosystems is already in force, like forest reserves like that. But we want to have to maintain at least from that level.
Maintain at that level mean not the word, the restoration is not going with that, right?
Restorations mean giving to the
even just
no,
you are,
this is just to give you a
Yeah, restoration is the wording is sometimes.
Yeah, you have to change it.
Can have the wording used.
That question, I think what could help us, there are issues. Now, for instance, when it comes to mangroves, the coverage of mangroves is decreasing very fast. And even coral reef, you have the similar issues. So if you have something like a national policy and a strategy, plus maybe action plan where identify what are the ecosystems which needs restoration and even identifying areas where the restoration is needed, then probably we would come up with extents and places so that the mandated agencies can take it up. Like we have two officers from MIPA and CCD, they both work on restoration of coral reefs, but mangroves, but we don't have a proper plan. So this is what group was trying to do. Thank you very much for your comment. We can revise that as.
As he mentioned, the restoration is the wording. It seems to me because.
Yes.
We might put an.
Yes.
Yeah. But the wording is
But your comment is vast, and probably through the right kind of strategy and plans, we should narrow it down to doable thing over a period of time. Thank you.
There's another one. So then you have mentioned that regulatory body. So then is it going to be another new body coming up to regulate all these things?
Yeah, no, we just did the discussion of what we have in because the guidelines and everything are there. But if we have some regulatory bodies to look at this.
My suggestion is actually that now we have well-established systems now. Right, so then only thing, so then we have to make them aware, and then we have this is secretariat system, and then the division secretariat system, and all these structures there. So then it should be not only one body, it's a responsibility of all these people to focus on that, because the healthy planet, it cannot be monitored by one body, no? Right?
But overall, I think we plan to have is an overall, because there must be some regulatory body. That's in our idea. Any comments on that one, if you can mention? I think that's why the main idea was to have some regulatory body. It can be as the district level or like that. But that it should be, because when you have the guidelines and regulations, but when you implement it, whether they have done it perfectly, whether they are up to the standards, there must be way of regulating. Well, nowadays we know the regulations are there, but how it can be controlled. That's why we look at as there must be a structure for their regulating.
Yeah, can you go back to the first slide?
Yeah.
The promote renewable energy. Yeah, the review and revise. I mean the pathways. You can see that the national policy and strategy. That we need a national policy for this renewable energy. Up to now, someone I know from electricity board here, right? The people ready to implement renewable energy unit on their roof. But our common answer is the system may be unstable if we do that again and again. I know that there are some technical issues, but even with that, we are implementing a 16 acres solar farm recently. අපි අක්කර 16ක් solar farm එකකට දානවා පහළ උඩ හයි කරගන්න නැතුව. ඒ වගේ national policy එකක වැදගත්කමක් උතන තියෙනවා.
policy තියෙනවනේ පොඩ්ඩක් මොනවාරි අපි.
Right? National policy.
නැද්ද දැන්? Sustainable එකේ
තියෙන policy එකක් තියෙනවා national energy policy and strategies. 2016 ඉඳලා 2026 වෙනකන් පීරියඩ් එකට පොලිසි එකක් තියෙනවා. rooftop program එකකින් දැනට 5% energy ලංකාවට හම්බෙන්නේ 545 megawatts තියෙනවා මහලු උඩ. පොළොව උඩ තියෙන 108යි තාම. අපිට දෙකම ඕනේ. ඉතින් අපි එක බාධා කරනවා කියලා කියන එකේ misconception එකක්. ඒකේ ගමේ ඉන්න electricity board එකේ කෙනාගේ personality එක මත depend වෙන දෙයක්. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් generally අපිට හොඳට cooperate කරනවා ඒගොල්ලෝ.
Can you go to question number 2? Yeah. Connected with the question Mr. Lawrence asked, here can we be little more specific when you talk about the policy review and update? What are the policies we are targeting, and also if you are suggesting a regulatory body, now PU cell, we have a regulatory body to regulate the electricity sector, water, and so on. I think if you are suggesting, try to be specific. The policies also, that we have a lot of national policies, but if you are targeting a particular policy, one or two, maybe few, I think it is better to be specific there. Yeah, yeah. And also the first slide. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Covering all three areas. So because of the time limitation, we haven't specified them. So when we say regulatory body, one for renewable energy related policies and one for sustainable consumption and production. The other one is for ecosystem restoration. We will correct that. So body will be bodies, and we will describe what they are. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And here maybe the question he asked. Our number one good practice we are suggesting is the renewable energy. So we have identified the tariff. There are other pressing issues what we could mention here, like the technology, the grid capacity, the storage capacities and things like that also could be mentioned along with this. Otherwise, now, if you have only this one, we are overemphasizing this. But there are other issues.
Yeah, actually, we discussed with that on the technological issues, but we are not putting it in wording because.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And there's another. Yeah.
My question, I would like to first of all thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation, and I would add something. Regarding the vulnerable population, number 3 and 4. Yeah. So I would like to add something about that, because of if the people who are living in the most critical vulnerable area, so we can, if you can propose to reduce the relocation policy. Relocation policy, that is better, because of if the people living in the high critical prone area, they cannot face reduce that situation, or implementing some mitigation implementing the mitigation activities, they cannot control, they cannot prevent that high risk situation. So therefore, I propose to introduce relocation policy or relocation plan to any other safety location or safety place. I think that is, I would like to add something.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think we'll note that point. I think we'll try to get in that one. Okay, thank you. Relocations. Yeah. Yeah.
Previous,
sorry.
First one. No, I think.
Yeah, first one, yeah, okay.
Yeah, on this, actually, thank you for the comprehensive presentation. One small comment. And it was suggested to have a regulatory body. But if you look at these three, those are already actually, there are,
This one, no?
Yes.
Related to both together.
Yeah.
Talking about the first three, the regulatory body.
Yeah.
First three regulatory body, that's what the link comes.
Yeah.
But for the first three, when you look at, there are, already the bodies who hold the responsibility. For example, renewable energy, we have an authority. Why not strengthen the same organization instead of having a new one? And then come to the sustainable consumption and resources. Probably the sustainable, the council is there. Maybe today is not, but instead of having a new one, the existing organization strengthening, can't we do it? And then come to the ecosystem restoration. Already the Environment Ministry or probably the Environment Authority is doing it. Maybe the strength would help. So then we can, instead of having a new organization, so we can, secure some resources if you look at in a logical form.
Yeah. Okay. I think we also have discussed on that one. But the thing is, some of these organizations has already some mandated agenda is there. Therefore, how we can incorporate that one. I think we have to work out on different institutions where they mandatory targets are there for each of these organizations. We might involve on that one to revise this mandated
inclusion and strengthening would be better than having a new setting out, which may be replication and also the waste of resources sometimes.
You can change the mandate. Yeah, that's the thing. Mandated. We have to look at the mandated changes because there must be. Then it come with the acts and other things. When you have the departments and different acts covering on that one, then we have to include and revise that one. Because in order to giving a mandatory job to that one.
Without using the word changing, so inclusion. Or maybe otherwise they may not like it.
Inclusion, right?
Inclusion, yeah. Strengthening.
Thank you. Then we are talking about regulatory bodies. Then take an example for the landslide. Then if we want to find a solution for the landslide, normally we are going for the NBRO and ask the solution from them to protect that landslide area. But in our country, regulatory body also the NBRO. Both is them. Then if the problem is coming, we couldn't get their opinion because the answer is given from them as well as the regulatory body also them. That is our country problem, not their problem. That's our country problem. We don't have organized any bodies to get that type of answers. Not only for the landslides, there are so many that type of fields. We couldn't get the correct answers for the regulatory body because they are the people find out the solution for that problem also. That's the problem. Conflict of interest.
Yeah, that's maybe as you it's maybe true because the same organization is having the mandated for working of the landslide and they also working as a regulatory.
Yes.
But this is we generally more as a more specific. We just put it as a regulatory body, and we try to see it as the common forum for life. I think we have taken to the note of your. Yeah, we'll take the note on that.
Dr. Shaman, maybe to accommodate both suggestions, we can mention a strengthening existing regulating bodies as well as redefining their mandate. Redefining. So what she is pointing out is very correct. There are many organizations having dual functions. So the company, so redefining, I think we can use without referring to any organization. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So then those two suggestions can be accommodated with that change.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I am from group 2. Our question here is a leadership dialogue to green recovery from COVID. So then we all know what has happened, and so then how we face all these challenges, and so then all the country, all population, all the sectors severely affected, and so then there should be a pathway how we can recover from that. And we had lengthy discussions on this, and then finally we selected few of the areas for this, achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery. So how we can recover from this situation to face future challenges, right? Because it has to be sustainable. So in that case, so then for all these sectors, what we thought, it has to be virtual transformation, right? Normally we are having always document system, and even, for example, if we take procurement, so then we have our procurement system is basically hard documents. So whether we can go for e-procurement in the government sector or the private sector. And even for, if we take industry, in the garment industry, normally, if I take an example, so model is there, so then if we prepare a garment, so then we give that garment to the modeler, and then modeler and check the buyer, check the model, and then approve the final product. But with this COVID, what happens? So then all these things were included in the system. Buyer in another country, and the manufacturer here, and the seller is in a virtual platform. So it's going to be something like B2C. So business is here, and then the customer is at the final end. Operation is happening in the virtual platform. Even the fabric is scanned and fed into the system. And that is going to be checked with the system and the virtual model, and then the transformation is been happening. So this is what we expect, not only for these few sectors, everywhere we can go for virtual transformation. So for another example, if we take import and export, before the COVID, I'm from BOI, we were having so many documents for imports. For an import CUSDEC, normally we had 41 documents, which is connected with the CUSDEC. We transformed the system to virtual platform. 100% import documents are now, for BOI companies, 100% virtual, e-transformation. Anyone can put their CUSDEC into the system, even from the factory, even from any other country, even from home. Our officers are well trained for that. So recently, we converted even export documents. Now we are going for even the verification, whether we can have that. Something like that transformation is going on. So we propose it for everywhere we can apply at possible paces. And then the preventive healthcare. So we know that now this has become a practice. It has been inculcated. So then we have to maintain this practice, not only for COVID, any virus, anything. We know that, for example, so we are not getting catch cold now, isn't it? Right? Very, very less probability, right? So if we maintain this preventive healthcare, it's going to be sustainable. So that is what our next suggestion. And then lifestyle change, because sometimes domestic agriculture and the resource limitations, right? We had so many experiences during the COVID time. So then we were living with the family, and the family connection, the family bond, all these things were very strong, right? So that has been changed. So then with that, I think we can think in a different way in the future, right? Okay. And then achieving sustainable and inclusive recovery for these sectors, what we discuss, capacity building and awareness creation. This capacity building has to be from the bottom, has to be from the school curriculum, and at all the places, how we can give the awareness, training, knowledge, using different methodologies to get them into the sectors that I discussed in the previous slide, right? So that has to be spreaded into the different layers. And awareness creation. Awareness is because we know that when we were having health pandemics, not during this COVID, even in early 70s, if you can recall this malaria and all these things, how we recovered, that because of basically awareness, right? I can still recall how we were watching films, right, which are connected with the malaria, this program, right? So then very interesting films and the things like that. So likewise, so then this awareness has to be focused to the grassroots level up to policy making level, right? And achieving sustainable and inclusive recovery. Switching back to public transportation with protocol. So that I think that has to be bolded, right? Because normally during the COVID time, to get rid of this COVID transmission, so we push our employees or general public to use their own transport system. We push them to use their motorcycles or maybe their cars, right? But now with these best practices, so we can we can switch on to the common transportation system where we can even save fuel, but we have to adopt with the protocols, safety protocols, health protocols. With that, I think we can maintain quality. We can change the preceding practices can be changed. And encouraging communal living. So then normally, so then in a flat system, so then the people were living in one place and something like that, all people were together maybe. Our friends can elaborate that one. So when Sula, I think you can explain it, I think a little bit further.
Yeah. What happened was that because in the flat and condominium system, the COVID spread so fast that people actually went back to living or renting individual housing schemes. So then what we think is now with the available land space and all, they have to come back and they have to be confident enough to come back to flats and communal living. So that's what we highlighted.
Okay. So the next one, abuse of prescriptive medicine. So then we know what has happened. So then during the COVID pandemic time, so then we were having some of the myths that some of the people were practicing, and then that was in the society, right? So then I think we have to be more scientific, and then we have to focus on that, and then those things should be abused, right? So then of course the technology is there. World is evolving very fast. So then in very short period of time, actually these vaccinations were found, right? So only thing how we vaccinate it and adopt with the systems, protocols, and give them awareness also, rather than going for these servitude things which are not recommended. Okay. And then achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery, how can we create better transforming industries, right? So it's basically what we suggest is green transformation, right? For all the layers, right? For all the layers, green transformation is required, because it may be from the production, as I explained earlier also, the production system can be changed, right? And it can be connected virtually, and the people can be trained. Now, as a country, we are facing a problem to get blue-collar jobs, job seekers. But if we train the system and if we transform for more green, then definitely the high-ended jobs will be created. And then the resources also will be utilized in an effective manner. So we can, rather than going for this normal lean system, so we can go for circular economy, something like that. That is what the resource efficiency, even now most of the industries are focusing on circular economy than this linear system, because the waste is minimized. So some of the industries 100% waste recycled, reused, and regenerate. And then some of the people, some of the industries are going for renewable energies. So then this is where the future is. So how to maximize? So then these are the suggestions from our side for this better performing industries and supply chains. Even the supply chain, if you take it, so then supply chain, so then from the global supply chain, that's been focused to the regional supply chain, right? Some of the resources were taken from global different countries, but with this COVID, so there was a focus to the regional countries for Asian region. So then the supply chain has been diverted to that region, right? So then with that, there's efficiency, right? And not only that, with our location, so then there's a connectivity in the trading. You know, even this multi-country consolidation, there's a regulation even in the country in 2012. With that, so we can get bulk items into the country and keep here and send it to different locations. Either we can get the bulk and send, or get small ships and then consolidate everything together and send it to the bigger markets like India. So this is where the supply chain was evolved during the COVID period, which is going to be benefited in the future. And even the sectors, so then I'll come to the sectors that we identified in our group. Yeah. This I explained, isn't it? Yeah. This is okay now, Mr. Nanaka?
We can come back now. You can go ahead with this.
Anyway, it's not.
This is the supply chain. Previous one. Yeah, regional sourcing and trading.
I explain. Yes. I explain, I think, green transformation, resource efficiency, and circular economy. So then that I explain, and then, yeah. And then these are the sectors we identified. Tourism, which is having a lot of connections, so then eco-tourism can be promoted, and then a lot of people are benefited, right? And then that will be sustainable. So then that is one sector. Even this currency also very fast. So if you have the system, then easily we can address some of the problems that we are facing. And then IT, because IT and the services, there are many opportunities like business processing, outsourcing, and offshore trading, and offshore banking, offshore sourcing. All these things can be done in the regulations also there. And we have IT literacy youngsters. We can use them. And there's a big demand even that can be connected with the GANs like India, because we know that from IT sector, India is doing really well, right? So whether we can get this offlow effect to our country, and whether we can get connected with them, right? And that is what I think we have to focus in the industrial and service sector. Not doing isolatedly, then it's going to be global and regional connection. And then the third one we mentioned garment, apparel, and PPE, personal protective equipment. So this is the actually highest foreign exchange earner, as we all know, is 5.5 billion USD per year. Right? So then out of all this industrial export of 8 billion, 5.5 billion is coming from this sector. Why? One is that we have the brand. We have market leaders. We have manufacturers who are leading in the industry. They have the brand. And then the quality of product. So that has been branded throughout the world. So then that is where we have to capitalize, and we can get more and more opportunities. When I spoke to Jaf Secretary General today morning, because there was a WhatsApp message moving here and there. So then most of the garment orders have been shifted to nearby countries. Then I verified from him whether that is correct. Then he said, no, we have enough orders. Only thing with this acute crisis, little bit of fluctuations are there, but anyway, they have enough orders. So then that is one side, one industry we propose which industrial sectors are most critical, because if we focus on these industries, definitely there will be a future. We are not telling that we should neglect other industries, but these are the major industries that we discuss to give more focus. And achieving sustainable and inclusive recovery. So then how can we create better performance industries, supply chains? So then one of the biggest forex, so then this is connected so with this my previous slide, and with relatively low investment base. And our HRN less capital intensive. We don't need much capital and leading world players. So then these two slides are connected. Yeah. Then commitments and responsible principles. Key industry sectors, finance and investment institutions. So again, ecotourism, so we know that is possible very clearly. Collaboration with world leaders, as I explained earlier. So then we know that IT is a good one, but how can we get the maximum benefit? It has to be with the collaboration effect. And carbon neutrality and high quality for this circular economy and all other best practices that we can apply. What are the decent green jobs? So then these are the decent jobs that we can think of. Designers, and then with the ecosystem, a lot of opportunities are there. Then like marketing, virtual marketing, virtual advertising, and waste recycling, and renewable energy, as I mentioned. And green jobs for virtual transformation, resource efficiency, circular economy, that I explained, I think. So then it has to be at each level. So then not only for businesses, government, academia, so everywhere this business, this should be implemented. What kind of follow-up practices, activities would like to see from Stockholm +50? So what we thought, number one is exchange of best practices. So then what we have done here can be transmitted. And then we can gather their knowledge and their practices and then practice here. Then because it's about 169 or 193 countries, so then a lot of things that we can learn, and then how we can do. And then second one is finance. So for the awareness or capacity building, whatever, so then there might be financing systems that we can obtain with the connectivity. And even for some of the projects like maybe waste to energy, waste recycling, or green any project. So there may be finance institution that we can connect through this system. And finally, exchange of technology and knowledge. Right? So those are the things that we thought of in this questions in our group 2. Thank you very much. There was some mislight moving here and there, but anyway, I think you got the general idea.
I have one clarification.
Yes.
Clarification and
Yeah.
add something about that, because of
Please.
you know that starting of the 2021,
Yeah.
some countries introduce new concept with for the COVID-19. My clarification, my comments is the number one question. You know that some countries introduce living with COVID. That is a new concept. In the end of the mid of the 2021, our country also introduced that policy. I think that is one of the best practices we follow with the COVID. So I would like to
living with COVID.
Living with COVID.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that comment.
With regard to the industrial sector, can't we help the agriculture and the pharmaceuticals?
Yes, but the problem is, so then how we select these, we can only select only 3 sectors, right? So then pharmaceuticals, of course, so then I think is correct, but the volume is very, very less if we compare with these other sectors, right? Because we still import around 3 billion, I think 3 billion is a huge amount of the pharmaceuticals still, right? So we are not in that position, even though we have identified our own zone. In Hambantota, we are going to have exclusive zone for pharmaceuticals. But still, we are struggling to get an investor for there, right? So it's going to be, we are going to market it as a private-public partnership project, where one investor can come with a variety of investments and locate, right? But it's not that much of prominent, Amara. Right? But if you compare this, the garment and PPE, then IT and the tourism, then I think the contribution is less, right? Sectors are good, but I think maybe, Mr. Senana, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Mrs. Bielin, this is a very debatable subject. Now we are in the process of developing a national policy for industrial development. There are 27 manufacturing sectors according to ICIS code. And when we started selecting sectors, we had a session like this, and mostly the private sector representatives were there. Each were trying to say that my sector is the most important sector. So in a setting like this, the who can command, who are good in language, the who can, the dictate terms, they can say, okay, my sector is the most important thing. To avoid that, we have developed a criteria. Criteria to identify what the most important sectors in Sri Lanka. And we have reduced it to 10 out of 27. Remember, we have only looked at the manufacturing sectors, not the service sector. And here you have a service sector also, which is very important. So what we do, we know that all these 27 sectors are important. Out of that, 10 sectors are important. Now here, this is what this group says. Yeah. So they have given their rationale for selecting this. I'm sure there will be other, the views from the other. Yeah. So what we will do now, you are suggesting pharmaceutical. Yeah, food security. Dairy sector is important. I am sure when we go to the civil societies and the other, they will definitely come up with this agriculture also. Then at the end, what we will do, we will get more than 3. Now here we have limited it to 3. We will get more industry. Then we will try to see out of that what are the most important things. So we are not excluding, as Mr. Lawrence said, yes. Other sectors are important.
Even manufacturing is actually rest of the industries are at this manufacturing category, but exactly. We have not included that. Yeah. Right. These are the prominent industries we focused. Yeah. But maybe we can, as Mr. Senana.
So likewise, now they have given 3 their rationale why it is tourist sector. This is the biggest, the foreign exchange earner for the country. Right now, actually, we were hoping it to happen. Yeah. So in that respect, it is very timely what they say in the ecotourism. Yeah. So we are trying to capitalize on, what you have the ecosystem.
Remember, Mr. Senana, here, the thing is that because this is actually after the COVID, right? Yeah. Because during the COVID, these sectors were not hit.
Yeah.
All right? And so there was a growth. That is how actually we selected, isn't it?
That's right. If you take IT, now we have a problem with the investment. So this is the sector where you need least amount of the capital investment. And we have the human resource. I think better than the Indian human resource if you really see. So we see a potential, they see a potential there. And the other one, what is that? The third one? Garment. Yeah. The garment, we have the world leaders now. One of our companies, they were the first in the world to come up with the zero, the carbon neutral industry. So we see a potential there. And also, as he said, it is the foreign exchange earner. So this is important at this point. So we are not limiting to these three. We will go through all these 16 consultations, especially the private sector. When you have the private sector, I'm sure they will have a very different the idea coming up. Yeah. Okay.
I think now this is the validation process. I think we have taken into account her response now because she has a different rationale. That is the food security. Now, if we prioritize the food security as an important one, then agriculture might come. So therefore, I think we can take this during this validation process. There's a response like that. If there's a negative, contradictory response to her comment, you can, bring it in. But if there's a consensus here that agriculture sector also an important sector to be considered under different rationale, something like that. I think we can bring it here, so we can record it like that, because she has a point, so that we can link. So yeah.
Yes.
In addition to waste recycling, you have the pollution control technologies also. Go for the green jobs.
Okay.
Pollution control technologies, because we need experts in that field also.
That we can mention, no?
I think the green jobs also has some other meaning there also. Can you go to that slide? The question. One before, I think. Decent green jobs. So that word decent has a social meaning there. So therefore, it's a kind of a redefining it that way. So therefore, not all green jobs become decent.
Yeah.
So we look at social aspect, that aspect. So, but I'm just adding it. I'm not saying that what you have said is wrong. I'm just highlighting there. We are looking at decent green jobs, not only green jobs.
Decent?
Decent green jobs mean
we
are looking at case where, for example, our garment sector is a classic example. Like earlier garment, what you call Yuki, thing we call now garment. There's a completely different social setup, right? Exactly, and then there are facilities, there are sanitation, all are improved. So therefore, the present garment industry is a decent green job in a way, something like that. So therefore, that aspect also we had to look at.
It's something like even the automation. That a lot of operations are actually automated now. So then sometimes it's operators are well-educated operators. Something like that. We'll mention it.
It should come with the training, capacity building. It's not just the job, but come up with a broader context of maintaining that employment.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha. So, okay, thank you very much. Everyone, thank you very much. Right.
Good job, sir. You saved us.
Good afternoon, everybody. The now time is 5 minutes for 3 o'clock. So time is up. Therefore, I do not explain more and more regarding our group. I am from group number 3. There are 12 stakeholder agencies. Our facilitator was Dr. Tusita Sugatapala, and all stakeholder agencies participated actively to prepare this presentation. Our group leadership dialogue number 3, environmental dimension of sustainable development goal. The first question, what are the biggest challenges in our country? Number 1 is improper political interference in implementation environmental policies and laws and regulations and etc. like that. So number 2, lack of proper implementation of processes of monitoring of environmental related policies, enforcement and law regulation and guidance and related budget allocation. You know that there are a lot of policies, guideline, there are a lot of, but the monitoring part is very weak in our country. So we propose number 2 for that. And the number 3, lack of institutional framework for coordinating for implementing of environmental action. There are a lot of government institute implementing some activities for the environmental sector, environmental issues, but there is no proper platform or or framework to work with together. The number 4, we have additional one, gap and data information and capacity technology. The technology is one of the gap. And in addition to that, you know that data is most important for the policy making decision regarding any subject, including the environmental. So most of the institute, they have a data, but they do not share, and we cannot use data without permission of them. And there is no data sharing mechanism between around the institute, among the institute. So how to create the enabling environment, national physical planning to guide the decision-making process in environmental management. That is the number 1. Number 2 is establish an empowerment national council, independent commission for policy implementation. You know that there are a lot of plan, regulation, guideline, laws, but the local, national and national and local politicians, they try to implement their hidden mission through forgetting or rejecting the national the plan and policies regulation. So that is the one. That is the issue. So therefore, we propose to National Council, Independent Commission or National Council or Independent Commission for policy implementation in our country. Number 2, what are the good practice? Good practice. We discuss to propose indigenous sustainable practice. You know that in past in our country, there are a lot of good practices in the indigenous practices. So then, for example, in the water security, food security, etc. like that. Number 2, local decentralization government system. You know that earlier there are Gansabha system, but now we call that Pradeshiya Sabha. So implementing activities through Pradeshiya Sabha or Nagar Sabha or Mahanagara Sabha, they do not think about that environmental factors. Pathway, formal and informal, formal and informal education. The second one is realignment, refining of local government system, good governance, and environmental impact evaluation on project appraisal. You know that actually at the moment, the local level and provincial level they do not care the environmental factors for implementing project and program. Number 3, how to transform governance system. Number 1 is restructuring the institutional mandate and arrangement to the eliminate overlap, the better alignment. We suggest only one. How to transfer legal system development and enforcement of cohesive and forward looking futuristic laws and regulation. That is the transforming legal system we propose. Number 4, what are the measures are needed to align public, private and development financial? The establishment of legal framework for private partnership program. At the moment, there is no proper legal framework for private-public partnership. So therefore, we propose that establish a legal platform for the public-private partnership. And the stakeholder engagement of platform. Actually, at the moment, a lot of government agencies work only according to their mandate, but there is no proper platform for all the, including all the stakeholder agencies who are working with the environmental sector. And also awareness and capacity building of the, particularly on partnership. The other group also discusses about that. Number 5, partnership. What type of partnership from the UN and beyond are the needed? The number 1 is financial resource. We expected financial resource from them, and also technology support, and also institutional capacity. Institutional capacity means the all the human, physical, and other facilities. And number 4, knowledge and information sharing. We expected from international agencies knowledge sharing because of to improvement local level, national level capacity of the of our institute who are working in the environmental sector. Number 6, what capacity and technology, the capacity information management, data management and support decision making, data management and support decision making, technology, environmental sound technologies adapt to the local context. You know that most of the people do not practice or do not work, most of the people do not work with the future situation. For example, in the global warming and the climate change and other reason, the risk is very high. Day to day, the yearly risk is very high. So therefore, the most of the people do not adopt for that. So then, therefore, we have to practice. We expected how to practice, how to work with the adopt with the present situation. The number 2, capacity to adapt to the national and local context circumstance. Advanced technology එක තමයි advanced and appropriate technology for monitoring and environmental parameter. For example, most of the technical institute work with the environmental issues and environmental sector, but the technical institute, they should use new technology, but actually in our country, most of that technical institute do not high technology or latest technology for their work. So therefore we expected that also. We expected these follow-up activities, sharing of lesson learned and best practices from other countries. Number 2, position of Sri Lanka in the global map and learning from best practices and better performing countries. Who are the performing best countries? So we expected to sharing that knowledge and strategies and approach, everything we expect to sharing with them. Support for adaptation of the best practice locally and regional platform for information sharing. You know that some subject there are regional platform, but we discuss in our group, one of the representative of Ministry of Environmental also. So till this moment, there is no proper regional platform for environmental issues. So therefore, we propose to establish a regional platform for prevent environmental issues. These are our presentation. These are our ideas and proposed suggestion. So if you have any clarification, our group is ready to reply for that. No issues. If you have any clarification, no comments or anything, please ask. Yeah. The lunch is postponed.
Question
Sorry.
number 1.
Okay. Make a better right then. I can't sure that computer is okay.
Yeah. Now.
Okay, sir.
This group, when they discussed, certain ideas came up which are to a certain extent sensitive, politically, culturally, and even the religious. So this group decided to, though these are important, not to take these things, the sensitive issues, because this is going to a global level. And then, and also this will be presented by most probably the political leadership at the Stockholm event. And though this may be very important, the number 1, maybe you have to reword it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Whether we want to please somebody, whether we want to tell the truth.
Yeah.
That's the issue we had a discussion on.
Yeah. So, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
That is real truth in our country. So,
fully agree. Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
I am a government officer.
Yeah.
But I do not criticize the government policy.
Okay.
But we discussed about the real thing why the create environmental issues in our country. For example, last 2-3 years, not only through 2-3 years, during the last decade, we have to face a lot of environmental issues. Why that? The local politicians take some decision to increase environmental risk. So if we discuss that point, if we don't discuss that point, what we do?
I agree, fully agree. So we have a mechanism to accommodate this. I think Dr. Manoj very well explained in the, all these deliberation will go into the annex as it is. Yeah.
enforcement of the laws. The point we are talking about why the CA cannot take an action on that, there's a issue there, lack of enforcement. So that's option number 2.
Sometimes it is the lack of enforcement is not because of the political influence.
No, it's number 2. Political influence, we are highlighting out of many, they highlight number 3 or 4 items. That doesn't mean these are the only 4 items, there will be others. So this group capture 3 or 4, number 1 thing. We are talking the additional one. So therefore, if we need actually feedback, we can add that on also that there are corruption within the file set. That also we can add, but that doesn't change the number 1.
But then the thing is it should be then along with that, not a separate one. Political
interference to different levels. Why the file sector become corrupted? Because they can act like that within our regulatory framework. Why not our regulation can make a penalty on that? So there's a thing.
Isn't that a problem with the monitoring and the strengthening of the laws? The infrastructure being that you don't have a proper, what you call it, penalty. Now the cost of a particular penalty, just because you've done some waste, you're only charged 3,000. Then even for a traffic offence, that would then be in the infrastructure of of the mechanism of making that proper law. So the whole reason people actually will break the law is because they can get away with it, or else they can afford to get away with it. So in that case, it would be something to do with the law of making a proper law, because you're not actually having a penalty that the person can feel.
Can I?
It is very nice you put the one, right? Number 1. But people not agree with that totally sometimes. Then I suggest you, after the word number 3, interferences, in implement environmental policies and laws can improper political interferences. That is the most difficult problem in Sri Lanka. They are talking about the private parties. Yes, sir. Yes, I mean the private sectors try to bribe. How they do that? Through the politicians.
You are correct. You are correct, sir. Doctor, please. You know that there are a lot of policies, plan, guideline, regulation, act, everything is there. But the issue is there is no proper implementation mechanism in our country. So that is the main thing. Enough laws, guideline, plan, regulation, activities, strategies there. But the problem is implementation and monitoring. That is a very big issue in our country.
That is number 2, no?
So
number 2.
You can criticize,
Okay.
you can
Okay.
commit
Can
criticism
yeah?
on issues, but
Can
our
we
experience like that.
can we have some agreement? Now we know that it is a debatable issue. As he said, this will go into the annex. Yeah, and also we need to admit that it is not only the political leadership. It could happen at the investor level, private sector, and even at the bureaucracy level. So that's the truth. Yeah. So if this group wishes, they could include the political stroke investor stroke bureaucracy. Yeah. If you wish, otherwise we can take it like this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This will go as not as this group but as this community.
Yeah.
So therefore definitely is a validation process. Therefore now what they have come up with this group is just a statement.
Okay.
That doesn't mean this should go like that. So that now we are discussing it to amend it.
Okay.
So the amended one will go as a group. So therefore definitely we are taking it. But
Okay.
here we have argument to get the further brainstorming. Not that we are not pushing this statement.
Okay.
I just argue that to get a better thing from you all. Like finally, it will go as not this group. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So based on this information, you can also suggest there.
Though we put the blame into investor, the investor's intention is to get the project through, in which when there is a system doesn't allow, or probably alternative things, or maybe some sort of a loopholes are there, which is the system error more than the investor. Supposing if it is country like Singapore, a clear system with a transparency is available, no one is going to bribe. But our system disturbed by the politician, as well as system has some lapses which enable them to go ahead with.
System deficiencies.
System is led by politicians.
No, it is not only led by politicians.
Okay.
You can't say that.
No. It's like this. Though the correct system is there, like for its implementation, there are disturbances.
In that case, then you should emphasize on the fact that a correct system
Fine.
should be in
So
place.
we'll correct the
so
wording.
that it
That's not a
avoids
problem.
corruption.
Okay.
But
Can we bring this your last idea system?
Yeah.
Now everyone is talking about the system change.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this system, proper system, you mentioned the Singapore system, it doesn't allow other things to happen. Yeah. Maybe
you see what is happening and when the results is coming, whether I can do it or not. But here, if you do a kind of a different you'll be able to do it. That's the message we have given, and also that's the culture we have created.
Okay.
So we got to change it. And are we going to go ahead with it? Okay. No, certainly not. Okay. So therefore, at least highlighting in this kind of a thing, in future we want to have a prevented situation.
Okay, so we need a broader, I think, wording for political things. We had a broader one.
Yeah, broader one, and bring in the system idea into it. The system change, I think,
That's agree. Yeah. Opposite.
Improper system, whatever, we'll think of a better word there. So that's
And also, everyone agree that enough policies are there, enough regulations are there.
Okay.
But when it comes to kind of a election manifesto, or maybe that policy comes, the priority comes to that. For example, the reason like manifesto, once it is passed in the parliament, so it became the government officers' responsibility, whereas all these environment policies and all those things become second priority. So are we going to go ahead with it?
Okay.
It's a question.
Okay.
Inconsistency of policy, something like
Yes. Even the national policy is superpass the political policy, or maybe you can't say political policy, political manifesto, something like that.
Okay.
So in which what is challenged is the environment is challenged.
Okay, clear. Yeah, okay. Second slide, just a little question, without taking much time, just to understand. Second question. Yes. Now the second point here, establishment and empowerment of National Council, Independent Commission for Policy Implementation.
National Council or Independent Commission for Policy Implementation.
Okay. Now.
National Council or Independent Commission like that, then there are.
So we are talking about a new structure, is it?
New structure, established new structure. For example, that.
Okay. Now. Oh yeah.
Maybe Public Services Commission. That all government sector, that for employment sector controlled by the Public Services Commission.
Okay.
That all projects or policies, there should be a special body to monitor.
Okay. Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from the National Physical Planning Department.
Okay. Is there anyone from NPD here, National Department of National Policy? NPD? Now, my understanding, NPD is mandated for this. They are the custodian of this country for national policies, and also they have the mandate to monitor these policies. If they are not doing it, I think.
They don't have a mechanism to monitor approve the projects.
No, they have.
They
No.
have, but
No.
certain extent.
Yeah, sir. You are correct. But the problem is the national planning department is under the Ministry of Finance. I think. So Ministry of Finance or Ministry of other.
Ministry of Finance.
Ministry of Finance.
It's a department.
We propose independent with the legal power established to national council or independent commissioner. They can take any decision regarding the all national policies, not only the environment policy, other national policies which are recommended by the cabinet of ministry in our country. For example, in all the agriculture policy, national policy, environment national policy, disaster management national policy, all the national policies which are related to the government sector, the commissioner can independently implementing and monitoring that all the national plan.
Okay.
So we propose that.
Okay. So you don't believe in strengthening NPD to do this task?
No. The actually labs already mentioned, it's come under the finance ministry.
But not always. Eh? Is it always the case?
It's always.
Always.
They think about only the finance, but the implementing of the projects, what extent it damage to the environment, like that way, they don't have any mechanism to get that idea. Normally, that
Well,
project is
okay,
going to the
yeah,
NPD.
okay. So we accept this position, but to my understanding, NPD has different sections. Then there are different directors, looking after. So there's a director for environment, and they have to go through all these, the policies and review. They can only with their green, the green light, they can go to the cabinet. And the new protocol, even not once, they have to go through many times. Yeah. Anyway, your idea is well taken. I just wanted to understand what it is. Yeah. Yeah. National Planning Department I was talking. No, that is the first one. Yeah? Number two, I'm talking about the number two. I'm talking about the number two because they are suggesting a new structure. Yeah, now in the regulation also we brought the same issue, no? Are we talking about the new regulators or are we strengthening and redefining the mandate of organization? So that's the point, but I think we'll accept your, yeah.
All the national policy. For example, you know that Adhikarana Seva Commission Sabha, Rajya Seva Commission Sabha, like that, they're very independent. So we propose, like that council law commissioner to establish, to monitor and implementation and monitoring all the national plan in our country. No. Actually, now at the moment, National Planning Department, they have only their national planning according to the Secretary of Ministry of Finance. Instruction of the Secretary of Finance, no? Secretary of Finance. But we propose with the legal power to establish separate council or separate commissioner to monitor all the national plan. No, at the moment, no. Which institute, which commissioner, which council monitor all the national plan?
Let's see how developed countries work.
Actually, the idea is to have a national policy, not changing year to year, time to time. Just like a fertilizer case. Now we are in a very big trouble in food security. Right? What is that? Or the ignorance decision. right? That's done by the politician. Now they agree to, they accept that. I did that wrong. But the people hunger increase in this country. I decide not to talk, but this is the time to tell, right? Right? That kind of thing we need to control without the political interference in the national policy. If not, someone telling api carbonic, someone telling api rasayanika, api badini.
Okay. Well, accept now. We have breaking news. Lunch is getting spoiled, it seems. Okay. So we need to wind up this session as soon as possible. Yeah. I have few things, but we will we will communicate. And with this, Teuni, are you here? Sugandhi? Yeah. Yeah.
I kindly invite Mrs. Janaki Amaratunga to deliver the vote of thanks. Really sorry for getting delayed, and yes. Teuni, I think you also having certain platform where you have received the links where you can send your further information also through these, and please keep engaged. We will keep you informed.
Thank you, Sugandhi. I deem it a great honor and a privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this great occasion. First, I'd like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Anil Jasingh, who participated in the morning and who honors this function with his inspirational thoughts. And I would also thank all the distinguished participants for taking time from their busy schedules to share their valuable ideas and actions here. You all have marked a great contribution to global governance and future environmental decision making today. Finally, I thank the UNDP team led by Ms. Herwig for their facilitation for the state sector consultation started today. The guidance, moderation, and direction of the consultation team of the UNDP is remarkable to produce a comprehensive output at the end of today's workshop. I thank you, the team. For all the administrative, logistics, and technical assistance, I thank you, Sugandhi, Teuni, and the team here today. Your energy and results-oriented mission is always valued by the Ministry of Environment. Thank you for your hard work. I feel happy that we have engaged with you in a very fruitful manner the past hours, and we look forward to working with you for achieve what we have documented today in the future. Have a good evening, and thank you very much for joining with us today. Thank you.